I Am Activity of Saint Germain Series. Volume 11. I Am Activity of Saint Germain Foundation. The I Am activity represents the original, permanent, and highest source of the Ascended Master's instruction on the great laws of life, as first offered to the Western world by the Ascended Master Saint Germain, through his accredited messengers, Mr. and Mrs. Guy W. Ballard. In the early 1930s, the Ballards established Saint Germain Foundation and Saint Germain Press Incorporated, which under Saint Germain's guidance, have expanded into worldwide organizations that offer to mankind the true Ascended Master teachings on the great cosmic words, I Am. Saint Germain Foundation strives to keep the I Am Ascended Master instruction in its pure, unadulterated form, free from any human interpretation, personal monetary gain, or proselytizing, as it is a gift from the great Ascended Masters and cosmic beings to bring illumination and perfection to mankind. Hundreds of I Am temples and sanctuaries exist throughout the world, where the teachings are applied in I Am decree groups. The books of the Saint Germain series are available in many libraries, bookstores, or directly from Saint Germain Press. For further information, please contact Saint Germain Foundation, Saint Germain Press, 1120 Stonehenge Drive, Schaumburg, 1985. Saint Germain Foundation. All Discourse 59 120 v. Dedication. T is with the deepest love and gratitude of our hearts that we dedicate this book, the I Am Discourses, Volume 11, to the Minutemen of beloved Saint Germain. These are a series of discourses given by beloved Saint Germain from October 1937 through July 1939 to the Minutemen. The reason for Saint Germain giving these discourses may best be expressed by his words, I wish to charge my own words into the atmosphere, so all that this means may go on in its expansion throughout these United States and the world today. The two reasons why you are here, gentlemen, are because you loved me and stood for this same perfection of light in that time long ago in the 70,000-year period as recorded in Unveiled Mysteries, Volume 1, and you were all there with me then, serving life in that government. 7. Dedication. Do you know, gentlemen, Minutemen of Saint Germain, do you truly know there is only one business in the universe, and that should be, and that is the business of expanding love and the perfection of life through the use of the sacred fire? Nothing is worth anything except to draw this flame forth and send it into conditions that are not perfect, and stand there and watch the imperfections dissolve and perfection come forth and reveal its love and glory and beauty and service to life everywhere. There is no greater joy in creation than to use the fire element to dissolve the shadows, and let the beauty and manifestation within the light come forth to serve life in everlasting joy. Tribute. Beloved Minutemen of the world, you, as Minutemen of myself, are a cup of light, my freedom to the people of this land. So I want you strong as Minutemen of myself. Freedom is your watchword. Harmony is your passport. Victory shall be your daily companion when the requirements of the divine law are fulfilled. May the beloved mighty I Am presence of each one, your glorious T.A.M. self which is so magnificently beautiful, cut away everything that is not its own divine plan fulfilled in the outer. May it call to us and issue the command for the release of every one of your life streams here today and all under this radiation, from all limitations. May a dispensation be given so we can act quickly to make you great powerful beings, to release more light through you until you stand forth the authority. 9. Tribute X power, and the living example of this law fulfilled, as proof of my freedom to the rest of the world. May I be able to pour forth through you such a radiation of freedom everywhere you move, that it is like a forest fire which sweeps the planet. May other people take up your courage and call to God as they understand it, and draw back from the great central sun the power and authority for the one mighty stroke to be given. Harmonize yourselves. Use your life energy to bless everything wherever you move. Keep purity blazing through you. Call to me and we will move forward hand in hand, and not one thing shall come against you when your call is in obedience to the law. May the full powers of the great host of eternal, invincible freedom, the hosts of light, the great angelic host, the limitless legions of freedom and light, of justice and obedience, of harmony and victory, of purity and peace, and of the I Am miracle music of the spheres, move into outer action. May all the protection given at the command of the seven mighty Elohim enfold you, wrap you in their oceans of flame, and move you forward, releasing all that is required for America's freedom at once. I shall be with you unto the end. Unto the victory. Unto the freedom of the ascension. I thank you. Saint Germain. Beloved Saint Germain, our Knight Commander. He Knight Commander as in days of yore, ever guards the open door to God's heart realm of cosmic love, ever flowing from above. To all who seek this I am light and are determined to do right, he ever gives perfection's flame revealing truth by God's great name. Blazing his heart victory through, loving and directing, too, his own heart flame controls us all, his voice now answers every call. God's light, our world, is his world here, his power is our pathway clear. He guards our loved ones where they go, his sword is master here below. 11. 12 Beloved Saint Germain, our Knight Commander so now in glory, all supreme, his angels come in endless stream and here, forever, with us stay, his freedom is all heaven's way. Great Knight Commander as of yore, stand our guard, too, and hold the door to all great realms of cosmic space for us to enter, and face to face, stand always in God's heaven, too, as you and we pour all love through. Come. With us stand. Make love rule now. Great Knight Commander, to thee we bow. Thy crystal armor blazes bright, the violet flames great cosmic might. Genera. The rights of free men he rights of free men are guarded by light, held close in God's heart, and charged with God's might. These heavenly gifts, I am, in all hearts, their blessings blaze forth when discord departs. They give all mankind God's great victory, and through them with God's mighty eyes we see. The rights of free men, perfection compel, for all on the earth should in freedom dwell. The I am, we know has given us all, but its mighty power in love we must call to guard all those rights from Saint Germain's hand for there is love to this our great land. The rights of free men shall rule all the world, for God's flag of freedom is now unfurled. I am, is God's love, God's power of right, and none but the free can wield all God's might. His legions of light defend, raise, set free, and angels of light assist you and me. 13. The rights of free men, the rights of free men, truth, honor, and love are life's mighty scepter from realms above. I am, is the word of great cosmic power, whose flame covers all each instant, each hour. Its armor of light guards all we hold dear, its glorious love consumes now all fear. The rights of free men all mankind do crave, and their blessings raise, illumine, and save. The light which, I am, is God's justice, to its mighty protection in victory comes through to hold as a trust all the gifts of light, and seal them forever in all God's might. Genera. 14 The I am 99 Discourses. The I am Discourses to the Minute Men by Beloved Saint Germain. Discourse I. October 24, 1937 NEWYORKCITY, NEWYORK My joy is very great this morning in having this opportunity to speak to you, and may I shake the hand of every one of you. Even though I may be invisible to you, yet shall I shake the hand of each one, and I shall hold your hand if you stand by the light of your presence until your victory is won. I thank our blessed one for having brought forth this that will one day become known throughout America, and I thank her with all my heart and gratitude for having established an activity which will release unto those using it, that intensified energy which everyone needs today. Let us for a moment direct our attention to the early days of America, when from different parts of the world came those seeking freedom, and when their freedom was threatened, then did that power of light go forth to give them the assistance and protection. 1. To the I am 99 Discourses Gentlemen, it was my great privilege to stand unseen most of the time, pouring forth that mighty energy to mankind in those days, encouraging, strengthening, and sometimes appearing visibly and giving them the encouragement needed to go forward, for we knew that America was to be free, and that America shall remain free forever. This frightful, sinister thing that has its claws upon most of the world shall not have its claws upon our America. It is the heart of light of the earth, and some place, some spot on earth must be kept clean and free, that the powers of light may hold their dominion to spread to the rest of the world. The blood-drenched lands of Europe cannot be used, and in those centuries when I worked in France, England, Germany, Italy, and Switzerland, and the various parts of the country, Even in the Orient, I tried every way to pour forth such a power of radiation that would harmonize the people and enable them to see. Yet human selfishness became the dominant thing within the consciousness of the people. I mean those who established themselves at the heads of the government and, on the slightest pretense, would throw themselves against each other for no reason at all. That is why, dear people, today without the understanding of this mighty I Am Presence. Discourse 3. 3. There is no hope for mankind. There is nothing by which they can be established and sustained in the forward activity of peace. Peace cannot come to the world through the intellect. Peace has to come through the feeling and the understanding of a power and presence that is God in action. God is not a religious thing. God is the law of life which is beating your heart and every human being's heart on earth. Therefore, when mankind come to understand that it is God giving them life, and that God is practical in your physical world and wants you to have the happiness, the success, and the achievement that every heart desires, then that power of light that beats your heart, called into action, will produce that success for you, if your feeling world is kept harmonious. That is what mankind has not understood today, the need of harmony. If this is sustained for a sufficient period, the powers of the presence can flow through to do its perfect work, which is purity and perfection. The only reason your presence has not produced perfection for you is because of inharmony in the feeling world, which clothes that energy. You will notice the chart. That ray of light that comes into your head and anchors in your heart then goes out into your world. When that light is clothed with. For the I Am 99 Discourses discord, it carries that inharmony out into your world. People have not known that, but that inharmony goes forth, and just when you think you have achieved success, that quality begins to act, and the person to whom the inharmony has gone is no longer interested. This is how inharmony in the feelings acts. People feel discouragement, discontent, depression, or whatever quality of feeling is acting in their worlds. It goes forth to the individual whom you are contacting and they feel it, then you do not succeed. While if before you started out, and I plead with you, gentlemen, before you start out for any business achievement, go by yourself. Call the presence to charge you with its happiness, first with its harmony. Then say, Mighty I Am Presence, go forth in your mighty radiance before me and harmonize the person, place, and condition that I need to contact. Then you will find the way prepared, then your success will be assured because the powers of your presence have gone forth, and the individual's presence and your presence are one therefore, all of the individual's presence of God, which beats each human heart, one perfection. Then if you are harmonious and you pour forth enough love and harmony to the individual or group you are contacting, they will feel that and they will. Discourse 3. 5. Love to assist you, and that is success. If you go to a person or group with great antagonism within you, they feel that. Nothing in the world can prevent it. That is why mankind has not achieved success. They have not understood the laws of their being. You feel that radiation going forth before you, and if it is discordant and antagonistic, it produces the condition in the other individual, and you fail. The great law of life, gentlemen, is so magnificent if understood. In those days so long ago, when I did not understand them either, when that time came, and after going through tremendous experiences in the human octave, the same as all mankind is going through, then I too saw that the only thing that stood between me and my present position in the light was my own feeling. That feeling that became rampant and filled with anger and antagonism was the thing that had prevented my success, and is the only thing that prevents all mankind from having the happiness and success that is due everyone. Gentlemen, please feel that your godlight that beats your heart is the power of all achievement. If you keep yourself harmonious enough to call that power forth, or shall I say first, to let it flow forth, then as you come to understand that the presence is there that gives you life, you can call. 6. The I Am 99 Discourses it forth with an intensity that is inconceivable, even to your present understanding. You will see how that presence is the power of the universe and is the power of your achievement, no matter what it is you fix your attention upon, so long as it is constructive. Your higher mental body, which is your discriminating, selective intelligence, will not permit a greater power of that to flow forth if you are going to misuse it, because it will only cause imperfection, and it will not allow that to go forth, only that which you have accumulated. You may wonder, sometimes, how it is that men and women go forward so long doing destructive things. There are two reasons. First, perhaps in some past embodiment in which they have lived, they have called forth about their being tremendous energy. It is charged and held there because, for the sake of expression, selfishness held all that energy about them and did not allow it to go forth. Remember, you are the decreer of how that energy is going to act for you when it goes forth. Therefore, they had accumulated that, then for any destructive purpose, they can only use the accumulated energy that has been drawn about their bodies to produce destructive things. When that is used up, they are like a balloon without any air in it, and they cannot get more energy again. Then they fail. Discourse 3. 7. Now then, when individuals have come to understand this presence, no matter what the mistakes have been, please do not dwell upon them. If you know you have made mistakes, call on the law of forgiveness. Say, beloved mighty I am presence, one see that I do not do it again, and with great joy and strength, call on the law of forgiveness. Say, for mighty I am presence, one call you to take command and see that I do not do these things any more, that I do not make all these mistakes, because now I know that your intelligence is directing me, and I abide in sufficient stillness that it can come through and direct me. Remember, blessed people, that kindness is the greatest thing in the world if you wish to achieve. No matter what someone does to you, oh, go on in that great kindness and serenity, then the power of your presence can flow through and correct it. Do not ever take an arrogant attitude and strut the human vanity, I shall tell you what to do. Then you have antagonized, and no good can come of it. If you will remember, don't try to tell individuals what they should do. If necessary, endeavor, if they care to listen, to point out the law, but never allow it to appear as a personal thing. If the human element in them is strong, they will feel antagonistic if they think someone is undertaking to govern them. 8. The I am 99 discourses. After all, no one has a right to do that. The only thing, gentlemen, you are concerned with is the perfection of yourself and your world. There is nothing selfish about that. Then as you perfect yourself, that radiation will go out to those who feel that perfect activity, and remember, the radiation that goes out is self-luminous, intelligent substance. You do not see it with the physical sight, yet in the feeling world it is very tangible as any physical thing which you touch here. That is what mankind has not understood, that this radiation which goes out is a tangible thing to everyone. Of course, among people who have studied metaphysics, they are inclined to think they are the only people that are sensitive. That is a mistake. Everybody on earth is tremendously sensitive, more than they realize. They feel these things. If you understand the law, pour out love and kindness. I do not mean love as a sentimental thing. Love has nothing to do with sentiment. Love is self-luminous, intelligent substance of the presence that goes forth at your call. But when we speak of divine love, we refer to that self-luminous, intelligent substance which is energy and substance, which you need to draw into action to go out and perform its perfecting activity in your world. Dear ones, today in this wonderful opportunity. Discourse 3. 9. Remember that there are a number of you who lived in those early days of America. Some of you who knew that I actually appeared in the visible, tangible body in Independence Hall, were a part of that great achievement. Now you are a part of that greater achievement, the victory of the light, and by the power and use of the sword of blue flame shall your victory and America's be won. Gentlemen, only the night before last, the most magnificent, cosmic activity went on over your America. We feel that we have taken the first mighty step to that invincible protection of America, because of the call of the beloved brothers and sisters of light who have called so earnestly to the presence for the protection of America and the blessing of her people. You may not quite realize it, but I assure you there is no thing so important in the world today as this protection of America, for America must be held the cup of light, if not, the light goes out for the earth. The powers of light have been called into action by the achievement that has thus far been attained. Beloved ones, the messengers have been courageous and strong, and you who have joined in that great courage and strength in making this call and these mighty decrees, are a wonderful part of. 10. The I am 99 discourses. This which we accomplished the night before last. Oh, it is magnificent. I cannot take the time to go into it or even give you a fragmentary idea of what occurred, but be assured that everything possible is being done for the protection of America and the setting free of her people. You, gentlemen, are the power that can bring forth this great light by your call to the presence far more than you know. As the men all over America are realizing this and making this call, then remember, your blessed wives represent the feeling world of mankind. As you enter into that joy and freedom and give each other freedom, then will the power of light descend into and throughout the world and perform its magnificent service. It is so wonderful once mankind understand their obligation to each other and what can be done in their call. May the light of your mighty I Am presence flood your being in your world, take command, produce its perfection, hold its dominion there, and send you forth the ambassadors of light. Charged with the power of light and radiation of your beloved mighty I Am presence, which floods your world with its harmonizing, perfecting activity, and sets you free in the victory of the light, the victor over all limitations, and the glory of your ascension. In the wisdom of your presence. Discourse 3:11 Beloved ones, it is the law of life. Everyone, one day, must purify and raise the purified human form into the higher mental body and then into the electronic body. There, you are free forever from the wheel of birth and rebirth, the only means in the world by which you can be set free. Then in that achievement, turn and render that great service to the earth, as we are doing, until all are lifted free forever from the human activity of life. When that great service is being rendered in dissolving human creation, dissolving and consuming the accumulation of mankind, remember, gentlemen, the consuming of 2/3 of the human creation of every individual who is sincere in the light has been accomplished. Therefore the pressure of your own human creation is so much less that, with your earnest attention for a short time to your presence and the release of its mighty energy, it floods you and your world with its success, happiness, courage, strength, and its perfection. I thank you. Discourseii 27 November 14, 1937. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Beloved brothers of light, for such I am going to call all of you who have styled yourselves as minute men. Today I take it for granted that you realize that expression means, I shall use one of your expressions, on your toes, alert every moment, watching, guarding. Seeing what you can do to more fully glorify yourself and your world, thus spreading out into the activity about you the glory of this presence which waits, and waits for the opportunity to release its powers into action for you. For remember, the only means by which the powers of the presence can find activity is through your mind and body, your feeling world, and remember, your feeling world is the most important of all, for it is your powerhouse, and your feelings do act in your world. The feeling is the most remarkable thing in all human experience. Your attention is powerful, but your feeling is still more powerful, and is the most powerful thing in your use today, once you understand that you are responsible and must consciously direct it. Discourse 3 May 13 I offer a suggestion to you, gentlemen. Not only call forth the perfecting activity of your world, but take up a definite activity for charging the powers of your business into action for your success. Your business is important, your outer activity is important as a means, a channel, by which you can pour forth the powers of your presence into the activity of mankind. Now I have not said much about the Minutemen's activity because I was waiting to see just what, of their own volition, they were going to do, they were determined to do, but since it is sweeping over America, I feel I should very definitely say something today for your encouragement and strength. If the businessmen, remember, we should not use that word if, when the businessmen come to realize in the groups, even as you have a number here today. What you can do for yourselves and for each other in calling forth the powers of the presence to charge its activity and success into your business activity, I tell you, dear people, you can do wonders for yourselves in calling the presence forth. Will charge it into your business'll and think. If you have 100 men, if you have 500, then each one has 500 times his own effort charged into his business world for his success. Do you not see how you cannot fail in your 14. The I Am 99 Discourses achievement or anything upon which you direct your attention in the outer business activity, if a group of businessmen kept charging the powers of the presence into action for success? Of course, your motives must be kept all right, because if there is a wrong motive, if a wrong feeling is acting, it will clothe this energy that goes forth. Remember, all that you can use of the intelligence that ever came forth to any human being on earth comes from that presence. You sometimes are inclined to think that you gather ideas from without, and you do, but gentlemen, think what you are doing, you are gathering other men's ideas through other individuals. Some are good, some are not. Now then, why not in your present understanding of this great presence, turn to it, and each one, every night before you sleep, turn your attention there and ask it to give you the perfect ideas concerning the conducting of yourself and your business. Do you not see, within that, you would call forth the infinite powers of light, strength, courage, and intelligence to govern your activity of your world, and you could make it whatever success you chose to. There would be nothing to stand before you in that activity. Then as you have your business stabilized, successfully acting, you can call the presence too. Discourse 3:15 provides someone there to take charge of your business. You find yourself enabled to have the means and time to have the directing intelligence to go out and spread this very thing among others who in their heart want to know of this great light. Sometimes there are those who, through preconceived ideas or by listening to foolish gossip or something like that, think this is something, shall we say, far-fetched, but you know, gentlemen, that it is not. You know that the presence is the source of all life, intelligence, and activity. Without it, no human being would have freedom, no human being would have intelligence with which to act. No one would have power to accomplish anything. Notice in your call to the presence, whether it is in your business, whether it is in your own expansion of your light, or in gathering the powers of achievement, you call your presence into action, and love, wisdom, and power are acting in balanced form. No one point of that triangle can act separately. If the power of divine love is acting without wisdom and power, it is apt to be extreme. If wisdom is acting alone, it becomes cold and unfeeling by the human qualificatum. If power is there acting, it will make everyone fear you. We watched a gentleman in Washington, D.C. 16 The I Am 99 Discourses many years ago. Try it out. He conceived this idea of calling forth some one of these activities of knowledge, and he happened to focus upon power. In a short time every one of his friends and associates faded away because they became afraid of him, because they felt this power surging all the time as he kept gathering it. You can gather a budget you whatever force you want to and it will act, but if it is power, it may easily become destructive. If it is the power of love, as divine love, it may run into the sex activity if ungoverned by wisdom. If wisdom is acting alone, it may easily become cold and unfeeling. The only power that is the achievement of success in all the world of activity of mankind is love, wisdom, and power in balance. And no human being can hold himself in balance without the power of his presence, which is your call to the presence to release its powers of action in and through you and out into your world. With most, your presence is acting, which is love, wisdom, and power in balance. It is the greatest thing ever on the face of this earth for mankind, whether you wish to use it in your business, whether you wish to use it in the expansion of the light in the heart center, the anchorage from your presence, or whatever it is you wish to do. Discourse 3:17 Let me suggest to you this, if you are in business and you have established a business office, go to your office before anyone else is there in the morning and charge it with peace and activity, charge it with the power of love, wisdom, and power to spread out among your employees and produce its harmonious activity and hold its dominion there. Then call forth the power of divine justice in and through yourself and your people, and you will have such magnificent activity as the world has always sought but has never known, except in a few instances. That is why, gentlemen, in your activity as Minutemen you can utilize this great power, and that is why your attention is called to the presence not only as a spiritual activity, because it is more educational than spiritual. Life is educational, and all this furnished by your presence is the activity of life. It is not anything unusual, but it is the practical understanding and application of the laws of your life. Now these currents of energy are flowing in and through you all the time, perhaps in only a fragmentary manner to what you can call forth by your attention and application, but taking it as the ordinary individual today, the power is flowing through. Not understanding this, human beings constantly 18 The I Am 99 Discourses requalify it with discord, and it carries that discord into their worlds. Then it suddenly looms up before them, and mankind wonder why their success is not what they want it to be. It is only because mankind have not understood the very life that is flowing in and through them and out into their world, by which they attain success, achievement, or whatever it is. You think you make physical efforts, and of course you do. But what is in that effort? That energy from your presence is sweeping through you out into your world. Do you not see, that is the only power of achievement there is? If that energy which does not discriminate of itself, if you understand the powers of your presence and that you can call forth its great wisdom to direct that energy, then there is no longer any question in your life of the complete and full power of success and of achievement. Wherever that energy is directed. The difference is between bringing it to a focal point, which is by the power of your attention, or as you would sweep out like that, there would be no definite achievement. As you spread a thing broadcast like that, it is scattered energy. but when you understand the powers of your presence and the focusing of your attention upon a Discourse 3:19 given objective, you focus all the powers of your presence right into that objective and hold it there with definite precision and action until the very power of that energy compels that through into achievement. It is the most definite thing in the world before mankind if you look upon it as the practical application of your life, not anything unusual. Do not let yourself begin to think of your mighty I am presence as something mystical or fantastic. It is not. It is the most practical thing in the world and the only thing that makes anything permanent. In the failures and losses that have beset mankind, such a thing would be impossible if their attention was held firmly upon the presence. I say to you gentlemen who are, I am, students, remember that you must hold definite, invincible protection of your presence about you and your affairs every day. Do not miss it. If there has been something, shall we say for the sake of expression, destructive, in your life stream in some previous embodiment and that now tries to surge forth, if you are not using that invincible protection and the violet consuming flame, do you not see how the law of your being would allow it to come forth and find expression today in your activity? This is the natural thing. It is absolutely 20. The I am 99 discourse is bound to do it unless you call sufficient protection from the presence and use the violet consuming flame to dissolve all that comes forth, because, remember, in your activity of your attention to the presence, you are either consciously or involuntarily calling all of this accumulation forth to be dissolved and consumed, because you are its creator. You have to get rid of it, and whether you want to do it or not, the very law of your being, the presence, is calling this forth. Therefore, unless you use the violet consuming flame, some of these things will find expression in your outer life, and that is not necessary. We have seen conditions where I wish so much the individuals would understand and use the violet consuming flame and keep these destructive things, I mean discordant or destructive things, from coming forth, because those are things, if you do not understand, that will be discouraging. And there is no need of that. You have touched the victory of life, the victory of all achievement. You are not at the mercy of anything, not even human creation. You are the victory of life, and remember it. There is not a thing in the world that can daunt you or cause you 1 minute's failure in the future. You are master of your world if you will call the power of your presence into action and keep yourself. Discourse 3:21 Harmonious. Remember, gentlemen, you have no chance unless you will keep your feelings harmonious, and there is no provocation in the outer world that warrants your being disturbed. When you know the powers of this presence, you will be able to control yourself and keep yourself harmonious. Therefore, keep calling it forth and charging it definitely into your business, into your home and your activity. It is the commanding presence. Nothing can stand before it because where light expresses, darkness disappears. I want to tell you of this magnificent activity in the opening of your meeting. I cannot tell you what great joy it gives me, because it does release a joy and enthusiasm to start the activity. Then I release the powers of the presence in your meetings and your decrees, and it goes out into your worlds and begins its mighty work. Do not forget it, blessed brothers of light. You are 110 longer subject to limitations. If you need money and your motive is right, beloved ones, say, Mighty I am presence be released to me now through the power of divine love, this money that I require for use. Then, if channels be used, the wisdom of the presence will select and direct those channels that will cooperate through the power of 22. The I am 99 discourses divine love and divine order to give you the assistance you want. But do not have any secret motives in your heart, gentlemen, or in your feeling world, that you want to put something over on someone or deceive them. If you do, you will be the one that will be deceived. The great law of life will no longer permit this thing among mankind. Therefore, go forth with the power of the universe, and nothing can stop your achievement. Call blessings upon your employees, and call blessings upon everybody that wants what you have. If you are putting forth some commodity, call blessings forth that it will bless everybody that touches it. Oh, the power of blessing, gentlemen! It is no sentimental thing. It was once thought to be only for the feminine activity, but, gentlemen, today mankind is coming to know that the power of blessing is a divine activity of life and is the most protective power in all human experience, the power of blessing called forth. And why is it so? Gentlemen, I always try to be so practical. I do not tell you a thing can be, but I tell you why it is so, because that power of blessing is charging forth self-luminous, intelligent substance that enfolds that person, place, or condition, and is the light of your presence which knows no resistance or interference. Then why is it not practical? Why is it not a Discourse 323 power for good? Why is it not a power for your achievement? Remember, as you call forth this greater and greater enthusiasm of the powers of your presence, naturally you will become more harmonious. You will have a greater strength and power to convince you of your own power of achievement, which you know comes from your presence. Then all of this uncertainty of yourself and wavering in the consciousness or feeling world will cease to be, because the power of your presence is flowing forth, which is all confidence, all power of achievement. Therefore, all of the conditions that existed in your feeling world must cease because this power that comes through just sweeps it out, and there is nothing which can remain before that light. You see how everything is practical in this understanding of life. I tell you, gentlemen, that you in Philadelphia today could take a group of 100 men, or ladies for that matter, and with that firm, unyielding determination, with no wavering in your feeling world of the powers of the presence, could transform any city in the United States in 1 year's time. We are coming to this point where we shall show you ere long the proof of those words. No longer is mankind subject to the mistakes they have created. All mankind have made plenty of mistakes, but it is no reason why you need continue in 24 the I am 99 discourses them. I want you, if you will, to try this out. All of you join each other and, if one of your group needs a little added assistance, decree and call the powers of the presence to take command of him, his mind, body, and world and produce its perfection there. If you will do that, you can give the most marvelous assistance that it is possible to conceive of. Then, if one is not quite sure of his own application, you will give him added courage, and with dynamic power you produce results. After you see a few results, your confidence gains with such power there is no longer any question. Just see the messenger today. Oh, a few years ago he was a timid lad whose sympathy was so great, today, a power, because the human element has been largely dissolved and has disappeared, and that is why. The powers of the presence when called into action will steadily and surely take its dominion in your mind and body, and you will presently find yourself able to do that which you could not conceive of even a few weeks before. Remember, the power of your presence, I say to you, is self-luminous, intelligent substance, and as you call it forth and it flows in, through, and around your body, it simply takes command of even the atomic structure of your body, of the cells of Discourse 325 your body. Therefore, as it gains, there is no timidity. There is only the consciousness of divine wisdom, love, and power acting, which knows no resistance of any human qualities. Therefore, when you go out to meet your fellow man in the requirement of your business activities, you will not feel that someone, because they have called forth a dominating power, can sweep you under because of that dominant human quality that is there. I ask you, gentlemen, to read where the power of the messenger came forth for that man at the mine and dissolved his human, dominating qualities. Remember, you meet that thing everywhere you go, less today than a year ago, because of the great and mighty decrees that have gone forth, but still you will meet plenty of it yet. Whenever you go forth, call the powers of your presence into action before you come into the presence of others. Mighty I am presence v you are in command here. There is no human being who can dominate or influence me. Therefore, you take command of this mind and body. You act there or speak here. You will find there will be no desire upon the part of anyone to try to browbeat or dominate you, but be sure when you begin to see this manifesting, be careful that no human feeling comes within you to dominate another. If you do, you will undo your work. 26 The I am 99 discourses I tell you, this is as definite and practical as your mathematics. If you will continue to call this forth, just steadily, and surely the powers and perfection of the presence will take command of your body and not only produce strength and health in your body, but flow out into your world and steadily and surely take their dominion in all your endeavors. And make you a success and one to be honored among men. Do you realize, gentlemen, what that would mean to you as you move among your own circle of people, one to be honored and looked upon as one who is a minister of divine justice? Whatever you ask for yourself, ask for all mankind. Then you will be fulfilling the law. But watch, stand guard over yourself that, as you begin to see your achievement, no human quality begins to find expression. Every time your human begins to assert itself, make it shut up and sit down, one mighty I am presence. You are the only acting presence here. Don't let my human act and disturb all this. 99 Then as you hold yourself harmonious in all conditions, you will find the powers of your presence will flow forth and out into your world and harmonize it, and all will be a glorious activity wherever your attention is directed, because your attention is a mighty power. It causes the energy of that which you call forth from the presence to flow forth to a. Discourse 327 Give an objective upon which your attention is fixed, and there is not anything that could prevent its success or action but yourself. You are the authority in your world, you are the decreer of how this energy is going to act, for you do not forget it. As you understand and feel this great power, then how at ease and restful will all feeling within you become. That great tension and tightening of the muscles and nerves of the body when anxiety besets you, will just let go and subside. Then you will feel rest, and in that peace and rest is the open door to the powers of your presence to flow forth. Remember, gentlemen, at first with some individuals, some natures, it requires dynamic application to release a sufficient added power of the presence to give you the assurance of its operation. But after you have continued for some time, easier, more and more natural it becomes, until finally you find it almost involuntary with its great volume of action. Try it out and you will see every word we and the messengers tell you is the law of life which you can set into action if you will. But you must not be impatient. You must not be subject to the suggestions of those about you. If a man comes up to you who understands nothing about this work and says, I am astonished that you are mixed up in something of that kind. 28 The I am 99 Discourses Gentlemen, you will meet that almost everywhere you go, more or less, sooner or later. Now you have to be strong enough to look that person straight in the eye and say, why should you judge something of which you know nothing? Don't try to spew your venom into my world. And when they see you are positive, they will leave you alone. Gentlemen, the suggestion of the outer world is the cause of all failure of mankind today, not only the direct suggestion through the spoken word, but through the feeling. People these days have learned that they can sit down and project thought and feeling at you and you respond to it. Now then, the need today of mankind is to protect themselves and call the presence to draw that tube of light about themselves. Then that thing cannot penetrate and act through the feeling world. You do not know how much you are acting according to the touching of something outside, into your feeling world. Gentlemen, remember, that still in the feeling world of mankind is a very destructive power. The great cosmic beings are cleansing and purifying with great speed, but if you knew the accumulation that was in the Earth's atmosphere, caused by the discordant creations and generation of mankind, then you would know it cannot be done in a flash of lightning. Great achievement is being. Discourse 329 accomplished in the removal of this discordant element and the dissolving of mankind's own activity. Therefore be patient, be firm, be determined in your application, and there will nothing daunt you in its power of success and achievement. Today I think I shall say this because there are those here from New York. In no one city is there a condition as did exist in New York before the last two classes there. But by our seeing and knowing this, the tremendous activity that has touched mankind has been governed to a very large degree. The financial failures through the panics in New York, of course it reached to other cities, but that was the heart center of the activity, charged the atmosphere of New York. You have no idea. That suggestion through the frantic fear generated through thousands of individuals who lost their all, as they thought, made a condition there that was the most destructive outside of actual war conditions. Therefore, wherever there is a stock exchange activity, gentlemen, there is a focus of mighty destructive power. Now then, if you have been acting in those activities, do not be suddenly frightened. Go on, call the presence into action to place you in your own perfect activity of service, then you will just blend, as it were, into your perfect activity of service. 30 The I am 99 Discourses do not do anything drastic. Do not make drastic changes, but just call your presence into action and you will do the perfect thing you should do at the moment. Today in the marvelous opportunity that is yours, and may I remind you that in these conditions that existed through the great losses of so many, if they had understood, they would have known that could not be but a temporary thing. Their same power, their same ability was thereby which they achieved, and if they would have said to that appearance, now, you cannot daunt Mel, you cannot scare me. I have the same powers that I had before, therefore I can begin right over, they would have gone forward to the same achievement or greater, but they gave way before that destructive feeling of the sinister force of mankind which wanted them to give way. You today, as students of this understanding of the great law of life, when people speak to you, if they show any interest, the first thing, dear people, tell them this is the law of life. And the words, I am, are the drawing of a mighty power or focus at your point in the universe in the use of those words. There is nothing unusual about it. Make the people feel the practicality, the naturalness of it the very first thing before they begin to wonder. Discourse 331. Whether it is something mystical, unusual. You see, all understanding of the laws of life has been clothed with mysticism, something mysterious. There is nothing mysterious about this work. When all is understood, it is practical. Therefore, put it forth with that feeling to mankind everywhere you go, and you will find very few people will oppose it. But gentlemen, if individuals seem inclined to argue, change the subject and disappear, because there is nothing gained in any kind of argument. It is one human being's opinion against another's, and they remain the same when they have finished. In the messenger's attitude of life from early childhood, he brought forth that understanding. He has always said, if you care to listen to my idea, very well and good, if not, just the same. He has never allowed people to argue with him. Therefore, people realize that if they are inclined to listen, they are in a condition where you can give help, but if their mind is just like that, ready to charge forth with their ideas, you cannot accomplish anything. It is a waste of time and energy, so stand guard always over those conditions. Dear, blessed ones, remember I hold your hand to your victory. All I want, blessed ones, is to see that your motive is right, that you are earnest and sincere to the law, and I shall hold your hand too. 32. The I am 99 Discourses your victory. I mean it. We have entered into this activity of light for the victory of life to all mankind who want it. The ascended masters, and there are thousands of them, are ready to give assistance at everyone's call, for this is the victory of light. Remember, when the light comes forth, darkness disappears, and limitation of any kind is darkness. Mankind have drawn themselves into that by the lack of understanding of the presence, which they have forgotten entirely. Now they have been reminded. The opportunity is before them. They can have anything their hearts desire. What is the desire within you? What is the desire? That you have freedom and every good thing you require for use. The law of life, the light that is beating your heart gives you that desire. Remember that everything that you use is in that stream of light, then every quality that is there must come from the presence. If you have reclothed it by your qualification, it is no fault of the presence because it gives you that energy. Then what are you going to do with it? Are you going to use it constructively, or are you going to clothe it with discord and use it destructively? The choice is quite yours, and there is no one who can say you nay. I cannot say to you, you shall do thus and so. But so long as your motive is right and you use constructive desires and Discourse 333 Feelings, I shall go to the limit to help you to success, freedom, happiness, and everything your heart desires for your blessing and freedom. I thank you. Discourse 349 December 19, 1937. Los Angeles, California. Gentlemen, I have decided today to call you my mighty Minutemen. As I have watched the response to this desire to give protection to America, can you feel with me for one moment the joy that fills my being? After more than 200 years, when I tried so long to bring about a united Europe and saw at last that it was useless, then in your beloved, our beloved America, it seemed the last opportunity left, and so I took advantage of it. In assisting in the inception of your freedom here, I found those individuals, from time to time, strong enough and who were willing to listen and be inspired. Sometimes I came forth in the tangible body and gave the strength, energy, and assistance. Then today, I found these beloved messengers to be strong enough to withstand the terrible onslaught of viciousness, which after all is not just a personal thing. It is accumulated destructive qualities of mankind, and sometimes mankind are, a few are, off guard enough to allow themselves to be used by this sinister thing. But that is expected as long as 34. Discourse 335 Mankind have created these destructive qualities, and there is no power anywhere on earth that does create anything except that which is created by mankind, so far as your physical octave is concerned. Why is it done, gentlemen? Why do these limitations and these things exist? Because of the lack of understanding, and because mankind had forgotten this presence. They had forgotten the use of these words, I am. Why are they so important? Because when you speak the words, I am, you are announcing divinity or the Godhead at your point in the universe, and there is no power of human creation that can stand against those words. Once you understand and feel that, then you will begin to set yourself free forever from human limitations into which you have drawn yourself, for mankind, as a mass, are responsible for the discord and the limitations in which they move today. But because they have been unfortunate enough to create these conditions, gentlemen, beloved Minutemen, you need no longer continue in those conditions, because in the understanding of this presence, that is the governor of the universe. Then you can call its power through your individualized human forms, your flesh bodies, you can call the mighty power of that presence as directing intelligence and enfolding protection, until no longer may one. 36. The I am 99 Discourses solitary thing of human creation or limitations drawn about you affect you in any way. Observe the chart for a moment. Observe that tube of light. You can call your mighty I am presence into action to make an invincible wall of light, tube of light, in which you can move untouched by the outer discord of the world. The messengers do that today. They stand a living proof before mankind that no viciousness directed at them can touch them, because they have called the presence to draw that tube of light about them, and they can move in the world but not of it. You see in that tube of light the violet consuming flame. Now, gentlemen, it does not matter what the human opinion is, we know from our octave of light the truth concerning these things in your physical bodies and your world of activity. Every human being on the face of this earth has created discord through the hundreds and perhaps thousands of embodiments in which they have lived, similar to these, in every embodiment, some more or some less. Therefore, that is accumulated about them, and there is no means on the face of this earth of dissolving and freeing yourselves from that accumulation except by the use of the violet consuming flame, as you see illustrated there on the chart. You. Discourse 352. Cannot do these things physically. You simply from the physical octave make the call to the great presence above you to place the tube of invincible protection about you. It will establish the tube of light, and the violet consuming flame passing from your feet up, and it will dissolve every discordant thing you have created about you through the centuries. Gentlemen, I ask you, is it not worth any effort on the part of the human, which is but so slight in comparison to the great release that comes, to call the presence into action to establish the tube of light and use the violet consuming flame and set yourself free? That you may go forth in the world calling forth the powers of the presence and, by your understanding of the imperative need, harmonizing your feeling. Your feeling world extends as far as your hands reach out, sometimes farther, but that is your feeling world, the world in which you can live, the only place, gentlemen, on the face of this earth where you or anyone can live. There is northwest other place. You are compelled to live in the world of your own creations. If you do not understand that what has brought you limitations can be dissolved by the power of the infinite intelligence, don't you see, there no means of freeing yourself. But today, in the 38th the I am 99 Discourses fullness of its infinite power, how quickly it can be done. Take the beloved messenger standing before you, he was in as many limitations as any of you when those experiences began as recorded in Unveiled Mysteries. And when I saw within him and his beloved wife the strength, the power to withstand the onslaught of mankind, even many associated with me in the octave of light questioned their strength. But notwithstanding, I said, I shall try it out, and did, successfully. So I say to you today, as I did to him in the beginning of those experiences when I asked him to use the violet consuming flame and the tube of light, in 6 weeks he felt as though tons had been lifted off of his physical body. Therefore, beloved ones, what he has done, any one of you can do, and unless you will do these things, beloved ones, there is no chance of your being free from the limitations into which you have drawn yourselves. Many of mankind, not understanding this, have believed that the genius, the ability of achievement, was here. They never accepted the heart, but thought that within their giant intellect was the cause, the reason, the power for the achievement. But what is this intellect? Gentlemen, I ask you to listen a momental when there is a so-called Discourse 339 dead body lying before you, all those faculties, the brain and all the faculties are there. All of the organs are there, but the body no longer acts, does it? Then where is all that intelligence, all that energy, strength, courage, happiness, and power with which that form was acting. Where is it then? Gentlemen, behold that stream of light coming from your presence. There is where all intelligence, energy, and all power with which your human forms act, came from. There is northwest other place in the universe it can come from. Once you understand that, you will have touched your source, your powerhouse of light, your source of all intelligence. Then, gentlemen, you can, by keeping your feelings harmonized and by stopping all requalification by discord in your feelings, you can call this mighty energy forth and free yourselves forever from all limitation. And call forth from the treasure house of that presence all the money and everything else you require for use, because you are acting in accordance with the law of life which is harmony. Therefore, gentlemen, there is not one thing in this world you cannot have that is constructive, if you understand this presence and abide within the harmony of its being, and give the required obedience through your physical form and the laws of life. 40. The I am 99 Discourses. Let me remind you there is not one thing mystical or unusual about any of this. The words I am are the explanation of life brought forth here for your use, to call forth its greater intensification at your point in the universe in your activity. Therefore, gentlemen, if you care to take hold of this which we know to be true, I guarantee you that in a short time you will have all the evidence in the world that you want of the power of this law of life to act, not only to protect and set you free but to call forth that greater and greater happiness, courage, and strength into your life that makes you the master of yourself and your world. Your world cannot be mastered until first you, yourself, are mastered, because through your human form must flow the power from the great God presence of life that harmonizes, perfects, and brings the success into your world in whatever direction you may decide to direct that energy. Therefore, gentlemen, you are the choosers of how this energy is going to act for you. There is no one who can say to you, no one in this universe has a right to say to another, you shall do thus and so. You are responsible alone to your own God presence. Now remember, gentlemen, the means or reason by which this great presence utilizes this great Discourse 341 intelligent direction for you. Observe the chart, please. Between your own God presence and your physical form is your higher mental body, not pictured on the chart, however, a form. The higher mental body is just as tangible in the higher octave as your physical body is here. It is through the higher mental body that the direct power comes, for your higher mental body knows the perfection of the presence and also the imperfection, the undesirable creation which the human has drawn about itself, but will not accept the imperfection into its world. Therefore, when you call to the presence, your higher mental body, knowing the requirements, has all power to release and do the things for which you call, and will do it, provided you will keep yourselves harmonized sufficiently. That is the means today by which mankind can come into their freedom and mastery. But look out, all the old occult methods and metaphysical angles of truth brought forth, all contain some part of the great truth of life. All have done a magnificent work for mankind, but it is not the fullness or completeness, and it cannot be, until each human being knows that above him is his own God presence to which he can call for strength, courage, and energy. 42. The I am 99 Discourses. Today the impact of the discordant creation of mankind, as I have said to the students of America, is 10 times that of the atmospheric pressure of the earth. Therefore, you understand then the pressure you are under in your lack of understanding, in your inability to dissolve and consume the accumulations of the centuries. Therefore, today you are in a position to definitely dissolve and consume every limiting discordant thing that has ever been drawn about you through the centuries. Remember, gentlemen, think for a moment. After the accumulation of hundreds and perhaps thousands of embodiments, this is a great law of life, which is your life, that has seen fit to bring forth the understanding in its clearness and completeness today, by which you can dissolve, call the presence to dissolve, in a few weeks or months at most, practically all of the discord and accumulation that you have drawn about you through the centuries. Isn't it worth any effort on the face of this earth, gentlemen, to free yourself and be the success in your chosen vocation you wish to be? There is not anything of mankind or all put together that can save you, or stay your successful achievement once you understand this presence today in its authentically humble law of its being to produce its perfection and hold its dominion here. Discourse 343. Not one thing of the human can stand before that presence here, because that mighty intelligence, that mighty energy which you call forth from that presence is light, self-luminous, intelligent substance, just as tangible in its own octave as your flesh is here. When you call that light from your presence forth, it just flows in, through, and around you, sweeps out all imperfection, and sets you free in the glory of its mighty, directing intelligence. Those who have entered sincerely into the understanding of this and have given obedience to the laws of their life, have found this to be true. Everyone will and can prove it, and as I have said repeatedly, everyone can prove this law right, and there is not a living person who can prove it wrong. You are not dealing with something mystical, you are dealing with the currents of energy of your own life. Therefore, gentlemen, it is practical. There is not one thing in the universe so practical as the application of your own life applied in your business or the world today. I say to you lawyers, judges, doctors, whatever your position may be, you gentlemen need not, when you come into this understanding, suddenly change your vocation in any way. Begin at the point in the universe where you are and apply that law if you are a lawyer and are dynamic in your call end. 44. The I am 99 discourses harmonious in your feeling activity and use the intelligence of your presence, it will make you a success beyond your fondest imagination. To the doctors I will say, you will be inspired by the powers of the presence, and by your attention to it, you will suddenly know what to do to bring results that will astonish the world. I will say to the physical scientists, if they understood the ascended masters and would give their attention to the presence, the world would be transformed inside of a year because the scientists' brains are already attuned to receive these scientific discoveries. Through them the intelligence of the presence would flow forth into their activity, and it would be magnificent beyond words. But beloved brothers of the light, when the intellect says it is all there is, it has bound you in the chains of some more limitations, and one day you will find that to be true. That is the source of life, and that is your mighty I am presence, that is the only knower, the only intelligence, the only doer. And the human form is but the vehicle through which it acts. When you understand that and know you can turn to the presence in moments of great need, its intelligent energy, courage, and strength will flow in and through your body, out into your world to harmonize any discord. Discourse 345 in the most magnificent manner any human being ever witnessed. Therefore, beloved ones, you are no longer subject to the conditions that exist in the world today. Now then, we have been talking to you about yourself and your application. Let me touch your hearts for a moment, and remember, if you have not read Washington's vision, I ask every one of you to do it, for this is the point upon which I wish to speak to you now. Europe is in the throes of such chaos as has never been known in the history of the world. I pleaded and worked with Europe for 300 years, but the human would not listen, and the conditions today are the outpicturing of that tremendous chaos that has accumulated. Do you not understand that the vibratory action of creations of its kind, if allowed to build, continues to grow and grow and grow into a great whirling vortex of mass destructive activities and qualities, and that is what is the matter with Europe today. Unless some tremendous miracle of light is performed, there is no hope for Europe. But you today in America, whose land has not been saturated by the blood of the wars of the centuries, have an opportunity, the last one on earth. That is why I am so grateful for the starting of the Minutemen's activity in America, for it gives an 46th the I am 99 discourses opportunity for you gentlemen to understand the need today of the protection of America, and it can be done. Invincible protection can yet be called about America so that not one particle of war shall enter her borders. Even though you are in the throes of dangerous activities, every attempt of the sinister force is being made to bring war into America, and I swear to God it shall not be done. America must stay free. If she is drawn into that embroilment, she will invite into the center of America that terrible, destructive element as shown in Washington's vision. That is why we have been taking the messengers without a moment of rest throughout America, touching the heart of America and causing them to realize the need of protection of America today. If you don't, you will wish you had never been born in America or anywhere else. I tell you, gentlemen, you cannot see as we do, you do not know what is going on in the inner activities that is trying in every way to reach its claws into America and seize the people and draw them into the destructive degradation into which Europe is being drawn. You sometimes think your newspapers exaggerate, but you cannot know the conditions in Europe, the source of which is hidden, but it is not hidden from us. That is why, beloved ones, today. Discourse 347 we are speaking with such earnestness to the hearts of the American people, so they will make the call for America and hold the security and balance of America forever serene in the glory for 1,000 years in the incoming golden age. That has never been known in the history of the earth since the second golden age. That is why, beloved people, we have not given the messengers a moment's rest, and they are still going forward with only 11 days between classes, just enough time to get to the next city and give a few broadcasts, that the people may touch and know of this work. I ask every one of you, beloved mankind, do everything you can to put forth these radio broadcasts and transcriptions as much as possible, that the people may be reached and that they may know and have the opportunity, if they will, to give this call to their own great God presence, and let the balance be held for the protection of America. That is why, beloved ones, we are calling to you today as never before. Think of it, we in the octave of light, beloved ones, we are just as tangible as you are. Oh, just because you do not see us, don't let your intellect say we are not tangible. The ascended master is just as tangible as you are, in fact, more so. The cosmic beings are just as tangible as 48. The I am 99 Discourses URL. Therefore today they are the only ones who can help you. Mankind, without the understanding of this God presence, cannot understand this, and they go on, dragging themselves into greater and greater limitations and into the vortex of this destruction more and more. The cosmic beings and the ascended masters, having gone your way of life, have set themselves free through the ascension, not as disembodied spirits. Don't make that mistake. They are ascended beings, hundreds and thousands of them who have made their ascension as beloved Jesus did, which is as practical as your mathematics of today. It is the fulfilling of the law of life. It is not an imaginary thing. Gentlemen, do not let anything instill into your mind that unhappy thing. Once you understand and know this, and you begin to call to your own mighty I Am presence, and see the manifestation of its great courage, strength, and power flowing through you and out into your world, then you will see and know once and for all that there is a mighty God presence, whose power does control the earth and its people. Once it is given a chance, it will do it, and we are pleading with you, knowing the requirements. If you will not listen, then you will come into that destruction. And if you enter into it, then shall we be compelled to. Discourse 349. Turn our faces away that we may not witness the destruction which will follow. Gentlemen, I say to you, a few individuals have tried to spread destruction and discord concerning the messengers and this work. When the need is so great today, can you understand what a tragic thing it is for such vicious creatures to try and drag people from this light, when it is for the protection of America, and not one thing asked in the world but that? Silence that thing wherever you move, and don't let these things affect the glory of the freedom for you and the rest of mankind. The depravity of human beings, which tries to bring discredit upon this work when it is for the freedom of America and its activities, is unparalleled in the history of the earth. Therefore, if you allow these destructive things to come in, then all of you will pay the penalty. You have not much time, dear people, not as you have had in the past. You are coming to the deciding point. We have held in abeyance for more than 18 months this mighty destructive thing that would have entered your America, hoping, feeling, and calling to blessed mankind that they would awaken and make the call that would give us the authority and power to complete the activity and perfection for you. Without the call of enough of mankind, we 50. The I Am 99 Discourses cannot do it. We cannot intrude upon your free will. If you insist on drawing yourselves into the complete destruction, then you have free will to do so. But if you will listen and allow us to help you, and make the call, and how do you let us help you? By your own call, which will give you greater courage and strength to do the things required. Only the day before yesterday, I walked the streets in the tangible body, visible to everyone because of the need in Washington today, as you have seen in your papers. And by the power of my own radiation there, I am trying by every effort within my being to hold the harmony and judgment of those men, that they will not make the wrong decision that will drag them into things they cannot extricate themselves from. That is what I am doing today, and don't let anyone think I am not tangible. Soon, if you will give your assistance, blessed ones, you shall know me in my own tangible body. And I shall shake your hands and congratulate you on the strength of the light within your own body that enables you to make a condition where the great cosmic light permits the ascended masters to come forth in the tangible body and walk and talk with you. Then America and her people will be free forever. That is the condition standing before you today, beloved people of America, beloved Minutemen. Discourse 351. You as the Minutemen of America, if you will, in 3 months can hold the balance for the protection of America. Will you do it? We are pleading for you. We are free of course forever, but you are not yet. Won't your hearts feel the glory of this which I am calling forth from within you today, and give that eternal, courageous response and be dauntless before the face of man in the explanation of this great truth, that more of mankind may come into this understanding. Read those books. By the power of God, there is not one single discrepancy in those books. It is because the viciousness of the minds of mankind becloud their intellect so that they cannot think or understand them, that they find discrepancies. We use simple language and always shall until mankind understand these simple laws, and understanding them, set the laws into action that set them free. This is why today, gentlemen, I am speaking to you from my heart to your heart, for I know that any heart cannot fail to understand the earnestness of my being and the great need of America today, if America is to be saved from that destructive thing coming forth on the face of the earth. Therefore, beloved ones, with all the love of my being, I enfold you today with the glory of its eternal power, courage, strength, and enfolding. 52. The I am 99 Discourses presence, that through your heart may release the light of your own God presence to set your world in order. Make your call quickly that gives the protection for America, then in that day when this great chaos is pushed back, dissolved, and consumed by the great cosmic light, then shall I come forth and shake your hand, every one of you. Then will you know my reality. For just a moment, I want to call your attention to the great goddess of liberty who is anchored above you here in this room for this special purpose today of pouring forth that mighty radiation to you, that you may forever feel and be sustained by it. Think of it, American people. In the name of God, I ask you to think of it. How was your Statue of Liberty brought into being? By the pennies of the children of France. That symbol is of this great cosmic being who gave Washington that vision, and who has now come forth to try and prevent the fulfillment of the last episode of it. She recently said in her own discourse that, at the time it was given, there did not seem to be a hope on earth for America's protection because the first two parts of it had already been fulfilled, but now in the understanding of this that has come forth, she has found the opening. The opportunity for that infinite protection if enough of mankind will make the call. Magnificent. Discourse 368. Think, beloved Anisi, you will excuse me if I speak of my own efforts, but when America's need was so great, the goddess of liberty, the great cosmic being, brought Lafayette with his assistance to America, and he gave his all to America, he being only a lad. Lafayette left his home and family to come and assist in the freedom of America. Then I brought von Steuben from Austria to train our American soldiers, and the victory was won. He gave all to America and passed from the human form here. Beloved ones, if those great ones would do that, then are you not sufficiently interested to enter into and understand wherein you can make the call to give the protection which they gave at that time? Oh, you do not comprehend that I might show you for a moment from the inner or higher octaves of light that great cause and effect which is moving on, so that you might see firsthand why I speak to you with such love and earnestness today. Oh, that it might reach the American people everywhere. In the fullness of my love, blessed Minutemen of America, I enfold you in my protection with its courage, strength, and happiness, and remember, joy is the great motor of life. As you feel that great power flow in and through your heart, out into your world, that harmonizes and perfects it, and gives. 54. The I am 99 Discourses you the power, strength, and courage in the call to your great presence which brings that great perfection to America, forever sustained. I thank you. Discourseii 70. January 23, 1938 OAKLAND, California. Beloved brothers of the light, Minutemen of America. It is a great joy to speak to your heart today. As I voice these words, or flash these words before the beloved messenger to you, I shall clasp your hand and try to enable you to feel in your feeling world the reality, the majesty, the magnificence of your own life, which is all there is to this universe, flowing into your mind and body. Please observe the chart and see that stream of light and energy from the great God presence, the mighty I Am, flowing into your physical body, anchoring within your heart, which is the means of your being here in physical embodiment. Without that ray of light and energy, there would be no human forms here. Therefore, if you understand that, you will know that all which exists in this human world of action today came through that stream of light and energy. You might say to me, that is quite a large statement. I say to you, it is true. Because everything that has form out here must necessarily first be in 55. 56. The I am 99 Discourses idea, a thought, and a feeling that takes form in substance in the physical world, which produced this building, produces your automobiles, your airplanes, and all that is today. Everything is first an idea, then a blueprint, and then a physical form. Therefore, if you realize that all that is, all that shall ever come forth into the use of mankind must come through that stream of light and energy which actually beats each human heart, then you will see that in no way are you limited in that which you can call forth from that great, all-wise presence, provided you will comply with the conditions of life necessary to keep from requalifying that energy as it flows forth into your body, then out into your world through the power of radiation or direct projection through your thought and feeling. Then you will understand how you yourself can become a master of yourself. I mean by that, this physical body and the feeling world that surrounds it as far as your hands extend. Then you will see that you can become the master of that substance which this energy and intelligence will use to produce perfection for you here in the physical octave, the only place where it needs to be called forth, because in the higher octaves it is already there. Human beings are the only ones who create discord, limitations, and imperfection, because they. Discourse 3. 57 have forgotten their God presence, the source of all life. Having so completely forgotten it, they have come to believe that the intellect is the only important thing because the energy and intelligence, they have come to believe, acts through the intellect alone, which is not true. While it does act through the intellect, still the true intelligence of the presence acts through your heart, which is feeling. All of you know quite well, I presume you have experienced it, that whenever you have followed the true promptings of your heart, you have not made mistakes. But when you have followed the impulses of the feeling world through the intellect, you have made many mistakes. That is why mankind have drawn themselves into these limitations today, because they have believed they could depend upon the intellect, which is accretion or information that they have gathered from without. Now that is human opinion. The difference between gathering human opinions through accretion and going directly to your God presence, the mighty I Am, from which all intelligence comes, is a vastly different thing, is it not? When you come to understand and feel, you can turn your attention to this God presence above you and, through that ray of light and energy, receive its mighty, directing intelligence, its 58. The I Am 99 Discourses limitless supply of exhaustless energy, then you will know you can charge your body with its limitless energy, with its mighty, directing intelligence until soon no mistakes will occur in your experience of the human octave. Then will you find harmony in your feelings maintained, and the call to the presence will suddenly charge a momentum of perfection into activity through your body, then into your world. You will first find a great peace and harmony within your feeling world, then as that grows greater you will find that reaching out into your world of action wherever you move, and everyone you contact will feel that great peace and harmony. Therefore, you will have no difficulty in the achievement of whatever your heart desires, provided it is constructive, provided the motive is right. If the motive is just and good, then there is no limit to that power that will flood forth to make you a success in whatever your heart desires. Everyone will succeed for a while, they will realize certain moments, maybe days or weeks, they feel the power of achievement, of joy with it, and then that disappears. Then comes a period of long uncertainty within the feeling of their ability, of their power of achievement, and in that time of uncertainty there is little or no achievement. Now then, when you come to know this presence. Discourse 3. 59 Of all life, turn your attention to it and let it take command of your mind, body, and your world of action. It will produce its harmony first, then its perfection and its success and achievement in whatever direction your attention is directed. That is the reason for allowing to be established what the Blessed Ones have chosen to term the Minutemen of America, because it is the hope that this simple, majestic understanding will be carried into the business world, into the industrial world where it is needed so much today. Take your present condition of such extreme chaos, the strikes, the agitation, and all the conditions that exist which are not improving anything, but are depriving many people of the money they need so much. It is not reaching the solution of anything. It is the cause of every revolution that has ever come in any country in the world. When revolutions come, it just means hundreds of thousands or millions of lives cut off from the opportunity of that for which they were intended in this embodiment. Today, gentlemen, we are facing a condition never before on this earth. The condition that exists in Europe, I have been there every day, is beyond all description. I would not attempt to voice it to you. That condition has come about through what we term the sinister force, which is but discordant. 60. The I am 99 Discourses. Human accumulation gathered through hundreds of centuries, and mankind have never understood before that they alone were responsible for these conditions. When mankind think to adjust conditions of individuals, cities, states, or government through discord, hatred, and anger, then they have made the endless mistake of life. It is true that one condition takes the place of another through wars, but there is no solution. Look at Europe, where I worked so many centuries, and when I thought I had one whom I was going to be able to depend on to carry out directions, he, too, failed. When we had trained Napoleon and brought him to the place where he had promised to give willing obedience, which would have brought the United States of Europe, he began to feel the power and said to us whom he knew personally, "I am the power," when in his quiet moments he knew better. He knew that he was being assisted and the power was given him by the ascended masters. When he would no longer give obedience, I said to him in his own apartment in Paris, "Napoleon, unless you continue to give obedience, your star sets tonight." He absolutely refused, and you know the rest of the story. That is so with every human being on the face of Discourse 3. 61. This earth who refuses to give obedience to their own law of life. We were not asking him to give obedience to us except insofar as our wisdom knew the need of the time. So it is today. So it has been in every civilization that has ever been. The few who remembered and were willing to give obedience were not sufficient to hold the balance in the feeling world of mankind. That is why today we have asked the students throughout America to use these decrees for certain perfection that acts within the feeling and mental world of mankind throughout America, for it is one, and that has produced such tremendous results today. At the close of the shrine class, we stood 50% to the constructive power, and we only require 3% more to hold the balance of the constructive power in America. Once we have gained that, I feel definitely certain that we will be able to hold from America this frightful, destructive thing that is sweeping Europe and the Orient today. It is planned definitely to sweep your beloved America, just the same, as it is a force that knows nothing but destruction. Do you wish to have it in your America? The opportunity is before you, gentlemen of America, to call forth the powers of this great God presence to stop this thing. Let me tell you, gentlemen, one thing that 62. The I am 99 Discourses occurred in the recent shrine class. From the time the messengers left the West, left Seattle going to the East, that sinister thing of America gathered forces, a momentum to try and strike at the messengers and stop the spreading of this light. It had accumulated to terrific force at the beginning of the shrine class. On the 9th day of that shrine class, such a power was released from those 6,000 people there, that the great cosmic light burst above that building and drove that sinister thing back beyond the borders of America, a thing that has never been done before. All that is the gained momentum by the power of the students throughout America, which was then called into action, concentrated there, and then shattered that sinister accumulation to pieces and drove it from your borders. That is what is done, beloved ones, from the invisible or inner standpoint, to the human state, but nevertheless it is tangible, beloved ones. This is the point, gentlemen, if you will only realize that a thing, because it is invisible, it does not mean that it is intangible. Just as I am flashing these words to the messenger standing here, you don't see me, but I am none the less tangible to you. Those are points that mean so much to mankind. If you will contemplate that all the power and force of any consequence you are using is invisible. Discourse 3. 63. The effect is visible, but the power is invisible. Just as this ray of light and energy coming from your own God presence is still invisible to most of you, yet it is tangible because it has produced these physical forms through which the power of life is acting. That is why, dear ones, today you must realize that you are facing the crisis of all human experience. Whether you are able to release by the call to this great presence and the cosmic light, that which will repel from the borders of America this destructive force, or whether it comes in and destroys most of mankind, still does it fail. For the cosmic light has said it will take its dominion on earth. If mankind will understand and make this call that is necessary, they may not be cut off in that which life intended in this embodiment, but go on and enter into the great perfection of this presence and have perfect health in the body, perfect directing intelligence, and the radiation that goes forth that harmonizes everything before you and gives you perfect achievement. The choice is with mankind in America today. The messengers have pleaded and worked without ceasing to carry forth this message I have brought to them, for well do I know, having worked for America for 200 years or more, well do I know the requirements. Every week I am moving in. 64. I am 99 Discourses some one of your cities in America in the tangible, visible body, and pouring forth a great irradiation to help you to establish the conditions necessary to give you freedom and perfection today. The students have said, well, if you are moving in the cities, why don't you come to us and show us you are real? I must be permitted to use my wisdom in that respect. I have asked the students everywhere if they will give obedience and harmonize themselves enough, then I shall appear to them and shake their hands the same as the messenger does. How soon that will come depends upon the harmony established within the individuals, because that is the secret of all achievement. Gentlemen, the maintained harmony in your feeling world that allows the power of this mighty intelligence and energy of the presence to flow forth into your body and out into your world, untouched by human qualification that acts through your feeling. You cannot penetrate this light with discord, but you can and do clothe it with the discord, with whatever qualities are in your feeling. It clothes the energy in your world and carries the qualities in your feeling because you are the authority. Being human beings of free will, you must choose how this energy that flows from the presence is going to act for you. Until you will believe that, until you will. Discourse 3. 65. Understand it, that it is true, and give sufficient obedience, you will not have the desired effect in your world. This requires not only your attention to the presence, but sometimes with individuals who have great accumulation of discord, it means dynamic application. And what do I mean by dynamic application? Call to your presence to release and stop all your feeling of discord that is requalifying this energy or clothing it as it goes forth. That is the thing today. Thousands and thousands of blessed ones are doing that, are giving the obedience necessary to let the power of the presence flow forth to do its perfect work for them, and wherever they have gained a certain achievement in that, their happiness, their joy, their courage is boundless. Then they begin to see they are no longer dealing with an uncertainty of life, but they are dealing with a power, an intelligence that can command its own activity in the world of human experience. But unless they do feel that, unless they understand that, they will just go on in their present limitations, there is no question about that. For without your understanding that your life, which is the source of all perfection, can produce that limitless perfection not only in your physical body but in your world of activity, then 66. I am 99 Discourses mankind are still subject to their accumulation of the centuries. Unless mankind will call the presence to use the violet consuming flame, you cannot produce that physically, it can only be produced by your call to the presence, which does produce it. Therefore, it can only produce perfection for you, and when you use it as a dissolving activity, it dissolves everything discordant accumulated about you during the past centuries. All that can be dissolved very quickly, from a few weeks to a few months at most, if one is really sincere and in earnest. These are great laws of life. They are not human opinions, but they are the law of life which we as ascended beings know to be true. I want to say to you, gentlemen, the mountains represented on the right-hand side of the chart as you face it, represent the Teton Mountains. South of the Yellowstone Park on the border between Idaho and Wyoming. The highest point there on your map, known as the Grand Teton, I call Royal Teton because it means Mountain of Light. In that mountain, in that great audience chamber are the records, physical records of every civilization that has been on the face of this earth. Therefore, this understanding is not something that does not have a physical verification. Discourse 3. 67. These records are there, and if mankind will give the simple obedience that we ask, these records will one day come into the outer world where everyone may have access to them and see the truth we have spoken. But no one will have them until mankind is harmonious enough, because those records would be destroyed, just as the records were destroyed in the Alexandrian library. They thought the important records were being destroyed. Unbeknown to them, we had removed those records before. We know the intent of mankind everywhere. We are not deceived, ever. We give mankind every chance, even to the last opportunity, then, if they will not give obedience to the light, we cannot help it. But there is so much good in mankind today. As we look into the hearts of the men of America, there is so much good there that we long to fan it into a flame of purification and perfection that will set them free and bring them into a life of great glory that is standing before mankind today, welcoming, beckoning them on. to come and enter in, but only can it be done through the obedience to life, which will bring about all that every heart desires of the perfection which it is. Therefore today, in this endeavor to have mankind understand these laws which are so simple. 68. The I am 99 Discourses, that is why mankind have overlooked them, today in bringing this forth in this simplicity so that even a child can understand it, it is the only way mankind can ever come to know and utilize these great powers which are their own life. In all the old occult laws and the understanding of the past, so much mystery was thrown about these simple, majestic laws that mankind conceived such a complication, such a misunderstanding of what initiation meant, that the very thought, the very use of the word set into action a fear and ofttimes a confusion that was sometimes worse than if they had never heard of it. When you understand that you are simply dealing with your own life, no matter how great the understanding becomes, then you feel more at home, you feel that it is your right, and sure enough, it is your birthright to have this dominion, this perfection which the true understanding of life brings. Therefore today again I say to you, you must choose how you are going to use this great energy that flows forth, which you can, notice the word, which you can compel to produce perfection for you. Why has it not done it before? Because of mankind's requalification. You have your attention, your physical eyesight which is your vision, and the power of qualification which is the invisible activity. Discourse 3. 69. Through your feeling. Any one of these three faculties is a power inconceivable to the average mind today, for what your attention is upon, you become. Where your attention is, there you are. The greatest, simple law in the entire universal, and there is not one person on the face of this earth that can get away from it for one moment. Your power of qualification is a magnificent attribute, but you have forgotten its use. You are allowing your feeling world to be charged with discord, irritation, and disturbance, consequently qualifying that stream of energy which goes out in action in your world. You can discontinue this requalification when you choose to do so. Then here is your vision, your physical eyesight that you are allowing to act in its inverted state. These eyes are supposed to see perfection, then perfection will outpicture in your body. Instead, in the lack of understanding, mankind are looking upon the human limitations or discordant creations of mankind and are accepting it as a law that they have to submit to. It is not true, the messengers have proven they do not have to accept these things, they call the powers of the presence to keep their feelings harmonious, then the powers of the presence come forth and adjust whatever is required. They accept perfection beyond anything. 70. The I am 99 Discourses in the world. So it is with any one of you, beloved ones. You can determine to keep your feelings harmonious and call the presence into action, and soon you will find that all things that once disturbed you, you can smile at as they pass into oblivion. That is the privilege of everyone. I trust, gentlemen, all of you are sufficiently interested, and hundreds of thousands more in the next few months will take hold of this great understanding of the mighty I Am, which is the law of life, and set it into action with determination to produce perfection in their worlds, and then perfection for America that is needed so much. We are soon going to have to determine whether we are going to hold our dominion of peace in America, or allow the destruction of Europe and the Orient to sweep over America and leave its devastation behind. If you knew as I do, some conditions that exist in our beloved America today, you would rise in such rebellion that scarcely anything could hold you. But the only permanent thing is to call the power of light, which is self-luminous, intelligent substance, to come forth with such power that it governs the feeling world of mankind. That is the permanent achievement of peace, and is the only thing. I do not. Discourse 3. 71 mean by that, gentlemen, that if you are set upon, that you should not defend yourselves physically, not by any means, but your physical defense is only a temporary thing. The only permanent thing is the calling forth of the powers of this presence until the great cosmic light joins it. By that power, as the great Arcturus said, and the great goddess of liberty said in Washington's vision, if necessary, that light as of 1,000 suns would descend into America and dissolve and consume all human selfishness and discord from the planet. That will come, but in the meantime, must we go through the conditions of Europe to have that come forth? I rejoice with you in the greatest joy my experience has ever known, that during the shrine class the great cosmic light came to a point where the free will of vicious human individuals and activities could be set aside, and the qualities of that viciousness turned back upon its creators. That to me is the greatest hope for America that has ever been, for it enables us to turn back destructive forces upon their own creators, which we shall not hesitate to do, and which, before that day, could not be done because we must always give obedience to the great cosmic law of which we are a part. Therefore today my joy is boundless in the conditions that the great cosmic law has made possible. 72 The I Am 99 Discourses, the first time in the history of the earth that this condition has come about. That is why we have such great hope that these destructive qualities may be held from your beloved America. My heart and all the power and intelligence I possess are yours to assist you, gentlemen, to your eternal peace and the golden age within America. I thank you. Discourseii 88 May 8, 1938. Detroit. Michigan. I greet you in the name and power of light, your own life that gives action to your physical body. Today let us hold so close within the acknowledgement in each one's feeling world of their own God presence that gives them life, the mighty I Am, that you may, while the messenger is voicing my words to you, allow me to charge into your world the qualities that you require for your future activity. You have beating your heart the power of light, the most practical thing that life presents. Without that presence of life, which actually beats your heart, acting within it, you would not have a physical body here, neither would there be any on the earth today. Mankind for thousands of centuries have forgotten this, but today it has been my privilege to call the attention of mankind once again to their own presence of life, the source of their intelligence, the source of their strength, the source of their 74 The I Am 99 Discourses Limitless Energy and the Power and Action of Life. One day I too stood in a limited physical body. Can you imagine for 1 minute just what it would mean to be wholly free in a body of light substance that you could take anywhere in the universe that you cared to go, that you could go firsthand and gain the information concerning all the powers and activities of life? Such is my privilege, hence my ability to give assistance to mankind as I did to Washington, Lincoln, and all that was required for the protection of America. Today, gentlemen, be reminded that those days, while there were victories, there is no comparison to the conditions that mankind are facing today. Greatly were those pioneers to be commended for the courage, strength, and victory that were won then, but if mankind is to stand idly by today and let all those great victories of 200 years be undone, then is it tragic indeed. The ascended masters, the legions of light, the great cosmic beings, and the great cosmic light have come to the assistance of mankind to give the protection to America, to give you individually limitless assistance providing you will do a few of the simple things life requires, not our request, but the call of your own life. Why do you think the ascended masters have come forth now in such a Discourse 375 tangible manner to give assistance to mankind? Because mankind are unable to help themselves, not understanding. And when they do come to understand, they are beset by doubts and fears of old, long momentums, which are the gathered energy charged with fear, doubts, and all those conditions that make for the unmaking of mankind, instead of for their strength and achievement. Therefore, if you will allow me, today I shall try and point out to you how easy, natural, and how imperative it is at this time to give recognition. As I talk to you, observe that chart so you may understand and have the eye picture before you of the reality I am talking about, because mankind today is entering in, and I mean by that, those who have never touched this understanding, thousands. Hundreds of thousands are entering in through the feeling world and will come into this acceptance of this great presence of life. Therefore today, remember that you are the presence of light acting through every one of those bodies. As you will give obedience to the requirement of each one's life, first in accepting in your feeling that your individualized God presence, the mighty I Am, is above you, whose light, energy, and intelligence is the reality that is acting through each human form, and that it is practical. The most 76 The I Am 99 Discourses practical thing there is, then having given acceptance, come now to understand that the conditions that have been acting in your feeling world have been the discord which has prevented this great, powerful, pure, perfect energy harmonizing your world and giving you success that everyone should have. It is not a matter of your particular desire, but life in itself is always successful when left uninterrupted. Now then, all that stands between you today and myself is your feeling and your thought. The thought is but a fragmentary part, but your feeling is the principal thing that stands between you and your limited activity today and myself in my inner form. When you understand that and create and hold maintained harmony in your feelings, then when you call this power of the I Am into action, its mighty energy, intelligence, power, and light will flow forth into your world, harmonizing and producing the success you require. That is the only intelligence and energy that can act to do it. Now remember, gentlemen, you have given all power to the outside world, to human beings, to conditions, to officials, to authorities, to everything but the power that is the governor of the universe. Now that does not mean that you should not give obedience to the laws of man, insofar as it is a Discourse 377 convention that is necessary to hold the human of mankind in check. But when it comes to the activities and power of light, give your attention to the great presence that is the only power that can make for you anything you desire. The unfortunate thing, and of course it has been human creation that has driven mankind farther and farther away into the egotistical, silly, human nonsense that it was unmanly to acknowledge deity, to acknowledge God. Gentlemen, that ignorant and silly thing is but a human being who says that. God is the power that gives you life and a physical body, and the human being or the nation that ignores God in its world will dissolve and disappear from the earth, and it is the downfall of every civilization that has ever been on the face of this earth. Concerning the condition in Russia today. Gentlemen, if you knew and saw the truth of it, you would not sleep. You do not know 1/100th part of the tragedy that is going on there. You have no idea of the tragedy which has gone on in Spain. We see and know the conditions going on in the Orient today. That which we term the sinister force is a gathering of the forces and power of destruction, for wholesale destruction. They are gathering power that will one day fend the arrogance and ignorance of the 78 the I Am 99 Discourses people to attempt to drive its mighty destruction into your country, America. If you saw and knew, as I do, the conditions that are moving in your world today, the international spy system, which is stealing from you your heart's secrets, stealing the secrets from every nation that has made progress, the people would wake up. Mankind should awaken. There is only one power in the universe that can ever make the people alert to these things. There is only one power that can make them able to prevent such things. That is their call to this mighty presence, the mighty I Am. It will so prompt them and make them alert and on guard, that even by the feeling touching a man in the outer world, they will know the motive which is there. That is what mankind needs today. There are thousands in America who are sufficiently sensitive in their feelings to detect the motive of an individual who comes with a destructive intent to your country. Let me tell you, gentlemen, every agitator, for whatever pretext in America, is a claw of that sinister thing that has its hold upon Europe today, subtly in every conceivable pretext. Look at the unions today in America that were once established to give assistance and were honorable, and look today. That sinister thing has driven in there. The blessed ones who are following the direction of that Discourse 379 agitation do not see what they are being dragged into. Now many are awakening to the thing that has driven in and deprived them, with no accomplishment in the world, depriving their families of food. The conditions of inharmony make for the destruction of the individual, yet no thing of any consequence can be achieved through the communistic element, only destruction. Gentlemen, do not be deceived by it, and wherever you have an opportunity to put people right, try to do it. Therefore, if it were not for the divine assistance that is endeavoring to give the protection to America, America would have been in the throes of agony today. Make no mistake about it. We know the time has come when mankind have to know the conditions they are facing, in order to understand and begin to call the great power of light into action to dissolve and govern these conditions, which the human cannot possibly do. There is no human in existence today that can ever achieve anything of any consequence without the knowledge of this presence, because life has taken its stand. Mankind have been given free will and a long period and the opportunity to choose how they were going to use this energy, and they have mostly been using it destructively. I mean by that, by allowing anger, criticism, and condemnation to charge their feeling. 80 The I Am 99 Discourses worlds, which is wholly destructive and is the only thing that prevents health, achievement, and strength in the activity of mankind. These are simple laws, but they are almighty insofar as your individual life is concerned and that of the nation. A nation is the activity of men's minds, and to think that a few individuals can lead millions of people around by the nozzle that day is past, gentlemen, the great cosmic light that is charging the atmosphere of Earth. And the great assistance of the cosmic beings and the ascended masters are charging into the feeling world of mankind this awakening and resistance to these terrifically destructive forces. Now, gentlemen, remember, you are not dealing with anybody's opinions, whether it is human or our own, but you are dealing every moment of your life with energy and substance qualified. The sooner you wake up to it, the sooner you are going to handle the powers and conditions governing your individual activity, and you cannot do it until you understand. Persons, places, and conditions are blamed for the things that exist, but the qualification of energy and substance that goes through human beings is the actual cause. It is true, there are the forces that you are dealing with. Without substance and energy to be requalified, the feelings and thoughts of mankind. Discourse 381 would not amount to anything, but this energy of life that is flowing forth through each human form, before it touches the head of the individual, is wholly pure and perfect and will produce health and perfection if left alone. But as long as this, which is a feeling, is intensified in mankind are clothing themselves with discord, and unless they stop it, they will continue in limitations as long as they continue to embody. I have watched civilizations come and go. The cause is identically the same every time. You, gentlemen, should be interested in knowing that in the beginning of the financial downfall of every nation is excess taxation. That is the claw of the sinister force that takes the very life substance out of individuals until they crumple up under the lack of financial supply they need. Then these sinister things get their claws on the neck of mankind, and the civilizations perish. That is what is happening in Spain, England, Russia, and the Orient today. Will you believe me when I say to you that there are 5 individuals in the world today who are the power of the world in the human octave? Their subtle claws have gone among mankind by fear, first by a pretense of blessing to gain their fear over mankind, and through that, hold their dominion. Just as your gangsters in the cities today have held. 82 The I am 99 Discourses their dominion over individuals by fear, and when somebody has the courage to rise up and call them for what they are, the destructive individuals disappear and their powers stop. I tell you, mankind must awaken and stand together against these nefarious things. Gentlemen, you might say to me, well, in my position today, what could I do? Suppose you have very limited finances, and suppose your position in life is not so impressive from the human sense, and you say to me, well, what could I do? Gentlemen, in the name of your God, you can do one of the most powerful things in the world, issue these mighty decrees that go forth in the mental and feeling world of mankind, and you will render a service that you cannot imagine, because that power of your presence is light called forth. Vibrating just like waves going through the mental and feeling world of mankind, toughening the feeling of mankind and stirring them with the power of light, which is not destructive. Dear people, agitation only means war, but calling the presence into action, the power of light and love, means peace and victory that is eternal. Every agitation that stirs up war repeats and repeats and repeats itself, lifetime after lifetime, civilization after civilization, and what is the result? Discourse 383 Cutting off the life stream of individuals who came into embodiment for a definite purpose but who were instead sent forth by vicious individuals as cattle to the slaughter, for no reason except for a few vultures to fill their pockets with a little more gold, that is all. There never has been a real cause for war on the earth. It is the sinister claws of mankind that watch for some simple opportunity to fan the anger and disturbance of mankind, and then a war of nations goes on. Let us awaken, gentlemen, in the name of your God, your light, and give this assistance through these mighty decrees. Even if you are in the privacy of your own home and you would issue these decrees with intense power and feeling, you do not have to issue them so loudly, but in a low, masterful tone, put forth these decrees for mankind, and every moment you have, put them forth silently. To voice them is better, but where you cannot, then silently give this assistance to mankind. You have no idea what it would do. Only a few of mankind, so long steeped in human concepts and ignorance of the greater powers of life, yet understand that anyone who ever achieved anything in life received it from the Ascended Master's octave. Every businessman in America today who achieved financial success had the power. 84 The I am 99 Discourses and radiation of the rays of light from the Ascended Master's octave, and many times in thinking that they were fulfilling a selfish purpose, they were serving that which the Ascended Masters knew was most needed for mankind. Why do you suppose that wealth was accumulated in certain channels? Because there were not enough of humanity who would harmonize and agree in order to allow the achievements of the outer world that were needed to be accomplished. Therefore, one individual was given wealth enough to go ahead and accomplish the thing without interference. That accounts for your highways today, for your railroads, your airplanes, and the conditions that make for your rapid transportation. Look at the difference between your horse and buggy, and the airplane today. If that was achieved in 40 years, then think what it would be if your God presence were called into action. The achievement of the next 20 years would be so far in advance that your comprehension could not imagine it today. That is what would happen if mankind would awaken and call this presence of life into action, and let it act in the world and in the government. The Minutemen of Saint Germain do me great honor, and now I shall say something startling to you. Today, the number of men who have come into Discourse 385. This activity could move the conditions of the earth if you were in a position to gather together and issue these mighty decrees in one body. The Minutemen who have already come into this activity in America are sufficient to control conditions and bring divine justice everywhere in the industrial world and in the commercial world. You can govern conditions and dissolve all that causes distress and limitation in your land. Now, gentlemen, while you are on your feet, just let this mighty, infinite power of the victory of your life, of light, charge into your bodies and your feeling world, take its dominion there, and give you that power and enthusiasm. That energy and determination and fearlessness that know no opposition. In that power of light, don't rush physically into things, but stand calm and serene in the call to your presence of light, and let that mighty fire of life burn its way before you in its mighty power of radiation. Then when you physically move forward, you will find the way harmonious and clear for every human being who will give their attention to the power of life, call it into action, and harmonize their feeling. That is what I want you to do. Gentlemen, do not minimize the feminine activity of life. They are the feeling activity of the world, and the feminine activity represents that. Now with 86. The I Am 99 Discourses their great cooperation in this great activity that America and the world needs today, as they charge forth, for instance, the daughters of light, as they charge forth their mighty decrees into the feeling world of mankind. Think what that power or feeling will do in the mental and feeling world of mankind to awaken them and give them the strength, power, and courage to issue these mighty decrees, and wake them up to act in the activity of the government. Please be seated, gentlemen. Now let me show you from the retreat in Arabia, Shananda's home high in the Himalayas, from the royal Teton in your own blessed country, and from South America come these great rays of light focused into America, focused into Washington, and when I took the messengers there this last time, an achievement indescribable was accomplished. I have recently walked the streets in Washington, D.C., in my own tangible body, visible to everybody, changing my appearance so I was not recognized, of course, but when it is necessary I can, by that, charge forth the energy to change the feeling of mankind. With your cooperation, which is the call of mankind for their freedom from perishing, then the ascended masters, thousands of them, stand ready to give their assistance and move among mankind. One day, when things are harmonious. Discourse 387. Enough, I will come forth in that tangible body and shake your hand and thank you for your cooperation and assistance for the blessing mankind needs. Do not question it for a second just because you do not see me, I plead with you, don't think me unreal or not tangible. I could, by raising my hand, exert a force in this room that would lift every one of you out of your seats, but what would be the good of it? The call for America, for her protection, and for your freedom is the thing. Then as you give attention to your presence, beloved gentlemen, then all these other things will follow. Life produces everything, even in precipitation, and all that, I am able to do. One day I shall spread a banquet table for you throughout the years, and during Washington's time, my determination was very great in giving that assistance when mankind was at the point of perishing. Then came that success after that great struggle for freedom, and the light bursting forth through the hearts of mankind now today when it is the final victory of all the ages. Then, gentlemen, may I not have your cooperation to the fullest extent of your call to your mighty I Am presence? That I may render my humble assistance to the victory of the light. It could not be achieved without our assistance because we alone know the forces that 88. The I Am 99 Discourses are acting. We alone know how to release the power, the energy of life at your call, because you cannot yet release it in its fullness except in a few instances, and perhaps under an emergency. But if you will give me your attention, and the ascended masters, first to your presence, then to us, then will we be able by the release of your energy, and remember, gentlemen, whether it is in your business, whether it is in your government, or whether it is in the conquering of these conditions, the imperative need is for some of your physical energy, which is your life, to be released that we may amplify that to do the things in the physical octave that are required. It is imperative. Without that we could not do it, because mankind have placed themselves in that condition by lack of understanding, and you have to pay it back now. You have to give back to life all you have taken. Think of it. No one is to blame, but mankind has accepted life, embodiment after embodiment, and not an "I thank you," not once, just taking it for granted that life was supposed to flow. Well, you were given free will to use that energy. Energy in itself does not discriminate, it flows, and if you do not choose how it is going to act, then it just flows forth like that, with no particular accomplishment of any kind. But when you realize that you are the Discourse 389 one who must determine whether that energy is going to act constructively or destructively for you, then you become the master of the energy that is flowing into your world, and you can direct it constructively. That is victory. Notice the difference. Now notice this, gentlemen, because it is imperative, when you have allowed this energy to flow forth, it is like a fan going in all directions through the power of your radiation, or its radiation through you. Then notice the difference in your acknowledgement of your presence of all life. You have your power of concentration and attention, which is your life. If you hold your attention upon a given objective for its accomplishment, and hold it there unwaveringly, the power of life is compelled to flow directly into that. If you will hold that concentration and attention absolutely unyieldingly into that objective, there is nothing in creation that can prevent its achievement. Not one thing, gentlemen. If you want to succeed in your business or whatever your attention is upon, train yourself to hold your attention upon the goal and compel the life to flow into that. By harmony in your feelings, it will accomplish amazing things. Once you have broken through the human shell and find one small achievement after another, then the strength and 90 the I am 99 discourses courage arise in you, and you will say, 7 a.m. the victory of life. Then as you continue to hold that concentration or attention where the direction of life flows into that without wavering, just the same as when you take a sunglass and move it around, nothing happens, but you see the light move, if you hold it still. That power of light from the sun will start a fire. Just exactly as the power of your attention is held on the concentration, that becomes the fire of life that sets ablaze the energy for its perfect achievement. That is why mankind have not achieved, because they allow their attention to be taken here or there, except once in a while they come back to that goal, but only for a short time. Again the attention wavers here, there, and everywhere, instead of being held steady. And why? Because the human accumulation of mankind does not want mankind to hold concentration long enough to let them find out they are the master of that energy and life that flow through, by the power of their concentration. That, gentlemen, is the secret of life. You have no idea unless you try it out, the power that actually exists within one of your physical bodies today, even as you stand. Think of it, the light that beats your physical heart is directly connected with the powerhouse of the universe, your mighty I Am. Discourse 391 and by harmony in your feelings and attention there, you cause that energy to flow with an ever-increasing power and firmness. Do you not see that the energy which goes forth from you can be charged with any quality? It can be charged with firmness, it can be charged with achievement, because all that energy is self-luminous, intelligent substance that goes forth. You don't see that physically, but yet it is so. That energy is self-luminous, intelligent substance that goes forth, and you qualify it with the achievement desired, because you are to determine how that is going to act in your world. That is why mankind is given free will. They have to choose. It is not a matter of can you or will you, but you have to do it until mankind learns they must do it, they don't. They believe something will come along and take care of them. No, gentlemen, it won't do it. I have known individuals and have watched them. They had this idea, they would not pay particular attention, but because they had gathered a momentum and a tremendous charge of energy in a former embodiment, that energy flowed forth because it was already qualified. But as soon as that is exhausted, they are like a punctured balloon. That is what mankind does not understand, because it is life that flows. Many times in former embodiments you have 92 the I am 99 discourses gathered tremendous energy, some have, others have not, and when one has tremendous accomplishment in this life, it is because he has charged his feeling world with tremendous energy. Take your financiers today who have made great financial success. Do you think they did that in this embodiment? Gentlemen, null some of those individuals for 3 or 4 lifetimes previous had longed for and desired great wealth. They built and gained that momentum which, in this life, took possession. Why, gentlemen? Now noticeable in almost every case, that child started out, almost always, as an orphan. Now notice this, many of them were orphans, with no finances in the family or anything, but that great momentum surged forth through that child's body, and they began as bootblacks, they became newsboys. And look what that energy did for them, not because it was built this time, but because that energy had been called forth and charged in previous embodiments for that specific quality. The great desires of one lifetime become the compelling power of the next. Now then, gentlemen, look not only for your achievement today in your individual conditions and even the freedom of mankind in America, but farther beyond that is the goal. That is only just a part of the activity of life, but in that goal is the freedom of all life, your Discourse 393 Ascension, forever free from human limitations and re-embodiment. Until your ascension is made, you will come again and again into embodiment until that is done. No human being in the world escapes it. The wheel of birth and rebirth comes until mankind has made the ascension, and remember, the human has nothing in the world to do with that except to acknowledge the God presence, the mighty I Am, of all life, keep their feelings harmonious, and keep giving attention to it. The very power of that life anchored within your heart begins its mighty expansion. Then as enough of that life has expanded in the body, the earth will lose its attraction for it, and by perfectly natural means and natural laws. The power of light of this presence raises the purified body into the higher mental body, then into itself when you become the ascended being. Holy free it is the most natural thing that ever existed in life. Life is the power that does these things. Life is the power that gives you financial success. Life is the power that gives you happiness. Life is the power that accomplishes everything that is done through the human form, and those who through arrogance and ignorance think that they have power in the human form, one day they find that mistake, and 94 The I Am 99 Discourses just at the height of their achievement, they lay that body down and cannot handle it any longer. Now, gentlemen, what was acting there? There is no human being on earth that can refute what was acting there in that body that has now become helpless, that power and presence of energy and life. Everything that acted through or was achieved through that individual, was that presence and power of life acting. Then was that in that physical body or belonging to that human form. It was acting through it, but that human form had not an ounce of energy and power of itself. Then everything that came into being through that individual came through that stream of life and energy as ideas, and then came into form. Think of it, any human being can prove these laws in their life, if they will, but if they don't want to, then they won't have it. But I have brought forth this marvelous instruction that is the freedom of mankind, and every word in those books that has come forth through the messengers is charged with our ascended master consciousness, qualities, and powers. If mankind will understand that and, as they read those words, feel the qualities enter their feeling world and act there, then everyone can quickly raise himself into our power. Then that will allow the power of life to pour forth unqualified. Discourse 395 I am very grateful, gentlemen, for this opportunity to offer my humble promptings to you. Will you try to feel the great divine director and myself holding your hand for your achievement, for your freedom, for your success? If you will call to your presence, then call to us or any of the ascended masters to give you added strength and courage until you come to the point where you sustain it yourself by your call to the presence. We gladly give it. We project a light ray to you. It makes no difference where we are, it will reach us. We do not want you to depend upon us. You must call to your presence first. Then if you need assistance, the ascended masters gladly give it, but we cannot allow you to depend upon us, or the same old condition will arise. But as you call to your presence first, then to us, we give you the courage and strength until you begin to see or feel your own ability to make the call, then the power of your victory is the power of light. Will you not see that? Gentlemen, feel that we are tangible. When you need us, and our light rays are projected to you, they are as tangible as any physical thing. Try to feel that, and in that, you will have the courage and strength and fearlessness to go forward dauntless and victorious in everything. I offer you my love, my gratitude, and blessings. 96 The I Am 99 Discourses that you care to listen to me. If you will accept the victory that has been charged into your feeling world today, I am sure you will awaken tomorrow morning quite a different being than you were today. In the continuation of this day, in the mighty radiation that will be released into this room, feel the victory of life in you in the name of your mighty I Am Presence, the great number of ascended masters, the legions of light, the great cosmic beings, and the great cosmic light. I pour their blessing upon you that you may accept and feel the all-powerful activity in your feeling world, your dominion over your human self, and your positive determination to hold your feeling harmonious. That your call to the presence will fill your life and being with the perfection and power of the presence in that great, calm serenity that allows its power of light to be the dominion in your body, in your life, and in your activity. I thank you. Discourseii 112 June 18, 1938. Denver, Colorado. Beloved students of the light, I thank you, and in my deepest gratitude I give you all the strength and courage of my being to assist you to go forward in the mighty application of your presence and power of life, the mighty I Am. Be assured there is not one thing of discord in the outer world that can longer prevent your success, or that can longer keep you from your great and fondest heart's desire. Let us be real happy and chummy today, for I know only too well what is in your hearts. Is there any heart in human form that does not want to be happy or that does not want to be successful? I am sure there is not. Therefore, gentlemen, instead of floating in the world of human creation, and instead of being like a ship in a storm at sea with no anchorage, which has been the condition mankind have been in, today you have dropped anchor into the greatest intelligence and power in the universe. Your own mighty I Am Presence. As you observe this chart and see your position in 97. 98. The I Am 99 Discourses relation to your own God presence. How can anybody who is really sincere question any longer his or her ability to call forth the powers of the presence, or refuse to accept it as being there? It is there, I assure you, whether you ever saw it in this embodiment or not. Still, this presence has always been there in every embodiment in which you have ever lived. Until mankind knows that presence is above each one, there is no anchorage against the human powers for the release of the greater powers mankind needs for this successful achievement. You have come to know your presence is there, and your heart does know it. No matter how much your intellect battles against it, your heart knows it is there. Therefore, you are coming to act and understand from your heart instead of your head. Of course, you, in your intellect, have a focus of the directing intelligence of the presence, but if the intellect tries to act from the information that it has gathered from without, again you are lost. Don't you see, gentlemen, you cannot gather information from without, which is but human opinions, human concepts, and come to the formation of a correct solution of anything. It is only as you call forth this great intelligence from your God presence, your mighty I Am, that you come to know definitely, accurately, and correctly the Discourse 399 solution to anything, because the human cannot know it. Let us for a moment consider your governmental conditions, your nation. If the officials in the government would make this application, it would connect them with their presence, which would cause them to be honest and sincere, because they could not use it very long until the desire to be honest and bless their fellow man would take place. There was a time not long ago when mankind could get away with deceit. They just don't do it anymore, because all mankind are becoming more sensitive. Even those who won't accept this idea, still are all becoming more sensitive to the vibratory action about them, and they sense and feel conditions 1,000 times greater than they did 40 years ago. Therefore, what is in the feeling world of individuals radiates out, and those who contact that feeling world feel exactly what is there, and that is coming into action more and more all the time. So it will not be long until mankind will not be able to deceive each other. That is the important thing in the lives of mankind. As soon as they find they cannot do that, then the desire will vanish from mankind. You cannot, from the human standpoint, succeed in that way. Men who have great accumulation of wealth in 100 the I Am 99 Discourses industry are trembling in every fiber of their beings today. They know and feel only too well the vast change which is coming, the simplicity of the requirements of mankind is coming in. It will do away with the ponderous machinery and all that kind of thing which has cost so much money today. If all graft, which is selfishness, were out of the feeling of mankind, the cost of things would not be one half, leaving a good profit to those who are at the heads of industries. You take it in the clothing industry, in the fabrics of every kind, in your machinery, and all that kind of thing which is still the need of the outer world thus far, the profit or money from those things is 2, 3, and 500%. Since we are in your lovely Colorado, the mining industry, the industry that should be the greatest industry in America and the world, especially today, has almost been wrecked because of the condition that has existed. In those previous ages when we used that as an infinite supply for the care and the expense of the government, it would care for everything that the government required and still leave abundance for those who were governing. These conditions must again be put into the use of mankind. But in the meantime there must be some means of bringing Discourse 3101 this about, not in a long, drawn-out period. Ere many years, you will be surprised how the political condition that exists today, the old political idea, will have almost vanished. It has to do it, this cosmic light will compel it to do it. And mankind will begin to feel the divine love, divine order, and divine justice, and call it forth for each other, from the highest to the most humble activities. I want you to realize that you, as a focus of this great light which beats your heart, can do more than your fondest imagination could possibly conceive today through your infinite decree sent forth in the mental and feeling world of mankind. Now then understand, gentlemen, I do not wonder that mankind does not want to come together if there is inharmony. Therefore, I say to your blessed leader of the Minutemen, the important thing in your group activities of Minutemen is to so call the powers of the presence forth with such power that absolute harmony reigns in your midst. Then as you issue these mighty decrees in a body, the volume of it, as it goes forth, is just like the power that breaks down a great dam holding back a great body of water. At first you do not see any perceptible result, but as your wedge goes into that and it begins to widen, as this momentum gains it presses forth and the 102 the I am 99 Discourses great achievement is attained. It has to be so. The messengers have proven that in this work beyond a question, for any human being who cares to see it. Therefore, it is not that you do not have some example before you which is proof of the law. Since you have and it is unquestionable, then for all mankind who have the courage to begin their application and build it up, their own momentum in their call to the presence sweeps everything of limitation and discord from their pathway. It will do it, and there is not anything to prevent it as soon as you maintain harmony in your feelings. That is what has caused your qualification in the past to bring you into limitation and distress of every kind. You, as the masculine element in the creation of mankind, by your very nature are positive, therefore in this embodiment, having a masculine body, you are in a position to call forth that positive force which repels every human quality that would disturb or limit you. Unless you do that, you will find yourself subject to the conditions wherever you move, and you will find yourselves unable to cope with them as you have in the past. Many times, in the quiet of your hearts you have called out to God to know what in the world was the matter that you did not have the achievement that you knew was due you from your efforts. Discourse 3103 Now today there is not one of you, there is not one of the Minutemen in America that cannot start right in this day, deliberately, mechanically, accurately, and begin to apply and pour forth the power of his presence into whatever his desire might be in the business activity or achievement, and bring it forth quickly into success that will satisfy anyone. Now remember, I am speaking of your outer industrial activity today because I want you to feel you cannot all just let go of the requirements of the needs of mankind today, because there must be those who will call forth this perfection into every phase of industry or the things of the world. Mankind have not yet come to the point where they can do away with those things. There might be many of the students who could, but not the rest of mankind. And remember, you are only just a fragment of the vast population of mankind, but enough to hold that mighty, eternal focus of the light until this great radiance spreads and draws thousands and thousands of mankind into this understanding. Do not be concerned about people who do not accept this light, not for a second. You cannot force anyone to accept anything they do not want, but you just have to give them time to consider. This is the thing you need to understand. 104 The I am 99 Discourses perhaps you have observed in your experience, the moment you give a human freedom, all rebellion and opposition, as a rule, go down, but if he feels you are trying to force him to do something, then you have a battle right away. So as the opportunity affords to present this truth, if you will follow the messenger's prompting from the beginning in the class work, and of course it is quite definite, individually, if you find someone who begins to argue, say, very well, we are not going to argue this subject. If you care to listen to the understanding I have, very well, and you will forestall people attempting to argue the truth of this great law with you. The moment you feel an argument starting, you might just as well stop because nobody will accept a thing the moment a feeling of that kind arises within them. So do not waste your time, but cause everyone to feel absolutely free, even in the discussion of this, and they will accept it 1,000 times quicker. You know, mankind, when they become very enthusiastic, might produce a temporary result, but it won't be permanent. So as you leave mankind wholly free, then it is quite up to them to accept or reject it. Let them feel the absolute independence. You know how the messenger has been from the Discourse 3:105 beginning, he has been absolutely independent of other people's opinions, whether they accept it or not. His part was to present the truth and leave it to mankind to reject or accept, and that is why this has grown to such proportions without any outer means. Gentlemen, this applies to your business just the same. The old outer method, which built to tremendous proportions, will vanish from the earth. But look what it did. You might not have observed this, but we have. It draws hundreds and thousands of people to accept the suggestion of advertising, and when they find it is not always the correct thing, then they are disappointed and rebellion goes forth. That is why high-pressure salesmanship has almost vanished, because mankind will not stand for it. To be influenced to buy something or accept something they afterwards find they do not want, is not a permanent achievement of any kind. That is why, in every phase of life, as mankind are left free to formulate their own decision, they will come into a natural, permanently sustained power and bring complete success in whatever the attention is directed to. Suppose you decide upon some definite activity, instead of talking to your friends about it, your acquaintances, suppose you turn to your great 106 the I am 99 discourses presence of life, and say, mighty I am presence, activity is that which I should like to do. You make me feel clearly and definitely if this is the thing that is the divine plan for me to do. Then if you feel the enthusiasm and the impelling force to go ahead, simply say, now, for mighty I am presence, 9 take command of this mind and body. Produce your perfection and hold your dominion. This is your business, now you project your mighty light rays, your mighty currents of energy into this business. You reach your loving arms out and draw the customers, the associates into this business that will hold divine order and divine justice. There is not a person on the face of this earth who would take that up and follow it accurately with the right motive within them to have divine justice to all concerned, that could not build in 1 year a successful business that would satisfy them beyond their fondest imagination. All that has ever been acting is this light and energy from your own God presence. You have not known that, yet it is the only thing that ever did, ever could act in your world. But you are crossing wires, so many times in your feelings you intercept and interrupt that great current of energy that floods forth, which would give you that which your heart desires, but it cannot do it as long as you are. Discourse 3:107 crossing wires all the time by the change in your feeling and attention. If you wanted to form a definite power and hold it, could you allow your attention to move in a half circle all the time and expect any definite results? You cannot do it. It means you would spread that force upon an area in which your attention wavered, instead of on this thing you desired. We know positively and definitely if you want to achieve a thing, you must hold your attention fixed upon the goal. Do not worry about the means brought about to make that success, but keep your attention fixed upon the goal. Know this great power and intelligence, the mighty I am, is the only intelligence and power acting. Then, whatever conditions are required in the outer world to bring the success and draw the correct people into that association for the success and achievement, will be done by the wisdom of the presence. And all mistakes will cease from mankind's life and experience. This is an accurate law, gentlemen, and it cannot fail. It never did, because you are dealing with the most powerful law in the universe, your own life. There is nothing in the world that has any authority in your world but the power of your own life. I say to you, and I have proven this hundreds of 108 the I am 99 discourses times, it does not make any difference what chaos is going on around you. If you will stand as one, as though you stood alone in the universe with your presence, and call its intelligent power forth to act in your world will be happy and successful. Even those that have been in chaos about you, will respect you and wonder, what in creation has that individual got that holds him so poised and balanced? That is where all achievement is, in the balance of the feeling, knowing the source to which to call. You cannot call once to that presence that it does not release immediately that great quantity of light and energy. Don't you see that, gentlemen? There is no other power to act, and as you give it conscious attention, don't you see then, that you have connected with the greatest power and intelligence to flood forth just automatically? Largely the mass is voluntary action, because the individual who does not understand the presence is having less than 10% of that presence and power that would flow through his body and feeling world to produce that which is required. But you who have the understanding of the great presence and know how to call it forth, you can call forth 20, 40, or 50 times that presence and power within 1 year. There is not one of you that could not call forth 50 times the Discourse 3109 energy, the intelligence, and the power of action that you have had thus far. Gentlemen, I contend that it does not matter one particle whether there are 30 or 70 years in appearance upon your physical body, it has not a thing to do with it. This power and presence of life is the energy, is the youth, is the strength that is in your body, not the human concept that says you are 70 years old and are out of business. I say to you young men starting in now, don't accept that thing, that human suggestion of the accumulation of the ages that when you reach beyond 40 years you begin to get old. Don't accept that thing. It is outrageous. Blessed mankind have accepted that, and then the minute you pass the 40s, minute men, you begin to feel old. It is nonsense. That energy is just the same power and energy that it was at your fondest youth to sustain you in that, and there is nothing else required in the universe but that. Your intelligence, through your experience, necessarily becomes greater and greater each week, each month, and as you turn your attention to that great presence, you will call forth that greater and greater intelligence that becomes invincible. Then you will find yourself straightening up and feeling those great currents of energy flow through that body, and there will not be 110 the I am 99 discourses any lack of energy, any lack of vitality. The pitiful thing in mankind today is that which the doctors have conceived, the sinister thing that mankind can use the glands of animals to revive their vitality and youth is the most diabolical thing in the life of mankind today. Mankind in the human understanding has quite enough of the animal already, but, dear people, it is the governing of those desires that mankind needs, not the intensifying of them. Gentlemen, I say to you very frankly, many of the doctors and your associates have caused you to believe that you could utilize your sex desires without any limit and retain success. You cannot do it. I say to you frankly, having watched mankind for centuries, you cannot do it. Just as surely as you waste that energy for pleasure gratification, one day you will find yourself depleted, without strength and energy, and your success that once was yours will have vanished from your experience. These are great laws, gentlemen, and do not let the accumulated desire govern you any longer. I say to our youth, what a magnificent opportunity. It is quite right for anyone who wishes to bring forth another form, procreation of their kind, to use the sex for that, but it never was intended for pleasure gratification, because that is the waste of that great. Discourse 8:111 Life. Now notice what the effect is, where your attention is, there you are and there is the majority of your life energy flowing. Now notice this, gentlemen. Here is the dividing line, right here at your solar plexus. Right above your hips is the dividing line, so to speak, between the divine and the human. If your attention is upon sex desire, you drive all that energy down away from your heart and brain. And how can you have the intelligence to keep you from making mistakes if you do that? This is practical, the most practical thing in the world. I cannot tell you what you shall do in the governing of those desires, but I can and do tell you the law which we know to be, and have for centuries. Observe the youth today who are 18, 19, 20, sometimes 22 years old, filled with the limitless energy and vitality, and then let them be drawn into the sex excess, and see how quickly that beauty of form, that limitless vitality and energy have vanished. That is because that which is being wasted through that desire is life, it is vitality, it is energy. Gentlemen, I want you to know this is a great, practical law. Everything in the outer world of mankind has encouraged them today to do these things. 112 The I am 99 discourses, but it is ignorance of the greatest kind, and if mankind want to do that, then they will just have to reap the results. I love to have the opportunity to put before mankind the truth of life, then they must choose how they use it. I assure you, and you see it before you throughout mankind. I could cite to you and call by name 100 men, for I have their record, that attained great power of achievement. When they had gained everything in the outer world their hearts desired, power, wealth, and authority, then when they seemed not to have any further victories to win, they turn to the last thing by which the sinister force seizes upon mankind, the gratification of the sex desire. Within 5 years every one of those men became failures, because their excess was very great. That is why, gentlemen, idle minds today are the most dangerous thing before mankind, because that is where the sinister force drives the attention. As the messenger says, whether in the dance halls or the colleges, the universities or elsewhere, that sinister thing through the jazz music has driven in the most diabolical suggestions and movement. And all to the young people, trying to quickly drag them into the sex desire which the sinister force knows is the failure of all mankind. Therefore, gentlemen, I offer with all the love of Discourse 8:113 my heart and kindness, this information which is accurate. You may not realize it, but we have actual records. Just the same as you have your bookkeepers today in your business, just so do we have the accurate records of mankind. So we know absolutely unquestionably that which we say to you. There is no intent nor desire upon our part to say to mankind what they shall do. We present the truth of life, then everyone, because of their free will, must choose whether they care to accept it and be blessed by it or not. I want you to understand that in this work, as the messengers have always said to you, they state the law absolutely accurately, then you must decide whether you care to use it or not. You see by that, not 1 ounce of energy is ever used to influence you in any way. That is the greatest blessing of the work of the messengers that has ever come to mankind on the face of the earth or ever will, because everything else in the world today tries to hold its claws upon mankind. I say this kindly, because it is true. You take the other activities and beliefs of today, all are not like this, some are. In fact there are 2 extremes, those people who are absolute fanatics, and those who have become the most beautiful creatures by their understanding. Those who have become so viciously opposed to this work for no reason in the world but 114 The I am 99 Discourses they fear this work is going to take their people from the churches. Good heavens, gentlemen, if their churches had what this has, it could not take people away. The messengers have never sought one of their people, but if the light within the hearts of those individuals draws them away from that into their freedom, are the messengers to be blamed or are we? It is the law of life acting, and if they could only see that. As the great divine director told them, if they don't stop every force of viciousness, it will empty every church in the land. That is no fault of the messengers, but the feeling of the individuals in those institutions. It is the same way with industries, or universities, and colleges. Wherever sufficient vicious discord reigns, it removes everything from its midst. I want you to understand it is those feelings within a body of people that repel and make it a failure. You take any business today and let sufficient discord drive in, and it will fail in a few months. I don't care how many $1 million are back of it, because harmony is the law of life. And where it is maintained, there is nothing in the world that can prevent success in the midst of that harmony. Again the messengers, because they know the law of life and live it, have held harmony in Discourse 8:115 their heart center and have been able to expand this light to its present great number without a single outer assistance or advertising of the outer world. That shows you the power of the presence, and it is so in your business activity. If you choose to focus your attention upon a definite activity in the business world, look neither right nor left, but keep calling the powers of your presence into action and keep yourselves harmonized, then the power of light and intelligence will carry you into successful achievement. But as long as you look to discordant feelings and gossip in the outer world, your feelings will be stirred up and you will never have achievement in anything. That is the condition of mankind today as they go forward. Look in the crash of a few years ago, thousands of men having achieved great fortunes lost them overnight. Then what happened? They had the same intelligence, they had the same life flowing through them, everything exactly the same as it was before the crash. Then what happened? They accepted the human sense of failure, loss. Had they reversed that feeling and said to God, even if they did not know the I am, said, Almighty God, I achieved this once. I refuse acceptance of this appearance. I shall go forward and attain again, the way would have opened and they would have attained more quickly. 116 The I am 99 Discourses than in the beginning, because they had the momentum gained. That is where mankind stands today. The moment you admit failure in your feelings, that quality is compelled to act there, and it will rush out and repel everything from it. No matter how much apparent loss has been in your life, don't ever let your feelings once again admit it. Say, that apparently is gone, but the same intelligence, power, and ability is right here that was before, and that is true. Mankind through mass suggestion have believed they have not the same vitality and energy because of the gathering years. They crumple up and say, well, I think it is no longer any use. What a mistake, what a great mistake. Of course, mankind have not known that they were connected with the greatest power in the universe, but now you today who do know, can reverse all of these conditions. Gentlemen, I say if you are 70 years old, if you would straighten your spine, turn to your presence, and call forth that mighty energy and vitality into your body, you could restore the youth and action you had at 30. And I mean it. Therefore, gentlemen, I want you to know that from our octave of life, every one of you who will be honest, sincere, earnest, and determined to the power of light of your own heart, we will give you every Discourse 8:117 assistance that is possible for your victory from today. But you cannot afford to yield to the suggestions of the outer world in a single thing. If you do, you invite everything that has accumulated in human limitations to again enter your world. I shall call most earnestly for the strength and courage and power to act within your feeling world that does release the power, intelligence, and energy from your own presence, which will sustain you until you are conscious yourself of the victory that you can have. But remember, gentlemen, don't waste your energy and expect success. It cannot be done. You are not being deprived of anything, but everything life holds is being added. 5 minutes attention to the presence, feeling those mighty currents of energy charging in and giving you an enthusiasm and buoyancy of youth, is greater than a whole lifetime of sex gratification. Therefore today, remember, gentlemen, you are moving in the outer world of a seething vortex of that suggestion everywhere you move, and unless you are strong enough to stand firmly and repel it, you will accept it in your feelings when you don't know it. And the first thing you know, that desire is beginning to act within. As it gains momentum, the impelling force compels you to gratify it, then your 118 The I am 99 Discourses energy is gone for an achievement that possibly stood just before you. Now to show you how in hundreds of cases, because we have watched it to see the results upon mankind, we have seen men come together for a specific achievement and they were all harmonious and agreeable. When they thought they had their papers signed and everything in perfect agreement for the forward movement of that, then as soon as the attention relaxed on that, it turned upon some immoral discussion, and the destructive powers rushed in. Before 5 days were over their heads, chaos reigned in their midst, and there was no agreement. That is what is happening to mankind constantly, and blessed mankind have not understood and were at the mercy of those destructive forces. Mark you, much is the generation and creation of mankind throughout the centuries, and all mankind to some degree are responsible for it, to the degree they have been inharmonious. These are laws, dear hearts. They will set you free if you will only study and apply them. They cannot act for you without your application, but they will produce powerful results, if you will apply it, and give you all confidence and, in the power of your presence, clear your world and set you free. Discourse 8:119 in the victory of your success. I thank you, gentlemen, for this opportunity to talk to your hearts, and I call forth the powers of your mighty I am presence, through the higher mental body of each one of you, to take command of those minds and bodies, to conserve that energy. Give you the power and strength and courage to stand in the power of light until you can call it forth and see its marvelous effects in your world. Great presence of each one, through the higher mental body take command of each one. Silence the human qualities and release thy limitless energy, and restore vitality, strength, and youth in the body, and directing intelligence. Hold their attention upon the constructive things, and send them forth like a rocket into success, which is divine order and divine justice for every one of mankind. I thank you. Discoursevi 135 July 10, 1938. Los Angeles, California. Gentlemen, who have made yourselves my minute men of America, I give you my love and blessings. And as your brother of light, Mr. Gallagher, said to you, could you understand, and you will come to, what your obedience to your life means and how myself and others of the ascended masters can make you whatever you will decree yourselves to bell gentlemen, you are not human beings when you will give your honest, earnest, sincere attention to the presence of life, the mighty I am. You then have invited the greatest purity, perfection, and power in the universe to act through your human form. Before I continue, I want to say a few things that are necessary. This is not in criticism of anyone, but that you might understand the law. Gentlemen, in honor of the presence and light you represent, be very careful when you put your arms around the ladies when you meet them. You set an example. You give cause for criticism and condemnation. Be honorable, dignified in your association with those 120. Discourse 8 121 Great ones of light, the feminine activity of life, and give them honor and respect everywhere. Gentlemen, the eyes of the world are upon you. Now, believe me when I say this in all kindness, but as you represent the light and the ascended masters, you must govern these things if you wish the light to take its dominion more quickly. Now those who are opposing this light are constantly projecting at you thoughts of sex desire, disobedience, and all that kind of thing to cause discredit upon the light. You must understand and realize you are strong enough to resist those suggestions in order to carry honorably the light everywhere. You are strong enough. I have faith in you. It does not make any difference what your mistakes are, I am not concerned, neither are you, but turn to the light and be dignified in all your activities, honest, and sincere, that all your fellow men will open the gates of light to you. I assure you, do not expect, when I say these words, some miracle to be performed in a few hours. But I say to you with your earnest obedience to the light and your purity of thought and feeling, when you waste your sex energy, you are depriving yourselves of everything you need for your victory and success in the outer world. 122 The I am 99 Discourses Mankind has not understood these things till I speak frankly to you today because you are honest, fine, and sincere, and I want you to know these things. You need that energy in your body. That is your life you are wasting. You waste it through anger, jealousy, hatred, and all those kinds of things. But the greatest is the waste through the sex energy, and all the destructive forces of mankind are focused upon mankind today for that one thing, to get them to waste their energy so they cannot hold to their presence and power of life and have freedom. This is absolutely imperative, and you as Minutemen who have more than the average understanding, and in representing this work, I say this to you for your own protection and your own blessing. I shall not say what you shall do, that would be out of place. But I present to you the law, which you do not possibly understand even yet. 80% of you are free, absolutely free from sex desire, but the suggestions of the environment of your outer association in the world, you must be strong against those suggestions in order to hold your balance in the light and prevent those things intruding into your feeling world. If you will do this, I can give you assistance beyond your fondest imagination. You see, beloved ones, how quickly I raised the messengers into this magnificent position today, and Discourse 8 123 I can do it with every earnest, honest, honorable student in America and the world, I am not limited. I can project 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 light rays to the beloved students and hold them within that radiance until their victory is sure, but I must have obedience to your life, not to me, but to life. You see. And as you have purity and honor within you, then I can raise you to and give you any position in life that you will hold steadfast in your attention. I have been able to do this for many centuries, and since my ascension, of course, infinitely more powerfully. But realize, gentlemen, when I make a request, it is because I see within you so great a light that can bring you so quickly into perfect happiness and success, to complete achievement on whatever you may fix your attention. Because of course you would not fix your attention upon anything that was not constructive. Therefore, I say to you today in all the powers of light, stand with your presence in its purity and perfection, and any undesirable desire that has been generated within you, call your presence of life, myself, or some of the other ascended masters if you wish, to give you assistance. Be sure that when you make that call, don't be disturbed if the old habits recur once in a while, but in the great calm serenity. 124 The I am 99 Discourses say, oh, very well, you have no power, so you might just as well let go. In that calm serenity you will free yourself from any undesirable desire that might have been generated in the past, thinking it was quite all right. It is not. Gentlemen, please, in coming into this light and changing your motives of life, please do not condemn yourself for anything that has been in the past. Please do not do it, because you keep that constantly revolving and building for you. Put it, every action of it, into the violet consuming flame and let it be gone forever, whatever has been in the past. Therefore all mankind have made their mistakes, but we do not condemn them. We are not concerned with that, we only want to forget them, that is all. then we can give them limitless assistance. That is why in giving this opportunity today, because your hearts are so fine, and the light is expanding within you so wonderfully that anything is possible to be done for you. I assure you of that, but be patient. It is not impossible that some magnificent thing might be done immediately for you, but if it is not, go serenely on until your life stream wishes to release to you that perfection. Even if a so-called miracle occurs, it is quite all right, but leave that to the wisdom of the presence. So many times, and only last night, I came so near. Discourse 8:125 to standing forth visible to you. That day will come, do not be concerned about it. It will come, and then you will all be satisfied forever that we are real, even though as I stand here before you today, you don't see me, yet I am as tangible, oh. More so than you are yourselves, but mankind is so caught in the human beliefs that a thing which is not visible to you is not tangible, yet you see before you the example that the invisible things are tangible right along. I know of no greater thing than your airplane propeller and your fan to give you that illustration, because it is a visible thing, and by stepping up its speed of action it becomes invisible. You see, all visible and invisible activity is a rate of vibratory action, and I could take almost any one of you and stand you here and in a few minutes, not more than 10 minutes, make you invisible to the rest of the audience by the raising of your vibratory action, which could not harm you. You might be a little short of breath for a time, but this is what we are able to do, and as the students are prepared for it, some of these things will be done to give you the full assurance of the truth that we have presented through the beloved messengers. All these things are true and real. But mankind, if they allow the intellect to get revolving or listening to individuals who cannot comprehend it yet, well. 126 The I am 99 Discourses then, it disturbs them and causes them momentarily to think, are these things possible or not? They are not unusual, only the human intellect gets to revolving too fast. But when you stop to think and when you realize from your heart knows the truth of this, and if it is allowed to act, it will give you the full feeling of it. We have to be patient, even we, ourselves, until you get the full conviction, the full glory of that in your feeling world. Then you become satisfied and you become anchored, and no feeling, thought, or suggestion, or anything else can make you fear or be doubtful about these great laws. As long as mankind listen to the foolishness of human concepts, then they will be distressed and disturbed. But I say to you, if you will stand in your presence of the light of your presence, and refuse to accept or listen to foolish, human gossip that says these things are not true, then you will more easily stand in the light and prove to yourselves these great laws and the expansion of the light. These great decrees of the many in America are doing a thing indescribable. I have to keep you gentlemen waiting a little longer, but I feel it is only right to reveal to you what I shall this afternoon, because it concerns tremendously the feminine activity of life. When you hear what I have to reveal to you this afternoon, you will. Discourse 8:127 See how all through life the feminine activity, which is the feeling world of the earth, is the more powerful activity, then you will understand why today the feminine activity must take its balance with the masculine in all life's activity. And when you hear this, you will understand why it is so. Now then, gentlemen, that is why the greatest honor between the masculine and feminine is necessary today to bring about this mighty balance with a speed that is incredible to you at this time, because this light is not only compelling but is impelling it forth with great speed. Gentlemen, you do not realize as we do from the higher standpoint that this light, the cosmic light that is being released, is a mighty, impelling force, and that is why I say to you, please do not be distressed or dismayed if you are not having the full control of yourselves that you might wish just yet. Just stand firm, and then don't be distressed about a condition that you have not entirely rid yourself of yet, but just keep on calling calmly and serenely, and it will disappear. It has to. But if you get disturbed about a thing, then you bind it to you more and more, because your feeling is acting and accepting that thing is there and still has power. Gentlemen, notice the difference between dismissing a thing with the intellect and in the feeling. It is 128 The I am 99 Discourses easy enough to dismiss a thing in the intellect, but your feeling does not always respond to that, nor does it follow. Therefore it is imperative to watch that your feeling follows your intellect in your decrees, or whatever it is you wish to rid yourself of. When your feeling follows, then you will soon be free from the conditions that you want to be free from. Gentlemen, do not accept it as being there or having power to act in your physical body, when it has no power, because you can withdraw, like that, power from any habit in your physical body and make it dissolve and disappear, if you realize it. Why does a thing have power within you, a habit, for instance? Because you have fed your life into that by your attention. Take your attention off it and keep it off, and the thing will disappear by its own volition because there is no connection longer with it. Gentlemen, you cannot have a thing about you unless your life has gone into it to feed it, and that means undesirable or desirable. The energy acts whichever way it is, but you, as the decreer of your world, can compel that energy to act, by the power of your attention, wholly constructively, pure and perfect. You cannot have any difficulty in releasing yourself from any undesirable activity because, taking your attention off of it, it has to dissolve and disappear. Discourse 8:129. Now this is what you might say to me, oh, I have tried and tried so hard and so long. Yes, that is true, but your feeling has not. Your feeling has been continually accepting that, although you were not outwardly conscious of it, and that is what seemingly makes the thing hold on. Say to the presence, take my attention off of that and out of it. Then when it comes up to your thought again, say, oh no, you have no power. You might just as well stop and get out. Oh, be just sort of indifferent. Don't let it make you feel it has power. You are the power in that thing, and every time that the thought recurs, say, oh, now run along. Turn your attention to the presence and go on about your business. Say, get out. You once ruled in my world, but you don't do it anymore. But if you take a distressed feeling in trying to get rid of the thing, you don't get rid of it because that distress holds it. That is why in endeavoring to try to explain to you, in your trying to feel those things today, I will give you every assistance possible when I see you are honest and sincere in your desire for light and freedom. You may be sure every ascended master and power of light will come to your assistance. Don't let yourself question about that. When you call to your presence and call to us, be sure we will. 130. The I am 99 discourses give your every slightest effort the assistance. As you fully realize that, you will not have the slightest difficulty in freeing yourself from any condition, no matter what it is. But do not let yourself be disturbed about it. Today in your activity of the outer world, gentlemen, with all the power of your mighty I am presence, send forth these decrees and, gentlemen, do not go too fast. I mean, just fast enough to give your diction clearly and perfectly. Don't drag it, but don't go so fast that you cannot give your diction clearly, then you will get the greatest power. It is just beyond the balance of the slow into the too rapid. You see. But you will catch the natural, right balance of that and it is powerful. Your decrees today were marvelous. Therefore, you can keep calling for divine justice and divine order in your government, in all official places, and I think it is very well to keep yourselves reminded of that decree, as your beloved Lotus has so often said, hold every official obedient to their oath of office. That will cause to go into the mental and feeling world the power of light, to make them feel the need of honor to their oath of office, which will help and hold things steadier until the full power of light takes its action. Now this is not interfering with any human beings. Discourse 8:131 Free will, but it is calling forth the right order and justice, which is the right of every human being on earth. In your call to the presence remember, dear ones, that your presence is the authority of all life, and there is no other authority in the universe. Human beings are not authority. Of course, in having forgotten the presence, there had to be certain requirements in the outer world to hold mankind in balance, but after all, the full authority in the universe is your own, mighty I am presence. As you call for divine order and divine justice to be established in the government and all official places, in your industries as you call for balance between capital and labor, divine justice there, then you will have set into action the mightiest law in the universe to bring these things about. The call to dissolve the communistic activity, and all those fascist and Nazi activities in Europe are just claws of communistic activity, all those things will disappear from the earth if the call from you in America is sent forth into the mental and feeling world. Because the desire in mankind that the sinister activity of mankind has projected there, will disappear. Naturally, that destructive force wants to hold its power, but it cannot do it in the face of the light you call forth because the light dissolves. 132 The I am 99 discourses everything and there is no battle about it. That is what you want to feel in your individual world. As you call forth the light into your feeling world, it just dissolves any undesirable thing that is there, and there is no struggle, gentlemen. If you find a struggle, it is because you are humanly trying to do it, no doubt. But if you will call the presence into action and let the light of the presence flood your feeling world to expand the light in your body, it will not be difficult to free yourself from anything that is undesirable, yet in the expansion of that light will come the confidence and dominion in your world through a natural process. There is not anything unnatural about this. It is the law of your life, everyone's life. And that is why this work is so practical. If we had not gone through all the experiences you have, sometimes much worse, then you could say to us, possibly we did not understand, but I say to you we understand perfectly every feeling that passes through mankind because we have all experienced it. We all know what it means, and if you were to see us in our present state of perfection, you would marvel how we could have once gone through similar experiences to what you are going through, but such is the case. Every human being has lived in physical bodies. Discourse 8:133 and has gone through similar experience to your own. Therefore we understand just exactly your position, just exactly your requirements, and we never have a thought or feeling of criticism or condemnation because of mankind's mistakes. It is just a thing that has been and, ere long, will cease to be. Therefore, have courage and strength in all that stands before you, and know the human creation has no power. The appearance of limitations or lack of anything has no power unless you feed your life into it through your attention, to give it power. Don't you see and know that limitations cannot be sustained unless your life is feeding into them through your attention? Now you can take your attention off. Suppose one thing in your life, your attention, kept reverting back, and finally you would say, oh shucks, why doesn't this go? I have been doing this now for a long time. Do you know that 10 minutes more effort might give you the victory? You see, you cannot judge from the outer standpoint. But as long as you refuse, even though the recurrence of the thought and feeling continues, just say, oh, no you don't. You have no power. Take that indifferent attitude. Don't be concerned, then you will be free so much more quickly. Today as I am talking to you, I am giving you 134 The I am 99 Discourses tremendous assistance, for there have been many calls to the messengers, and I am determined today to give you that assistance and cut you free from these things you don't want. So if you will accept that, and if the thought or feeling recurs, say, oh, no you don't, and go on about your business. And you will find, just like the mist before the morning sun, all those things will dissolve and you begin to feel that freedom within you, that buoyancy, strength and courage. Gentlemen, no one greater thing has been given to mankind than what the beloved Nada gave to the messengers, when you feel disturbing conditions, sex desires, and all that kind of thing, which in most cases is projected at you, draw in your diaphragm like that. Raise your diaphragm, and it is like you close the door of your solar plexus. You actually do, in that process, and you will find you shut out these feelings in the most amazing manner, because everything that is undesirable has to enter your body through this doorway, the solar plexus. You think you receive it in the intellect. You don't. All things enter through your feeling and have to come in here. It is a tremendous thing and therefore will give you the assistance to your outer victory and will make things more easily accomplished. In the need of America today, as you call forth. Discourse 8:135 Divine Justice, you will be surprised with the intensity with which you are able to release those decrees. How great will be the power and speed with which it acts through the mental and feeling world. Remember, the distance from here to New York in your feeling world does not exist. That vibratory action, sent forth in the feeling world, goes with great power and speed in the intensity of your decrees that send it forth. Therefore, don't let the human sense of it enter in when you are issuing these decrees in the mental and feeling world, because who can judge outwardly how far-reaching, how great the speed with which they go forth? Therefore in rendering this service today, you have limitless power and energy, and in the mental and feeling world, even with yourself, there is no time nor space. I want you to feel that today because you must feel the power and speed of action. Thought has no time nor space, you know. You can think of New York or London instantly. Well, is there any time or space there? Well then, the feeling world acts even more instantaneously than the thought, because it acts before the thought has a chance. Therefore, you see how there is no time nor space to the feeling world. Therefore when you issue these decrees, suppose you were issuing them for the 136 The I am 99 Discourses governmental officials, don't you see how the decrees would go, through the speed and power of lightning, into the feeling world of those individuals to act there, to give them the assistance, give them the right desire. and give them the strength to stand against injustice. Then they would change because they wanted to. They would not change because someone argued or asked them to. When mankind has the desire from within, then that feeling becomes permanent. When a person has a desire from within themselves, whether the light has placed it there or it is from some other suggestion, still does the power of light act in the feeling world of the individual. Because the feeling world of the light pattern of the individual and the higher mental body is established in every form, and acts in divine order and divine justice. Now you take for instance this unfortunate creature in your city that has opposed this light and started such falsehoods. His higher mental body wants him to do right, just the same as you. Therefore, it shows that energy was projected to him from a black magician activity, or he could not have had energy to exist this long. The higher mental body will not furnish energy any longer for a destructive purpose. Therefore, when some individuals think in this understanding, Discourse 8137 they can call the power of the presence to do destructive things, they are just fooling themselves, because they cannot do it. The higher mental body will not release energy for any destructive purpose. They do not understand that. They think they can use the law against the messengers, and it turns back upon themselves. But the truth of life is that mankind's feeling world, by their power of qualification, creates whatever quality is there, and it acts upon them. Therefore, those who yield to destructive impulses are most unfortunate indeed because they are building and creating destructive activities that will one day sweep them out. Now that is why, gentlemen, I say to you in your service to the light, do not let destructive things get your attention and hold it. Do not let your attention rest upon each other by the mistakes that seem to be apparent there. If they seem to be, call the presence into action or take your human mind off and leave the rest to the presence. Then you will hold such harmony among yourselves. You, as minute men, please do not let one word of criticism go out to any one of your group, even though there seems to be a mistake. Either call the presence into action silently, or slap him on the back and say, God bless you and give you the power and courage of full dominion. That is the only way to restore. 138 The I am 99 Discourses dominion to mankind. Therefore, I realize with such a joy, you talk about thrills, I am getting one myself today and seeing the response from within your feeling world. I see it positively more clearly than you feel it. But nevertheless to see that response within you is magnificent beyond words, and I give you that encouragement and strength because it is right you should have it. Go on, gentlemen, in the power of light in all its magnificence, and let the fullness of that glory which is your mighty I am presence take its dominion in you and your world, and see how quickly all things will come into divine order and divine justice for you. Do not accept the appearance world as having power to distress or limit you any longer, but to everything that confronts you of limitation, simply still yourself and say, hold on now, I know you have no power. Mighty I am presence take command here. Project your mighty light rays into this. Dissolve and consume it. Bring divine order out of this, and give me the intelligence to do the right thing, whatever is necessary. In that way you will take away from your physical body the strain and anxiety that does not allow the presence to act, because the feeling world must be calm in order to quickly have the answer required. As you do this, gentlemen, you will find you do. Discourse 8139 Not have difficulty in handling the conditions that confront you, but don't give anything power except your presence. First, to everything that appears before you of human creation, tell it, it has no power. Then call the presence into action. Then stand steady in the face of anything until the power of the presence floods forth to govern it. And you will find the power of the presence that floods forth will not fail in a single instance. I must close, gentlemen. I thank you with all my heart for your love, your devotion to the light and to me, and with your harmonious cooperation. One day you will know what great friends we are. It is wonderful, gentlemen, to find in this day of the world, the response that I have had through the messengers. And it is gratifying. It is the Savior of the world. I want you to know, with your continuous, mighty decrees and the mighty activity that has gone forth, I want you to know this afternoon what has been accomplished, then your courage will leap into the fullness of its power and strength. And go on until every victory in America is won. I thank you. Discourse 8155 July 31, 1938. Los Angeles, California. Beloved friends of America and Minute Men of America, behold and feel the blessings that shall pour out to you today in bringing to you some understanding of your own life, which is your mighty I Am presence, anchored within your heart, feeding its life, energy, and intelligence into your human form. Remember, beloved mankind, that in all mankind's search through the ages, they have sought this identical understanding. Today we have brought it to you in clearness and simplicity so that even a child may understand and feel the full power that it is for them. And it will flow through them into their world of activity to bring its blessing and greater perfection everywhere. There is nothing mysterious about this, and in the former attempts at the understanding, every conceivable angle was touched upon but the simple one, which is the understanding of your own life. In all occult activities and metaphysical activities, there is a tendency to something mysterious. There is 140. Discourse 8:141 Nothing mysterious about your life. It is just feeding your mighty power into and through your body every moment, whether you are waking or sleeping matters not, still life is acting. You don't think whether the organs of your body are functioning or not, unless something gets out of order, yet life is directing every organ and activity of your body, the greatest laboratory, the greatest activity of chemistry that is known to man. Yet you give no thought, no particular attention to it. But behold what can be done when you will acknowledge and accept your own mighty I Am presence above you, knowing that it is the individualized focus of God whose mighty ray of light and energy is all that you have ever had, all you ever will have to use. All the intelligence, all the power, all the substance, all the energy must come from this presence because there is no place else for it to come from. Therefore, as you understand this, know that you are the outpost of the greatest intelligence in the universe, the greatest power, the greatest release of energy, because you are the focus of that infinite energy of life. Therefore, in accepting and acknowledging this, you find you can call it forth without any limit whatsoever to act in your outer world. It must flow through your body, so far as your 142 The I Am 99 Discourses individual world is concerned, in order to harmonize and keep your feeling world in a condition where you are no longer governed by discordant feeling. The simplicity of this is the thing that mankind has overlooked throughout the centuries, but today, since I have brought this forth, mankind is coming to understand and feel definitely the courage, strength, and power of achievement that this understanding brings. Therefore, each one is feeling their authority, their ability, first to control themselves harmoniously, that means their feeling world, and then to project through feeling and thought into their world of action this mighty, harmonizing, intelligent power of the mighty I Am, which contains within it everything that is required to bring perfection into their outer world. Now there is nothing unusual about it, but mankind have not understood a single thing about their own life. They knew they were life and that they were using it, but how, they never gave a thought. Now today, you are coming to understand that life means more than just a fragmentary part that mankind is using in the ordinary sustaining power of the human form. Instead of using perhaps 10% or less of the great intelligence, power, and energy which the great presence holds for you, you can, by earnest adoration to that presence and call to Discourse 8:143 it, release such a power to flow through your body and out into your world of action, that everything that touches it will become harmonious, therefore letting the full perfection and power of life bring into your world of achievement your fondest heart's desire through natural means and perfectly natural process. In coming into this understanding, it is so important that you realize that all of this is natural, as practical as anything in the outer world of your mechanics today or your mathematics, and when you apply them according to the requirement you have come to understand, you get exact results. When you come into your home in the evening, you turn on the button of the electric light switch and you have light. Today, giving your attention to your mighty I Am presence is just as practical as coming into your home and pushing the button and turning on the lights in your room. Therefore, when you give attention to your presence, you turn on the infinite power of light, that means your higher mental body, which rests above you, between you and your mighty I Am presence. When you give attention to that presence, your higher mental body, being the conductor of that mighty energy and life, is just the same law acting, and you turn on the infinite power. 144 The I Am 99 Discourses of Light, which is the release of the light rays directed by your higher mental body into your body if necessary, or into your world of activity, producing definite, all-powerful, active results, and notice when I say, active results, I mean just that. It is not a thing imaginary, it is not a thing static, it is a mighty, active power in your life, producing exact mathematical results. Therefore try to understand and realize, beloved friends of America, that in your search throughout the ages, the culmination of all that long search has arrived today in spite of all foolish human opinions to the contrary. Those who read and study this series of books that I have brought forth, which gives the complete law, find themselves entering into a new world, a world first of great peace and harmony, then they find the answer to their calls coming forth in the great supreme courage rising from within them. And this goes out into their world to act with definite precision and power. Then they find they are taking on an entirely new order, happiness which they have sought all their life will come about through it. Tell me, beloved ones of America and beloved Minutemen, is there one anywhere that does not seek happiness? Now, there is a definite way of having happiness. Discourse 8:145 Because every heart knows that it should be. Every person often in the intellect knows that it should be, but they have not understood that the discord acting within their feelings has prevented that happiness. Therefore, the suggestions that fill the atmosphere of earth, when individuals here, there, and in different parts of the world put forth vicious thoughts and words, causing vibration, interfere to some degree with people who do not understand, therefore interrupting them temporarily. But the one who puts forth those feelings must reap every particle of it. Individuals need to understand today that they are moving in the atmosphere of earth filled with suggestions of human discord. Remember, friends of America, all that is but a temporary thing. I want to say to you again today in bringing to your attention this seemingly vital point, that as you give attention to the presence, as you give your life energy back to life to amplify and pour forth with greater power and intensity, you are giving attention to the source of all that is on earth. When you give your attention to the human appearance world of its creation, you are giving attention to that which has only its limited power of the energy which it has drawn forth for the moment. It has no sustaining power. Therefore, you are not subject to the distress and limitations of the appearance world. 146 The I Am 99 Discourses. It is so important that you understand this and know that when you withdraw your attention from the appearance world of limitations and discord and give it back to the presence of life, the mighty I Am, where it belongs, then the mighty I Am, through the higher mental body, will release through your world of Actio its infinite power, its limitless energy, its mighty, directing intelligence. Up until this understanding came forth, many of mankind were still living 90% of the suggestions of others about them, instead of their own world of action, but they did not know that. Therefore, as you come to understand that and take your attention off the appearance world and give it back to the presence of life, you will have the perfection of life. The intelligence flowing in and through your body with so much greater volume that you will be astonished at first to see that here, all through the centuries, has your own life been flowing into your body. Not knowing that it was the individualized focus of God and that you in the physical body are the outpost, you have not had this great blessing that can come to you. Therefore I say to you, any human being on the face of this earth who is honest and sincere can prove this law to himself, and no one can prove it wrong. Therefore, you have entered into a very Discourse 8:147 different understanding than ever in your life. All kinds of understanding have required faith. This does not require faith. I say to you, friends of America, the trouble with mankind is in looking outside of themselves for the things that they need, for the adjustment of the conditions, and they will never find it there. When you want correction of anything, you have to go to the source of life in order to have it permanently. You might apply certain human understanding to yourself and feel temporary results, but you all know in all your strenuous effort for adjustment of conditions and for a greater release into your world of use, you have only had temporary results at most. There have been a few individuals who have come into embodiment this time with gathered energy that has sustained them almost throughout their life, but they find all of a sudden that energy is gone, is used up, because they did not know how to replenish it. Now today, in the understanding of your great presence, mankind needs more than ordinary energy. The messengers have proven to the world that they are able to call forth limitless energy, and more than 500,000 people see that and know that they do it. Therefore, that privilege is for every one of mankind who will give. 148 The I Am 99 Discourses. The same earnest attention they have given to the great presence of life, the mighty I Am, and let it pour its great power, intelligence, and energy in greater volume through the physical form. This is quite different than if you want to give assistance to someone, for in that you will find that you can call to the mighty I Am presence, which will release through the humblest person a light ray to assist a person, place, or condition. But when it is in your own life activity, your own life stream, it must come through your own intellect, your own feeling world, your own brain and body. That is why as you give attention to the great presence of life, you will find that this stream of light, as our wonderful chart shows, will intensify, causing the light within your body to expand, giving you the greatest freedom, the greatest joy, the greatest consciousness that you have touched the mainspring of life, which does release its infinite power into action through your body and at your call, through the projection of the light rays to whatever condition is required. We have been speaking definitely about you individually. Now then, let us expand this understanding into your city, into your nation, into the world, because, beloved friends of America, understand definitely that mankind is living in the mental land. Discourse 8:149 Feeling world. The physical body is but the shield or garment which they are wearing. Now when you understand this, that you are mental and feeling beings, then you know that all mankind are mental and feeling beings. Therefore, as you project through the mighty decrees which the Minutemen and the groups give forth, that goes forth like a mighty, pulsating wave through and into the mental and feeling world of mankind, and its far-reaching power is beyond any human concept to understand. Its far-reaching power you cannot comprehend in the outer intellect, but we from the octave of light see and know those vibrations going forth quite as well as you see the effects of your electricity here in the outer world, but with far greater power. Now, notice the difference. You in the use of your electricity see the effects by your light and by your power. We see cause and effect both in action at the same time through the vibratory action that goes forth in the mental and feeling world of mankind, and where we produce so-called miracles in the use of these great streams of energy and light rays, yet it is all perfectly natural. As you see some of those things take place, which you later will, all of you will see that all that takes place, ever will, or ever has, is just your own life, the life of the universe acting. 150 The I Am 99 Discourses. As you understand this, beloved friends of America, you will dismiss from yourself all mystery. That is what has prevented mankind having the clearer, greater understanding, because they thought they had to have some great, mysterious means of getting an understanding of this, oblivious, as one walking in one's sleep, to the simplicity which would release these great powers into their use. Therefore, today mankind is steadily and surely coming into the understanding. We have watched these tremendous activities take place in the mental and feeling world of mankind, producing such effects, changing the whole feeling world of mankind and hundreds of people who have never touched this understanding yet. This is what I want you to understand, beloved friends of America. Then as you contact this work, you will understand why your heart so readily accepts it, where before, or without that, you would possibly have resisted through the old concepts which are purely human, and would have had some struggle within yourself to comprehend or to believe that these great truths were real. Today we find a great mass of people are only too glad to contact something that gives them peace and rest, than the power of achievement that everyone has craved, not only in this lifetime, but if you see the memory of. Discourse 8:151 All that has been, you will find you have craved the same thing always, because it is the power of life. Life wants to assert itself, but the human qualification has prevented it doing it. Today you discontinue allowing the human feelings to requalify the energy, then it flows forth naturally in perhaps 20 times greater volume. But when you call with dynamic energy, you increase that to 40 or 60 times what the natural flow of life would be in and through your physical body. Therefore, you see how much greater, how much more powerful will be the results that you can have, not only that you have sought, but 1,000 things, 10,000 things that you never dreamed possible in your life will begin to find action in a perfectly natural process. Therefore, in this great encouragement that I endeavor to give, and I do give because I know how to charge it into the mental and feeling world of my listeners everywhere, you will find, beloved friends of America, a change taking place this hour in your life. Please be kind enough to accept it and, in your feeling of acceptance, allow me to do for you that which I have sought to do for more than 200 years for the people of America. In this acceptance today, which has been so remarkable in a little more than 3.5 years, today my rejoicing knows no bounds, that through 152 The I Am 99 Discourses the various activities I am able to reach the mental and feeling world of mankind. Remember, beloved friends of America, I have but one desire, to bring to mankind happiness and freedom. Therefore, this is definite because it is the action and power of infinite life. Whatever I charge into your feeling world will remain there, a sustained power of action, and there is no human qualification that can interfere with this. I want you to understand this today because it is carrying to you this blessing. You will feel the change in your feeling world and your attitude, and you will feel that peace and harmony which enables you to hold self-control sufficiently to allow a greater power of life and its great volume to flow forth into your world of action, therefore producing the results you have long sought and wished for. This is all very practical. But, mankind, I ask you today to watch your feeling world, to watch your thought, to watch your spoken word, for if you speak vicious, discordant words into the atmosphere, you charge your own feeling world with that viciousness and discord, and it stays right around your physical body. And one day you will have to reap all that you have sent out. When failure enters into your life, ill health, and all the conditions that come through that discord, remember there is no person to blame. Discourse 8:153 But yourself. The intelligence within mankind knows better, but the human accumulation impels mankind, and they think that they can put forth all kinds of viciousness and not reap the results. That is a great mistake of mankind through the centuries, and that accounts for the limitations in the world today, but this is being rapidly dissolved and consumed today. Now, beloved friends of America, understand all things. If you are interested in my words, in the blessings which I am sending forth to you, I request three things. First, that you give attention to the presence of all life, the mighty I Am, which I know is above you, whose stream of light and energy is beating your heart. Then call to that great presence of life to formulate its invincible tube of light of invincible protection about you. Then call the great presence above you to establish the violet consuming flame under your feet, under your bed while you sleep, over the floor of your home, to dissolve and consume all human discord that has been generated there. The great presence of life, which is not limited, will do this, will answer this call, but you have not understood. I tell you, I know it from long centuries of experience, you have to make this call. You will never have more of life than is at present flowing. 154 The I Am 99 Discourses through into your world, unless you are making this call. The great mass of mankind believed that God would do all things for them without human self-control or all those things. Well, they just find that it is not done, otherwise, mankind would be perfect. The fact is that mankind have prayed and prayed throughout the centuries, which is a very wonderful thing, but it has not produced the results they wanted, that they must have. Therefore, something is missing. I say to you, the missing link, so to speak, has been your call to the great presence of life, which we have come to know, and by which we as ascended beings, who are just as real as you are, in fact more so, have set ourselves free from all human limitations which you experience. Therefore, today you are not dealing with something hazy or indefinite or a human concept. You are dealing with the truth of life in the words I am speaking to you, because we have proven by our freedom from human limitations and having made the ascension, that we are beings wholly free from the limitations of the human octave. Yet we can move in tangible bodies among you the same as you do, and quite as tangible. The outer world has not seen this yet, and I say to you, beloved friends of America, you are going to see it. And to use your expression, I. Discourse 8:155 don't mean maybe. Therefore, beloved ones, the world of mankind is going forth into its freedom. I say that with authority. Only a few months ago, perhaps 7 or 8, there was considerable question in my mind yet, whether mankind was going to give sufficient response even with all that had been accomplished, because I saw the need of still more. But since the New York class, I am coming into a very positive conviction that mankind will give response beyond my fondest comprehension. I mean by that, I cannot tell you, even in my unlimited state, what the human qualities of mankind are going to do until they come to a certain point of the expansion of the light within them. Then I can begin to formulate more and more a definite idea of the dependability of that light, for as you understand, we have nothing whatever to do with nor are we concerned with the human qualities. We know that those human qualities are undependable, but when we see the expansion of the light within the individual, then we know that light is dependable. You do not see that from the human sense, but we see it as clearly from the higher octaves as you see your physical self. Therefore, in presenting to you these simple truths today, you will see how it is easy for you to take hold and apply them. We never intrude. 156 The I Am 99 Discourses anything upon anyone, but we offer as a free gift of love to mankind, this mighty truth of life. Those who care to, can study and apply it with definite, mechanical results. Therefore, beloved friends of America, it is for you to choose. We offer it in so great a love and kindness, but we would not intrude anything you do not want. Therefore we ask you to choose whether you want to come in and expand this great law of life that we know is your absolute freedom financially and every other way, or whether you shall go on in your preconceived ideas and live in your limitations. Now that is quite your choice. We will not say to you what you shall do, but we are beings who have set ourselves free by this identical application. Therefore, we know it produces exact results according to the intensity with which you apply it, but it won't apply itself. Let me repeat again, this law does not apply itself, and neither is God going to do anything for you that you do not make your effort through your call to the presence of life, God, the mighty I Am, to do for yourself. Beloved friends of America, I love Jesus more than all of humanity put together. But when you believe or anyone tells you that Jesus is going to save you regardless of your own call or effort, then you have made a mistake. Mankind. Discourse 8:157 Who expect Jesus to save them and who put forth the great viciousness which they do, will find their qualification is more powerful than their call to Jesus. On the other hand, mankind, behold, beings who are as perfect as Jesus and the other great ones do not come into the atmosphere of people who are inharmonious. They cannot do it. They won't do it. Therefore, in order to have the blessing of these great ones, Jesus included, you must harmonize yourself and be humble before these great ones. Arrogance closes the door of every human being who expresses it. Therefore, humbleness to the great beings of light and positiveness toward discordant human conditions is the imperative need of all mankind. I say to you, beloved ones, when you understand your source of life and realize that your call to it is the release and your freedom even unto your ascension, then you will see how great a blessing I have brought to you in the simplicity of this understanding. There is no power in this universe but the power of light, and if the messengers and students are idolatrous in calling forth the power of light, then let us be more so. For I tell you, there is no power that mankind can use but the power of light, which contains all energy, all intelligence, all power of action. 158 The I Am 99 Discourses Therefore, in calling forth these mighty light rays into your own body, into your world of action by the projection of light rays through your higher mental body or by it, then you are complying, you are fulfilling the great law of life in every detail. Once you understand that, you will see how quickly, how readily and naturally you can set yourself free into all that your heart has desired. You do not realize how in every intense desire for good and perfection that is acting from within you, outside of you is acting an opposing force. Let me assure you that you have that same opposing force within your human body. You have your intellect, which is the action of information gathered from the outer world, and you have your heart sending forth its vibration, which is the activity of the presence of all life, the mighty I Am. And every one of you knows that sometimes you have had the argument going on from within yourself. That was your intellect in your heart. And the intellect, having gathered the substance of the outer world, most often overrules the power of the action of the heart or the intelligence released there, because the power of light will not oppose all this or override the human free will. Now, understand this, you call in prayer to God and then constantly annul it by discord and Discourse 8:159 Viciousness in the feeling. You see how and why you have not had the results from your prayer. So prayer is a certain quality, but it is a supplication. A decree is the acknowledgement of the power of God acting in you, as different as daylight and darkness. To know what you are doing and do it, is the power of life and the fulfillment of its action. To supplicate means that you do not know what you are doing. Therefore I say to you, beloved ones, the scripture says, decree a thing and it shall be done unto you, call unto me and I will answer you. That is the action and power of light. Friends of America, remember that your beloved Jesus prefaced everything that he said and did in the world by the words, I am. 7 a.m., the resurrection and the life. 7 a.m., the open door which no man can shut, and believe me, beloved friends of America and fellow students, that one statement in itself is sufficient to set every human being on the face of this earth free, for Jesus meant exactly what he said. And he knew what was in the power of those words when he said, 7 a.m., the open door which no man can shut. That goes throughout life, and ever since he spoke those words 2,000 years ago, it has been vibrating through the atmosphere of earth. 160 The I Am 99 Discourses. Now today mankind is coming to understand this mighty power that he gave forth. because the preachers of the world, in order to hold the power to themselves, convey to mankind the idea that Jesus was a special being, and that no one could attain the goal because he was a special being. That is the thing that has deprived mankind throughout the centuries. Therefore, I say to you today, the Christ is a principle. Jesus was the man, and Jesus became the fullness and the understanding of his mighty I am presence, became the Jesus Christ of the world because he became the full activity, power, and principle of the Christ, which every man in the world can become today. That is why, beloved friends of America, I want you to understand that everything Jesus was, everything every ascended being or cosmic being is, one day you shall be, you shall attain by the understanding of this exact knowledge. Therefore, let no one turn you aside from this great opportunity that is yours. I know because I have gone through every process in life, from its greatest limitations to the freedom which I experience and have had for a long time now. Therefore, in bringing this forth and having the response which we have, we shall go on and on. Discourse 8:161 Until everyone in America and the world has come to know their mighty I am presence, their source of life, God individualized. Then mankind will enter into that great freedom which every human being, in the heart, knows is true. Those who are attaining today have the proof of it. The messengers have the proof of it. Everyone can have it who wants to, but if mankind allow human suggestions, human falsehood to turn them aside, then the fault is theirs. Then I cannot help them, and you can be sure I am not going to go around and hunt you up and get you by the hair to hold you in the comprehension. But I am offering you, through the greatest love that ever poured forth into mankind, that freedom of life, that true understanding of life which is absolutely mechanical in its precision or action in, to, and through you. Therefore, you are not dealing with uncertainties, I tell you. You can apply this, and there is no proof in this world that amounts to anything except that which you prove to yourself. So stand firm in the glory of the presence of life, in its fullness, stand there giving the full power of its mighty action. And let the presence and power of life go forth and bring to you all that your heart has craved, I tell you, 1,000. 162 The I am 99 Discourses times more than you could yet comprehend. For as you go forth in the expansion of this light, in the power of life, you do not know today that which stands right in the periphery of your world, ready to come forth with dynamic power and give you that freedom, that happiness which you have craved so long. I say to you, beloved ones, try it out, it cannot harm you. Do you think for one moment that your call to the presence of life, giving your attention to the presence of all life, could bring anything but good? You know the messengers have never poured forth anything but kindness and love in its mighty, infinite power. There is nothing controversial about this work we offer, just the loving kindness and power of life in action, and we shall never do anything else. Therefore, I want you to realize that you are dealing with the power of divine love in turning your attention to the presence of life, and the ascended masters, the cosmic beings, and the cosmic light. You have throughout all teaching heard and believed in the Christ principle, have you not? Now, what is this which you have been talking about all through the centuries? An action of your own life. How and why is it the Christ principle? Because it is that energy of life which is no longer contaminated. Discourse 8:163 By human qualification. That is what the Christ principle of life is, and every human being can become the Christ when they cease using human qualification of discord. Every one is a Christ being because the light within them that beats their heart is God. It is mighty intelligence and energy. Therefore, when you understand this, you will not feel the human sense of limitation that once upset you, and you will find that even in the simple words of calling to your own God presence, the mighty I am, without further understanding, you will draw into your experience the greater perfection of that life which will cause you to know that you have touched the fountainhead of life. I want you to feel this. I want you to understand, beloved friends of America, that we are offering you, through the simplicity of this understanding, your absolute freedom. And there is no human being that can interfere with it. Now, another point I want you to understand is that when your attention is upon outer things, it is limited, because that is human creation. But when your attention is upon your own God presence, and you make the call to the mighty I am, for anything whatsoever, and of course in that understanding you would not wish to harm another one, you would not wish any destructive activity, for you. 164 The I am 99 Discourses know that would return upon you, all constructive activity in your call to the presence of life, the mighty I am, the infinite power of life, light, and energy charges into and through your physical body and around you, and harmonizes and brings the conditions of the outer world into sufficient harmony to bring the result you require. This is a law that has been ever since mankind's advent upon earth. Today you are coming into the understanding that was in the beginning when there was only harmony and perfection on this earth. Remember, beloved friends of America, in all due respect to our blessed brothers of light, mankind have actually lived upon this earth for 4.5 million years, but because there is no outer evidence of mankind's existence for that period of time, mankind think they have only been here a short time. In the Royal Teton are records, physical records of mankind's experience here for that period of time. Therefore, we know exactly the truth about mankind and what they have done all through these ages. The outer world does not understand this, but consider for a moment, when you were a child in school or since you are grown, you enter into something, a business for instance, with which you are not familiar. Do you begin with the full understanding of that at once? Of course not. When you started Discourse 8-165 in school, you did not jump from the kindergarten to algebra or calculus or some higher understanding, did you? You went step by step. So, you have to begin step by step before you have attained this great perfection. We are in a position to not only tell you, but show you the way, and by the power of pouring forth our vibratory action into your world, we do give you strength and courage beyond your fondest imagination. Only a certain percentage of the students are really beginning to fully comprehend what our vibratory action, sent forth to them by the light rays, means as a sustaining courage, power, and ability of achievement. As you come to understand yourself, you will see that you are dealing with the most natural, beautiful, majestic, powerful thing, your own life, beloved friends of America. There is nothing else in the world with which you are ever dealing. Now then, when you are dealing with discord of the outer world, still are you dealing with life, but by your wrong qualification. There is no energy to use but the energy of life, and that which seems to be discordant is mankind's wrong qualification. When you see that, how quickly you will face about and set your world in order. I say to you, beloved friends of America, my love. 166 The I Am 99 Discourses pours out to you with such a great power and stream of energy today. You must all feel that great redeeming power which it is, that great strength and courage to you. Accept it, beloved friends of America, and by my sustained outpouring to you through the currents of energy established today, will it go on in its great, beautiful, powerful work to set you free. You will find this, it will come into a courage and strength that you possibly will wonder sometimes, well, where does this come from? Perhaps, after all, that voice I heard over the radio did convey into my world something of which I was unaware. I assure you, beloved friends of America, that current of energy that is coming to you today is as tangible as the stream of water from your faucet, and remember that. That life, that power of divine love that comes with it, is the harmonious presence and power that wants to help you, because it is an amplification of your own life. It has waited so long and wanted to bring that power of harmony into your world. I say to you, beloved ones, in the fullness of the power of light, in the blessings of the ascended masters, the legions of light, the great cosmic beings, and the great cosmic light, arise, mankind. Awaken into the fullness of all your own precious life is, all your heart holds for you. It is natural. It is. Discourse 8-167 Free. No person in the universe or all put together can deprive you of that beauty and perfection which your own stream of life is carrying to you every moment. I want to say one more thing to you, beloved friends of America. Before you retire at night, call to your mighty presence of life, to give you perfect peace and rest, and while you sleep charge your body, through the power of your higher mental body, with its limitless energy, mighty directing intelligence, and invincible protection, then see. Beloved friends of America, the changes that will take place in your life and experience. But you must be sincere, you must believe that presence is there and feel it. Then your results will be all that your fondest imagination can conceive. We offer this in so great a kindness that I know you who are listening today will feel this truth, and no foolish gossip or anything else you will hear to the contrary will ever deprive you of this great perfection that I offer to you today. May the fullness of its glory expand into your life and charge it forth with definite power so that you will no longer have a single question, even in the intellect, of all that life is bringing to you. You think of me as perhaps an unusual being, but after all, I am just your life in its greater 168 The I Am 99 Discourses Expansion. What do you think an ascended being is? What do you think the great ascended Master Jesus is? Just your life in greater expansion. Life is the same throughout the universe, and untouched by human qualification it is perfect, it is beautiful, it is majestic. Therefore, beloved Minutemen, let me help you to dismiss forever any uncertainty in your minds of our reality, of the reality and power of your call to produce exact results for you. It will do it. There is not the slightest question about it. But unless you are pure and realize and understand that in your accumulated momentum of the past, unless that has been cleared away, you will still find human qualities interfering with you. That is not the fault of life. It is because you have either knowingly or unknowingly not given special obedience to your own life. Let me remind you, beloved brothers of light, no human being ever heard us ask your obedience to us. You never heard the messengers ask your obedience to them. All we and they ask is your obedience to your life, your own precious life, the greatest gift in the universe. It is always pure and perfect, but because mankind have not understood and have not known that they have a power of qualification acting within their feeling world, which Discourse 8:169 is a feeling, they don't know it in the intellect. My dear ones, the feeling acts with infinite power. You can feel long before your thought has a chance to act. Please understand this, then you will know the importance of holding harmony in your feelings long enough for the great power and perfection of life to take its full commanding presence and activity. That is all that is required. It is so simple. It is so little that is asked of mankind. We are but reminding you of what life is asking. Life has waited, just think of it, beloved Minutemen, throughout the centuries life has waited and waited, given you embodiment after embodiment opportunities to right yourself, to adjust yourself and give the obedience to life. But don't you see how you could not understand that the energy of this presence and these qualities acting within you which you are unaware of, how could you know and give obedience until your attention was drawn to it? Of course, to some degree you are to blame, but don't you see it is largely because the accumulated discord of mankind had clouded your feeling world, even within your own physical body. So think of it. These points of light in every cell of your body would of their own volition make you a luminous being and wholly real in the response of the mighty currents of energy poured forth by your presence. 170 The I Am 99 Discourses. Because of the discord in your feeling, you have clothed those points of light with density that has made it impossible for you to be aware of, or at least comprehend, the finer vibratory action from your presence that would give you the perfection of life. Today, even through the density that exists in the physical bodies of mankind, everyone is 100 times more sensitive than anyone realizes. You are constantly feeling vibratory action about you just as definitely, only you have not given it attention, you have not tried to understand it. Why, when you come near a person, do you feel repelled? Because in the feeling world of that individual is something very discordant, possibly vicious. You meet another person and you feel so drawn to them that you would like to take them in your arms. That is the power of harmony. Gentlemen, remember, there is a point that you need to understand. In your contact with the feminine and masculine activity of life and its association, when you meet one of the opposite sex with whom you feel very harmonious and who is not your wife, be careful. This is innocently done thousands and thousands of times. Suppose in your association, whether you are married or unmarried, but if you be married, suppose your association in life has Discourse 8:171 been inharmonious. The minute you contact another of the opposite sex who is pouring forth this great kindness and harmony, you naturally feel attracted to that one. But that does not mean that you should have an impure thought about it. On the other hand, you should rejoice that one is pouring forth such a pure radiance of God. Learn to designate that harmony you feel, there is no animal activity about that. Beloved brothers of the light, I have seen conditions arise so pitiful out of the lack of understanding of this point, that I want today to try to make it clear to you. It operates both ways. I have seen blessed ones, ladies of light, whose light was expanded greatly within them, and because they had been drawn into associations of inharmony and they met someone of the opposite sex that was kindly and harmonious, they felt that tremendous drawing power to that harmony. If they are not aware of these laws, they will naturally sooner or later take it as a physical thing. It is not at all, but it is the craving from within those individuals for the need of harmony that draws them together. And if they don't understand it, it becomes a human quality acting. If mankind, both masculine and feminine, understood this, what a transformation would take place in the life of mankind. You see, everyone that has 172 The I am 99 Discourses been in the midst of discord, when they touch the world of someone that is really harmonious, well, it is heaven on earth, is it not? Then, there is a reason for it. It is only because that one with whom they feel the great harmony has called forth this great harmony of life into action. I could show you thousands of individuals in America today, both masculine and feminine, who had this great adoration and outpouring of life and harmony and, by that, drew to themselves one who felt that harmony, which was the craving within their own hearts. Not of the intellect, however, and they were united. Then, as soon as that inharmony of the other came into that individual's life, being an accumulation of the outer world of activity, it overruled the harmony within the other individual, and a life of unhappiness was the result. Gentlemen, don't you see how, if life is understood, mankind can have such happiness? Oh, I went through all this process. Think of it before my ascension when I was trying so hard in Europe to assist France and England, Germany, Italy, and Austria. Oh, think of it, the awakening to where I could sense and know. Because I was nearing my ascension, and for 100 years before, I knew every thought and feeling of mankind. And moving in the French court as I did, naturally I knew the Discourse 8:188 intrigue that was going on there. Many of you have had the opportunity to see the moving picture, Marie Antoinette. The foundation of that is laid at the time when I was in the French court. All that is portrayed there and much more took place, but think of the intrigue that went on by her cousin. That was the cause of all the diabolical things that followed. His treachery was cunning, and underneath was the cause of all that condition, of which the mass of mankind did not dream. I knew Marie Antoinette personally, and while she was a child of disobedience and frivolity to some degree, in the beginning she was a child of very great light. When, by the pressure of the conditions, she went to such great extremes to hold her dominion over the woman of lower character, that was when she opened the door to the destructive forces. That thing is going on in your midst today. The intrigue in your capital of America today is just as deadly. Gentlemen, you as Minutemen of America have it within your power to dissolve, consume, and reveal that treachery in every official place in America. Why do you think I refer to this picture today? Because in it is a mighty lesson. It is tragic, but that tragedy actually took place and far more than is portrayed there. I say to you, in calling your attention. 174 The I am 99 Discourses to that, if it had not been for the effort and protection of the ascended masters today, you would have been in a condition exactly like that which was in France at that time, because the communistic element and the vicious angles of that kind seek only one thing, destruction of mankind. Those poor, unfortunate men who are caught in it believe that it has a solution within it. Gentlemen, it is the greatest tragedy on the face of the earth, that thing, and its cunning claws. Take the activity such as Nazism and other activities, nothing but the same claw acting. I say to you, gentlemen, it was true that Mussolini said what he did, which was printed in the papers, his vicious comment on the goddess of liberty. He will swallow that. Gentlemen, the day of chivalry is not past. A human being so depraved as to allow a comment to go forth, which is his life, causing that vibratory action, with your calls I will see that he does swallow it, if I have to go and appear to him in my tangible body and see that he does do it. I still have my masculine form, and no human being in embodiment is going to say that about our goddess of liberty and get away with it. Her purity is so great that he is not fit to touch the hem of her garment. Therefore, gentlemen, you have powerful friends. Discourse 8:188 Don't forget it. Now I am not trying to start a national controversy, but I tell you, gentlemen, as my minute men, if you will make the call to stop that kind of thing, we will see that it is done. I don't mind what they say about me, but they are not going to talk about the ladies like that. Thank you, and please be seated. Gentlemen, do you know that America would not exist today in spite of my efforts, if it had not been for your wondrous goddess of liberty? I understand quite well that he thinks her Statue of Liberty is just a symbol. He does not know that represents a great cosmic being, but it is time he did. Now, gentlemen, I am not going to keep you as long as I did the other day, but this I do want to say. You are feeling more acquainted with me today than you ever have, I think, and I appreciate it with all my heart. But now, gentlemen, let us go into action. Remember, the first thing is the determination to hold such harmony in your feelings that the instantaneous answer to every call you make will come forth. If it does not at once, don't be discouraged or think your call is not being answered, but keep on driving with dynamic power. Every call you make, charge into it that mighty energy. You cannot deplete yourself if you know your presence is the energy and power acting. You can decree, if 176 the I am 99 discourses you choose, for a whole day and be stronger at night than you were in the morning, but that is not necessary. When you make a decree for something, start it with a firm determination that your answer is coming forth at once. Then remember the energy is coming from your presence, flowing through your body. In reminding yourself of that, you will open that channel clear and free for that energy to flow forth, and you cannot be depleted. I want you to come to a point where, when you want to release the power or energy, you can simply charge it forth instantly with its infinite power of action, and let it go forth like a mighty, intelligent power acting, which it is, to render that service you require. Remember, gentlemen, you are my powerhouse in the physical world. You know, we have taken considerable time as you think of it in the physical world, for the preparatory work, now we are going into action. But instead of finding the old tradition of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, whatever condition requires remedying, we call forth the mighty power of the I Am, and through every one of your higher mental bodies is projected those mighty light rays carrying the intelligence, the energy, the power, and substance to render that service. And it is done harmoniously. Instead of Discourse 8:188 creating greater discord by agitation, it dissolves the discord and brings the permanent remedy. Gentlemen, I shall from time to time ask all the Minutemen to do this. Won't you at least once in your groups, and I will ask the messengers to give you a short, snappy decree for that especially, which you can use. In the meantime, you can use what you have, of course you have an abundance, so far as that is concerned, to cover every avenue of requirement. But I have been looking the field over, and I think I shall give you a short, very snappy, powerful decree for this specific purpose, that you may focus through your higher mental bodies the power of your mighty I Am upon the city of Washington to reveal, to dissolve, and consume every spy activity and all intrigue that is there. You have been covering this, but I feel I want you to have a more powerful focus of your light rays upon that city, and naturally to reveal this intrigue, because I tell you, America is sleeping. Why, they let this spy activity go on right under their noses, knowing it, and I tell you it is dangerous. It is very dangerous. Because we are not at war is no reason that activity should go on, getting every secret that America holds, except those which we are protecting, and they have not any spies clever enough to get those. If you as Minutemen of 178 the I Am 99 Discourses America will do this, it will be a great service. I want to call your attention, since I suddenly impelled your beloved Lotus to issue that first decree against the spies of America, and look what has taken place since you have begun to do that, the dope fiends that have been revealed, the activity of dope, the conditions in your aerial service, and the spy activity throughout all avenues. It has been amazing, gentlemen, how that has been revealed since that time. Do you not see, gentlemen, what a power you are in these mighty decrees? They actually go forth in the mental and feeling world, reaching people you do not dream of. Not only that, but it gives courage, strength, and power to those officials that mean to do the right thing. Many of them do, but these sinister individuals get them in their clutches by some pretense or another. They do not realize it, or they would straighten up their spines and tell them to go. That would be all right. Don't you see, dear ones of light, the vicious activities act wholly through fear. If they can get an individual, no matter how much they want to do right, if they can get them to do something, they have a little pressure and they say, either you do what we want you to do, or we will turn you over to the authorities. And they have their henchmen give false evidence against them. In your penitentiaries. Discourse 8:188 today are hundreds of innocent men, and I happen to know it, because of that vicious intrigue. Because they stood up and told them where to go, then they concocted this false evidence against them. But that day is fast drawing to a close. I tell you, gentlemen, with these mighty decrees going forth, all intrigue and all treachery in America shall be sought out, and authorities and powers who are real will take charge of it. Now let me say something to you in confidence, gentlemen. Why do you suppose there is such fierce, vicious opposition through certain individuals against this work? Because they are deadly afraid that their intrigue is going to be revealed, and they are just guessing about right. That is why such bitter hatred goes to these beloved messengers who never harmed a fly, but thank goodness, it is no more than a feather in a gust of wind so far as they are concerned. This mighty work shall go on until our America holds that which belongs to her. Therefore, gentlemen, be firm and strong. Study these books so that you have at your tongue and the clear, definite explanation of this work. Let every human being who confronts you understand that you know what you are talking about, that you know this law is real, that you know the messengers are honest and sincere, and that this truth, given forth 180 the I am 99 discourses through them by me, is the freedom of America and the world and every human being who will apply it, and I mean that. With the momentum we have gained at this time, there is nothing in the world that will stand before it. Remember you represent the light, and the light knows no opposition in this world. Gentlemen, won't you feel that, as never before in your life, right now when I am speaking these words? Feel you represent the light. Your call to the mighty I Am Presence is the call to the powers of infinite light which rush forward into your world of action, and everything of human quality there, all limitations of discord just dissolve before it. There is no battle in that, gentlemen. We have passed the field of battle. This is the power of light that goes forth, gentlemen, to do these things harmoniously, because there is no opposition to the light in the universe. Why look, gentlemen, all of these dark forces, whether they be individualized or not, are qualities. They never make the slightest attempt to oppose us in our ascended presence. When we appear, they are absolutely inactive. Only through human beings do they find a few opportunities to act, because of the accumulated energy and vicious discord that has been generated within those individuals, the few. Discourse 8:188 that force can still use, but it is very small. It is of no consequence, and they are seeing today, as they froth at the mouth, that they are helpless, and they know it. Don't fear, don't worry that any of these vicious individuals in your city are going to harm this work. They are emptying their churches every day, and unless they discontinue this tirade against this work and the messengers, many churches will be emptied, not because it is our wish, but because they themselves have set the law into action that produces it. I have tried to help them. I have stated the law, but if they are too vicious to believe it, then they must take their medicine. It will be rather bitter, but they will swallow it, I presume. This is the law. Gentlemen, we are not talking about human activities, we are talking about the law of life that acts according to law and order, and acts according to human qualification. When individuals insist on qualifying it wrongly, then they get the wrong result. Now, you gentlemen, as my outposts and gentlemen of the light, remember you represent me, you represent the light, and your conduct must be according to the dignity of the ascended masters. Watch out, gentlemen, I have noticed in 2 or 3 instances that men and women, claiming to be students of the I Am, have fallen apparently in 182 the I Am 99 discourses love with each other, gone away, and broken up the homes. Those are not students, and don't make any mistake about that. Gentlemen, stand guard over your feeling world. Let that purity and dignity be the only controlling power. Don't let these things occur. I know you who are sincere and earnest won't do those things, but people come in pretending to be students in order to gratify those vicious desires. That is where you should all stand guard. As I said at the musical, everyone and especially you Minutemen should be a sentinel, watching for all these sinister things that try to drive into your midst to bring discredit upon this work. Now I am going to have to correct that vicious thing that occurred in Richmond, Virginia. That woman was seized upon by the vicious psychic forces, claiming the precipitation of that child, and the child was born in the hospital there 2 months ago. It is no more a precipitated child than anything in the world. It is a scheme to try to do something unusual, all because she was seized upon by these psychic forces, and they are paying the penalty for it today. Now I must send a letter and send a messenger into their midst to correct this thing. Through the messenger I told this woman in New York, and the messenger showed her the treachery of the other woman that was pretending to do these. Discourse 8:188 things, still after that she went back and accepted this silly nonsense. The doctor and his wife, who are really very good people, are being deceived by this woman. And she herself of course is being treacherously deceived by the psychic forces that have hold of her, doing the most outlandish things. Watch out, Gentlemen, when these things start in your midst, stop them at once if the messengers are away. Don't let such things start in your midst. You don't know, as I do, having dealt with these human qualities for many centuries, how treacherous they are and how deceitful is this psychic thing which knows its day is done in the world. I assure you, now that we have come to this point, in the future the first appearance of any kind of thing, I shall handle it right then so it does not start and gain a momentum of any kind. I tell you, it seems incredible that even in the human such conditions exist, yet they do. Don't be deceived, gentlemen, I tell you, but continue to call individually for all deceit and treachery to be revealed. Now right at this point let me remind you that Rex in India, as you have read, revealed the treachery in the group of students, and the master, who was not ascended, almost resented for a moment the fact that Rex had revealed the treachery in his midst. Why? Because that individual and the group. 184 The I am 99 discourses back of him had thrown over those individuals that hypnotic spell through the feeling, and they were unaware of it. Rex, a wholly free individual coming in from outside, was able to sense that, because that action had not taken hold of him. That is what is going on everywhere. You as students, if you will call the presence to hold that invincible tube of light about you, nothing will come into your feeling world and act. That is what I want you to come to, because remember, you are the defense of the light, not through agitation or anger or outer destruction, but by the call to the power of light to hold that tube of light about you so that not a discordant thing can come in to get its forces over you in your feeling world. That is the thing, gentlemen. Once you come to realize that, you will feel with a clearness that you never thought possible. The messenger knows it because he experiences it daily, and many of you are at the point where you can begin to receive that clearness which is astonishing at first, until you feel its great reality. In order to keep my word, I must stop. I have only 20 minutes left. Gentlemen, try to feel my great gratitude to you for your great loving response to my humble efforts. One day we shall look back upon the experiences of today from a height that will. Discourse 8:188 seem as though it could not have been in so recent a time. Today we are going forward in the great freedom and victory of light, and I am so happy to have you with me. I know you do feel how great my love is for you and how deep my gratitude for the response of mankind, who can only have their protection and freedom by the understanding of this great law. So, feel each day, charge yourselves each night before you retire with the invincible power of the presence, and then in the morning with its invincible, almighty activity, so that you keep charging and gaining this momentum that of its own power and volition will set you wholly free. It is not a hair-raising activity, but a great calm determination in your call to the presence which will as surely charge you with its great charge of momentum, and very suddenly you will find, well, isn't it wonderful, all those old qualities are gone, and I think, feel, and see the solution of things with a clearness I could not imagine a few months ago. That is coming and is at hand. I want you to feel it and accept it. Remember, my light rays are always pouring forth to you, each one individually. If you will remain clean, pure, and sincere, I will lift you to your fondest heart's desire, make no mistake about it. When I see you are determined and mean business. 186 The I am 99 discourses as I do, then there is not anything I would not do to help you. I thank you with all my heart. May the infinite powers of your mighty I am presence charge you with such infinite power of action, such courage, strength, and great calm poise, determination, and control of your feeling world, that immediately there comes forth the great avalanche of light to do whatever is required in your world. Remember, gentlemen, in your financial requirements and your supply of money, stand as a powerful focus. Your presence is your treasure house, and if you will accept that fully and call to your presence, don't think of a human being. I do not care if you haven't a dime in your pocket, stand with that presence and say to that human quality, you cannot scare me anymore. You are finished. Mighty I am presence, take command of this mind, body, and my feeling world. Release from your treasure house the money I require. It is my birthright. Then go right on with that firm, determined activity and release of the energy, and you will find how much quicker all human limitations will disappear before you. You can do it, and I will help you. I want you to be free from this thing. Oh, I was going to stop. Will feel my great protecting presence about you always, and know that not one of. Discourse 8:188 Your calls, remember I said recently, I demand that every constructive call of yours be answered at once, and I mean that. Now, if you will take that same call with me, you will find how quickly you will be having it. I thank you. Discourses 188 August 7, 1938. Los Angeles, California Radio Broadcast. Beloved Minutemen, friends of America, today in the fullness of all life holds for you, let us speak from the fullness of that great life. All that mankind has today, ever has had, or ever will have, is the action of life, and if understood from its true, great truth of life, it would produce perfection for them everywhere. Again today, in opening our heart-to-heart conversation with you, will you understand again that never in all mankind's history has there been anything but inharmony in the feelings of mankind that has caused limitation or distress. Thus, starting our conversation today, will you understand why mankind has no more understood than you have, how to bring about the reason and the means by which you can hold your self-control and govern your feelings. Now today, all who have come into this understanding I have brought forth, the knowledge of the mighty I am presence, have before them the 188. Discourse 188 scepter of dominion and power over their human qualities, over their self-control, and through that, they are able to project into their world of activity that great energy, intelligence, and power of the presence of all life, the mighty I am, to produce its perfection there. In all the world today, there is not one thing that mankind needs as much as this simple understanding of life. In fact, it has been so simple that mankind has believed that it could not be true. But thousands and thousands of students today are hourly and daily proving this great law to be absolutely accurate and infallible, and we as ascended beings have proven this identical, same application to be infallible. Then we are in a position to encourage you to apply the law until you prove it for yourself. I say to you, Minutemen and friends of America, there is not one thing in all the universe that amounts to anything to you until you prove it to yourself. Mankind has said to each other, well, you show me. You prove to me that thus and so is true. That is impossible. No one can prove anything to another, and the sooner mankind understand that, the sooner will they come into harmonious action with themselves and, necessarily, the rest of their associates. In doing this, you will find that all the feeling that mankind has had to want to influence 190 the I am 99 discourses to want to dominate or cause another to do their will have vanished from the earth. Therefore I say to you, Minutemen and friends of America, first understand this one great principle of life. The only thing that has deprived you of all your heart craves or the happiness and perfection you desire is inharmony registered in your feeling world. Now let us dismiss it once and forever. Remember, your business alone is to harmonize and perfect your own world and activity. What someone else does is not your slightest concern, but you have believed it was up to you to govern somebody else, when the only thing required is to govern your own feeling world. Then when you have harmonized it, call the presence of light, with all your heart for its mighty intelligence, invincible protection, and its mighty radiance pouring forth, to come into your world of action and produce its perfection there. Now you will understand, beloved friends of America, the students do, that your life is flowing forth through your body, a power of energy. When you run against something in the dark, or when you become aware of the power that you are using every time you eat your food, by the pressure of your jaws, then you will know the limitless energy that you are already using. When I say to you that you are using only about Discourse 188 10% of the power and energy that it is your privilege to use, then you will understand why you have not had greater perfection, greater results in your world of activity. But when you do understand this, then you will see that beating your heart is your authority, is your life, is your greater intelligence that you can call forth into action from the great presence of life, which is above you. Then you will see that not a thing in all the wide world can limit you but yourself. You can call this presence forth, and remember, it is the power of light acting, therefore, the power of light knows no opposition. It moves forward into action at your call, for the light never battles anything in the universe. That is why we say to you, beloved friends of America, those who seemingly try to oppose this light or say unkind things about the messengers, they are sounding their own destruction. They do not believe that, but one day they will find that true, for they have put forth the cause, which is destructive thought and feeling that must return upon them. Now it is true with any human being on earth that what you send forth through your feeling must return again to you. I say to you, friends of America and beloved Minutemen, this simple, magnificent understanding is the imperative need of all mankind. 192 The I Am 99 Discourses Today. You must realize that your feeling world is the cause of all there is, and the feeling world of all mankind is the cause of all there is in the mass of mankind. When you realize that mankind blames governments, blames cities, blames your state, or perhaps your governors for certain conditions, yet in the feeling world of mankind is the power to control all that, for when you admit a thing, you add to the destructive qualities that are already acting there. Beloved Minutemen, and also I say to the friends of America, remember, you cannot remedy anything by condemning it. You only add to that destructive force which is already acting. Whether it be a sincere friend and associate, whether it be in your business activity, the moment you allow condemnatory feelings and criticism to go forth from your feelings, you are driving into your activity a destructive quality that will one day shatter everything that is about you, if you continue to do it. Therefore today in this opportunity, I want so much to put before you these simple laws in a way that even the intellect cannot reject, for in this is your freedom, is the supply. I say to you today, in the need of the money supply that so many hundreds of thousands of people are calling for, and in many cases in desperation to have the supply for food. Discourse 8:188 Shelter and clothing, beloved ones, think of it, beating your heart is the power of light, energy, and intelligence that would within a few hours release to you the supply of money you require. Only because you believe that your supply is dependent upon mankind, I mean the human form of mankind, do you limit yourself. You believe that certain things, certain activities in the outer world are your only means of gaining your supply. I say to you, you have reversed the whole current of your life energy in that attitude. For when you call to the mighty I Am Presence, which is your treasure house for this supply, then you will release the intelligence of your presence, the mighty I Am, into action. Now notice, action, beloved ones, is what you require, for anything static or still will not produce the result. Therefore when you call this forth into action, know that your presence is the treasure house. Then through you will flow the current of energy, and directly from your higher mental body into persons, places, and conditions will flow these direct currents of energy to harmonize and bring about this release of energy and supply you require. Once you understand this, you will not 24 hours longer be deprived of the money you actually require for use. This is a 194 The I Am 99 Discourses simple law, but it is majestic and all-powerful. There is no reason why mankind should be deprived. They do not know it, but they alone are depriving themselves. It is not easy to accept that, but someday everyone everywhere will be compelled to accept it, because there is only one cause in all the world for the mass condition, for the individual condition, and that is the feeling of mankind. Until I brought this understanding forth, there had never been anyone upon the face of the earth who had 5 minutes contemplation or understanding that their feeling world was their powerhouse, and that it was the one principal thing to be governed in their worlds. Therefore I say to you today, in starting this activity, remember, beloved Minutemen and friends of America, when I speak to you my own rays of light go out to you. It doesn't make any difference where you are, while you are listening to me, my ray of light goes out and enters your feeling world. If you will accept it, you will find it producing changes, blessings untold to you. Those who are listening with the desire to condemn and criticize my words and myself and the messengers, remember, you are just condemning yourself and displaying your ignorance in attempting to oppose the light, while you do not believe. Discourse 8:188 This, I say to you, this light will stand forever. This light will go on in its mighty expansion until every human is free. And we know how to apply the law to do it. I say to you, beloved friends of America, and I say this with so great a kindness, whatever there is of a critical, condemnatory, or destructive feeling that comes forth from the individual has to return upon them. I would be so glad to see them prevent this, but as long as they insist on it, then they must reap exactly what they have sown. Those who have been preaching Jesus Christ with one breath, calling for the presence of Jesus Christ, and with the next breath condemning their fellow man, are certainly a house divided against itself. So it is with all mankind where there are two forces acting in your life, 1 hour of happiness and harmony and the next of criticism and condemnation of some kind. These are qualities acting, beloved friends of America and beloved Minutemen, and there is no law in the universe that can stay it but yourself. Whatever feeling is acting in you must be the power that is going to be the dominant action in your life. Therefore, as you understand how to prevent this, and remember, you as a human being through the intellect cannot change or remedy these. 196 The I am 99 Discourses things, but through your intellect and your feeling, you call to the presence of all life, to silence all human qualities within you and pour forth the limitless energy of purity and perfection of the presence, the mighty I am, to flow forth in your world and harmonize everything. Then you have fulfilled the law of your life and everyone's life to produce perfection for you. As you understand this, you will find that quickly will come into action this complete change in your life. The messenger has had innumerable letters recently from students who have been studying for some time, and only in the recent shrine class did they comprehend the understanding of some of these simple, fundamental laws. They clicked, so to speak, within their consciousness for action that has enabled them to produce such so-called miraculous results since the beginning of that class. Therefore, it shows to all of you that it is only continuous application, unyielding to the appearance world about you, that will finally break through the human creation and produce these exact results for you. I am so delighted to see the evidence before mankind and among the students of how they have gone on in their application, many times feeling that they have not gained the victory which should have been theirs, but not knowing that within. Discourse 8:188 The feeling world was lurking some latent feeling that was acting unbeknown to the intellect and that was preventing the answer to their call and application which they were making. Just as soon as the full conviction of their authority and power of application begins to act, everything reverses and the answer comes immediately at their call. That is so with every human being on earth in applying this law. It means only one thing, beloved friends of America and beloved Minutemen, as the messengers have proven to the world, you must keep up your application, definitely, just as if you were driving home a great and mighty truth and activity. Keep on applying, not especially looking for results because they are sure to come, but applying with dynamic determination. Then one day you will see every seeming obstruction has dissolved. Then your application will be producing such instantaneous results as will satisfy the most exacting. Life has always stood ready to do this for you, but remember, never in the world have mankind been aware that their feeling was the opposing power in their life. Now that is by your requalification and the faculties that are yours which you are using every minute. Your qualification is a feeling, and when you understand how you can call the presence to stop that, then hold harmony in your feelings. 198 The I am 99 Discourses Then as you call this mighty presence into action, life will produce perfection. Since you do have free will to qualify this energy going forth with whatever feeling is acting in your feeling world, then you will see how you have been responsible for any limitation or mistakes that have been there, and how your presence of life will enable you to remedy this. Now remember, you and the human must balance this energy by your attempt at self-control in your call to the presence. If you call to the presence and then keep on doing the things in the human quality, you will not get your result, but when you call the presence into action, then hold the balance in the human form by self-control, then you will find so quickly will come the answer to your call, as definite as the tick of the clock. Therefore, I say to you, beloved ones, try out this law. It cannot harm you. I say to you, beloved friends of America and you who have heard a great deal of false gossip concerning the messengers and this work, let me assure you and show you the reason why these reports put forth are falsehoods. In the presence of life, in the use of the light rays, the human cannot produce these nor call them forth into action. You call to your presence of life, the mighty I am, to produce these light rays to project the energy either in and through your body, or Discourse 8:188 directly into a given objective, to produce a certain result. That comes from God, the mighty I am presence. Do you think that God could produce any imperfection, any harmful activity for mankind? Therefore, you see in the outset how it would be impossible for the use of the light rays to produce anything but perfection. Now there has been a lot said recently about the danger of the use of the light rays. That is abject ignorance, for they could not harm anything, but they do produce perfection for you. Therefore, we as ascended beings use wholly the projection of the light rays for the magnificent results we have already produced every time we use them, and the students today, in calling forth the activity of their mighty I am presence, are having these same exact results. In the thousands of calls that come to the messenger every month, by his own call to the presence, he has charged his own higher mental body to answer these calls, whether he receives them in the physical octave or not. And he finds more than half the calls sent in for assistance are answered before the outer call reaches his physical senses, proving that your higher mental body stands guard, if you understand how to ask it to do so, and will render this service not only to yourself, but to anyone else who might call to you for help. 200. The I am 99 Discourses. This is a definite law of life and it is being proven constantly. The people who deny it are just simply foolish, because mankind can prove all this. The messengers have said to you constantly, don't believe us, prove us. And that is exactly what we want you to do. We want you to prove these laws, which are your own laws of life, for yourself. Then you are satisfied, you are convinced. For the individual convinced against his will, is of the same opinion still. Therefore, to convince yourself means you have placed yourself in a position where no discord or falsehood brought to your attention will longer affect you, and that is the position of the messengers today. For with all the raving wolves in the outer world putting forth falsehoods concerning them, well, they are wholly unconcerned. That is the party of the individual who sends it forth. The messengers know it cannot harm them, and all mankind will one day see this. I say to you, beloved Minutemen and friends of America, when you understand there is not one thing in the whole universe that can touch you, limit you, or harm you but that which acts through your own feeling world, then will you come into the fullness of life. You cannot do it until you do realize that. Follow me just for a few moments as I call your attention to how you have fed your magnificent life. Discourse 8 188 Energy into individuals, places, and conditions to harm and limit you. Think of it, gentlemen and friends of America. All mankind have done this. The messengers themselves did it in the beginning, but think how it has been reversed today. These are such mighty laws, and they are acting with every human being on the face of the earth. Remember, let me anchor this so firmly in your consciousness today that you will never forget it in the world, not one thing in the universe can reach, touch, or harm you except your own feeling. It cannot do it. When your life stream feeds into any destructive condition, it comes back to reach you. That is why the messengers are so unconcerned about those who spread vicious falsehoods concerning them, because they know those people must reap that which they sow. Jesus said that, but who of mankind has believed it? As ye sow, so shall ye reap. If all the world could understand that one simple thing, the world would be transformed almost immediately, but no one has driven this at mankind. Now you see the messengers and myself are driving this forth, and we will never let up until mankind understand it. I say to you, gentlemen and friends of America, you are absolutely helpless before the forces of life acting, until you understand this one simple thing. 202 The I am 99 Discourses. Let me repeat it again, gentlemen and friends of America. I want you to get this, there is not one destructive thing that can reach you or your world of action except you feed your life energy into it by the power of your attention. When your attention is fixed upon a person, place, or condition, your stream of life energy is feeding into that, has connected with it. Therefore, think of it. On your own stream of life comes back to you the quality upon which your attention is fixed. Gentlemen, it is the most marvelous, magnificent thing. This simple understanding will transform your world when you once understand it. Oh, not just with the intellect, but with your feeling and its governing power. Therefore, you are in a position to hold dominion in your world and allow the presence and power of your own life to flood forth like a mighty river. For as your attention goes to your presence, the mighty I Am, the stream of light and energy flowing in and through your body would intensify from 10 to 50-fold more than it has ever flowed. And why? Because the impelling power of the cosmic light today is giving you such assistance as never before in the history of the earth. I say to you, friends of America, remember that when we are speaking of the cosmic light, the cosmic law, we are not speaking of the terms that Discourse 8 188 the outer scientists use today in reference to the cosmic light and the cosmic law. We are speaking about the mighty currents of energy released from the great central sun, which is a focus of the cosmic light and cosmic law projected by the great groups of ascended beings who are governing from that center of the activity to this system of planets. Therefore, we are not dealing with the accumulated cosmic light in the atmosphere, but a cosmic light and concentrated activity that is projected by a great, wise intelligence, which will produce certain results upon earth and through mankind. Notice what the power of your attention will do, as you come to understand what it means in connection with this mighty activity. When your attention is upon this great cosmic law, which is projected for the blessing of yourself and the earth and the protection of America, then have you not entered into the greatest stream of energy known to mankind, which will produce exact results in, through, for, and around you so long as your attention keeps going to that source of it. We as ascended beings, being the vanguard of humanity, have gone through all the experiences that you go through, having attained by this identical application. Then are we not in a position to advise, to instruct, to help you to understand these? 204 The I Am 99 Discourses Laws. Will you tell me that there is any unascended human being who can know these laws as we do, who have passed through the physical experience and, by this application, raised ourselves into the ascension, and are wholly perfect beings? You will understand even in the intellect, beloved friends of America and beloved minute men, how this is certain. One who has passed through, attained the full victory of perfection, is the only one who could be the authority upon this law of life, and that is why I say to you, we are the only authority that is, today. When mankind have raised their consciousness, their feeling, into the position that we occupy today, then they too will know definitely, firsthand, these truths which we have brought to you. But you must prove them for yourself. We had to, and we had, in the day of our attainment, conditions far more difficult than you have to contend with today. The conditions that we passed through then, were so many times harder than you experience today. All mankind have sought this knowledge over the entire earth, have spent vast fortunes in searching out the truth of life. You today, beloved minute men and beloved friends of America, are the most fortunate beings ever on earth, because brought into the comfort of your own cities, your own homes, is Discourse 8:188 The same, identical law and its application that mankind have sought the earth over to find, and have sought the retreats of the world. Only a few have ever found them. Because of the inharmony being too great in their feeling world, they were not admitted, and of course, they were turned aside by the activity of the feeling world, and their search was in vain. Now you today, think of it, you are being sought because of the need of mankind today. While in the heart of everyone is that reaching out, yet the light today is searching you out. Think how everything is reversed from centuries ago. We had to search. We had to find. But you today, in the comfort of your cities and your present civilization, are being sought by the light. What do I mean by that? I mean that the light within your own heart, in its expansion, in its reaching out, is bringing you in contact with this understanding of life. Think of it when I say to you, beloved friends of America, did you ever know any human beings on the face of this earth that make the concentrated call that the messengers do in their classwork, for mighty I am presence? Bring into our class those whose expansion of their light enables them to accept this mighty understanding of life, and keep out all others. Did you ever in your life hear of 206 The I Am 99 Discourses such a thing? I think not. But that is because the messengers know and understand that unless the light in the individual has expanded enough, they cannot accept the great truth of life, but your light, beloved friends of America, will listen to it. Why are you listening? You might think it was out of curiosity, but it is because the light within your own heart has expanded. And the thousands of people who did not know of this broadcast, who have tuned in upon it today, what caused you to suddenly turn to your radio and turn it on to this station? I want you to understand, friends of America, that the power of light in you is acting, that the power of that same light will lead you into the fullness of all truth, the mighty I am, and thereby you will gain your freedom financially and every other way. I say to you in your health demand today, in your financial need, you are the absolute decreer of what shall come into action. Decree a thing and it shall be done unto you. I want you to understand that your call is no longer a supplication. Your call is a decree, a demand, a command, if you please, to the energy of life to produce definite results for you. Beloved ones, let me remind you 2,000 years ago the priesthood of the world, or of that small locality, nailed your beloved Jesus to the cross. Discourse 8:188 If he were to appear in the outer world, which he will later do, they would like to do the same thing again. I want you to see definitely, it was those who claimed to be the religious authority of the world that nailed your beloved Jesus to the cross. When he came into the church in New York to the blessed, he was condemned because he had seen Jesus, because he had heard Jesus talk to him. This time when Jesus comes forth, all humanity together will not nail him to the cross. I say to you, unfortunate human beings who have denied him, and my reality, will find me standing by his side. I say to you of the outer world, you might just as well stop your criticism and condemnation, because you are wasting your time and energy. You will see that, perhaps too late, but don't say to yourself or your fellow associates, I did not know. It was too bad, but I did not understand. You are listening today and you do understand. So whatever you do in the future of criticism or condemnation, remember the results rest upon your own head, and very quickly. Therefore, I ask you not to do it. I am kind to you. Won't you be as kind to me? I say to you who are listening with the desire to tear what I say to pieces, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your energy, and you will need it. 208 The I am 99 Discourses later, so have it conserved. Don't think you frighten me. Oh, long, long ago I stood beyond the fright of mankind. Therefore I ask you, friends of America, to realize today that you are standing in the greatest activity that America has ever known. One day, friends of America, you will understand what the mighty body of I am students has done for you, unbeknown because you had not touched this work. In the mighty decrees that they have sent forth, this holds the mighty revolving energy within the gas belt subject to the direction of the great beings of light and governed by them. That would have blown some of your America to pieces many months ago. Oh, beloved people of America. People of San Francisco, be careful in your harmony there. You are sitting on a volcano, and the danger threatens you every hour of your life. I say to New York, call with all your power to the mighty presence of life, to hold its invincible protection about you. The mighty call of the students everywhere is holding this mighty, invincible protection for the people of America. You do not dream that underneath the Earth's surface, waiting to surge forth, is the release of the energy within those gas belts that would wreck the Earth until you would not think there was a Discourse 8:188 semblance of it left. This is no idle talk. This is nothing to frighten humanity, but so that they may make the call and give the assistance to that which has already been given, so that this condition may be controlled within the Earth's surface, and what must be released will be released where it will produce the least possible destruction. Therefore today in your opportunity, friends of America, won't you join the great body of I am students of more than 500,000? I say to you for the rejoicing of the Minutemen, yesterday I checked our records, which we keep of the number of students, and more than 600,000 are now calling forth to the presence of life. Thank you, beloved ones. Please be seated. I take this opportunity to thank every student in America and the world, every friend of America who is secretly making this call to the presence of life, the mighty I am, for that service rendered. And I thank those who have been instrumental in bringing about the use of the transcriptions over the radio, the broadcasts of the classwork and that of the beloved messenger, your beloved Lotus, before the classes. Beloved friends of America, one day when you see what this means, then how grateful you will be that you have become a part of my great 210 The I am 99 Discourses family. I assure you, I am a very kindly Father with a love so great that it lifts the heart of mankind into the comprehension of the presence of life, and will one day bring your complete release. You don't know me, but I know you and have known you for a long time. Friends of America, if life did not give you more than one opportunity to adjust yourself, your conditions, and remedy the mistakes that you have made, one life would be a travesty upon the face of the earth. Those who deny re-embodiment are foolish in the extreme. When we know it is a reality from actual experience, then we are in a position to know the truth about it. Those who are understanding that today, see the reason why they are given opportunity after opportunity to correct the conditions of their mistakes, but one lifetime would not be sufficient to correct 100th part of the mistakes that are made in one lifetime. Today in entering into the great freedom again, once and forever beloved friends of America, see, through the great light that is within your heart, what this means to you. We present this with all the love of the divine power of the universe. Therefore, we leave it to you to accept or reject. We never impose anything upon anyone. You are wholly free, and the hearts of every Discourse 8:188 one of you listening know that. Therefore, when in the future you come into the classes of the messengers, think of it. Think, beloved ones, of those unfortunate human beings who said that the messengers were run out of Chicago and dare not return. Well, they are having the most gigantic class of their experience in Chicago in October. Now then, friends of America, behold who is telling the truth or not. All we need to do is be just a little patient, and the truth will always reveal itself and the falsehood be exposed. So I say to you, listen to both sides of a story before forming judgment, beloved friends of America. Come and see the messengers before you believe that they have grown horns. You will find when you see them that that is not the case, and you never saw any human beings in the entire world pour forth so great a love and kindness and patience with humanity as they have proven to the world. Therefore I say to you, beloved friends of America, when convenient, come to the classes of the messengers and see for yourselves, but don't listen to false gossip and believe it without having seen for yourself. Therefore, today as we go forward in the expansion of this light, remember, beloved friends of America, you are a part of myself because you have listened today, because my stream of light and 2:12 The I am 99 Discourses energy has gone into your world. Therefore I say to you, my blessing shall always abide with you. One day when you come to understand this great truth of life, will you too, with the great body of students, thank me for my humble efforts in bringing to you this majestic, all-powerful understanding and application of life. It means everything to you. It means your freedom, your financial supply. It means your health, your strength, your mighty power of action to produce exact results in your world. Remember, your call to life will produce that exact, mathematical result as you harmonize your feelings and realize that your call to life is the release and the call to light that knows no opposition. So stand forth, friends of America, in the fullness of all life holds for you and for the victory of the law of life. Therefore, in the fullness of all that we are today and life is, will we have the goal, gentlemen, made manifest in the fullness of all the fondness that your heart has ever craved. Think of it today you stand with open heart, with your hands to your presence. Your presence holds your hand with its infinite power of light, taking you forward to the victory of all that your heart has ever desired. Beloved Minute Men, how deep is my gratitude to Discourse 8:188 You. You mean everything to America. You mean everything to the world. Will you stand firmer and firmer in your mighty decrees as the messengers go forth from your midst and, when they return at Christmas time, have even more perfect the glory of the harmonious activity of the class than was in the last, which was magnificent beyond words. Don't worry about the unfortunate individuals who spread falsehood and discord. Remember, they must reap all that. Go serenely on with your work, calling the mighty I Am Presence into action, and if you must give attention to those individuals, use one mighty decree and speak directly to the higher mental body of those individuals and say, for mighty I Am Presence silence that human, destructive thing. Then forget it and give no further thought to it than that. It has no power, beloved ones. Don't let it hold your attention and disturb you. You know, I am not a prophet, but I shall say this, on the messenger's return at Christmas time, I shall see the light within your own hearts expanded twice, at least, what it is today. Remember, gentlemen, your call to the presence is invincible. Do not let your intellect or anything else cause you to feel otherwise. You are master of yourself and your world, and do not accept a single thing but that. Remember, your firm, determined application. 2:14 The I Am 99 Discourses will shatter every particle of human limitations that has ever been drawn about you. Gentlemen, I urge you again today, please do not fail to use the violet consuming flame or call the presence to do it, at least twice a day, with all the earnestness and determination at your command. You do not realize as I do what that means, and how quickly it will set you into that freedom that will bring such immediate response to your call or answer to your decrees. That is all you need, to give you the full confidence, in yourself, in the law of life that is your freedom. I know a great many who have not had the results from their call because they have been wavering in their feeling. They did not have the full confidence in their call that it would be answered. Well, when you know your presence, the mighty I Am, is the governing intelligence of the universe, and its power of light goes forth to answer your call, that knows no opposite. Remember, gentlemen, keep this before you as you value your success, that which you call forth is the power of light and it knows no opposite. Therefore you cannot find opposition in your application. Don't you see, you cannot do it, gentlemen. Your call to the presence, the mighty I Am, is the release of the currents of energy, rays of light, that go forth, and it knows no. Discourse 8:188 Opposite. I want you to realize that. Then when you issue your decrees or you make your call, the answer will come, and quickly enough to give you the entire confidence that you require. Therefore, today in the fullness of all that you wish to attain, in all that you wish to have, and I mean by that, of course, your victory of light and eventually your ascension. But your victory in the human octave in your supply and in the conditions that you acquire, gentlemen, it is just as definite as you are sitting here in these chairs this moment. All that it requires is your determination, your unyielding application, just like the messengers. Won't you let them be your example? Gentlemen, I want to put before you again today, you who are without financial supply, for goodness sake, understand the messengers were in your same position when I asked them to go forth. I could have, with the turn of my hand, released all the money they would ever require, but did I do it? No. When I would have given both arms and legs to have done it, yet I knew better. I know the law, and I knew if they did not make the application right then and there, that they would not win their victory in this embodiment. That is why I watched and found. Of course I am telling you a secret now, that they have not known. I watched and found them. 2:16 I am 99 discourses in this position to see how much stamina was within the light within them, and I was not disappointed. Please be seated. Gentlemen, think of it, because they were so joyfully and willingly obedient to my slightest request, they decided to go forth. Now, gentlemen, this is the truth, don't forget it. They have told you many times, but I am telling you myself today, for I want to drive this point home, that none of you gentlemen will ever admit again that you have financial limitations. I want you to dismiss that thing from your world forever. These blessed ones, not knowing outwardly which way to turn, took their rent money, and there was 5 months then due, to go to Philadelphia. That was the proving, and that was what I wanted them to prove. They went forth with that full courage and power, and if you knew how timid this form standing before you was, up to that time, you would not have thought it was possible. Therefore, gentlemen, I am telling you today the mightiest truth that exists in the world. There is not one thing in this universe to deprive you of the money supply you require, except your divided feeling. It cannot do it. Therefore I say to you, dismiss thou when these messengers went forth, in their Discourse 8:188 conversation on the way to Philadelphia, they said, Now, mighty I am presence, this is your work, this is your business. You have all power to supply us. And if you don't do it, we will go home, and they meant it. But the presence of all life, seeing that determination, seeing that willing obedience, answered, and they have been going ever since, and today stand in their freedom in every way. Gentlemen, I am referring to this again today for a very definite reason. There is not one of you today that does not have just as much money as they had then, but did they wait for money to come into their hands to prove the law? No, they buckled into their application and convinced themselves by the power of their application that it was invincible. So are you going to do that, gentlemen? I have faith in every one of you. I know you can do it, and you are going to do it. Furthermore, if I have to come around and give you a boost. Someday when you begin to slump just a little, there will be a prod in your ribs to get going. Gentlemen, if you are as determined yourselves as I am, that you have your freedom and financial freedom, because that seems to be the great monster which is standing around, remember, all you have to say to that is, get thee hence, you have no power, and it's terrifying. 2:18 The I am 99 discourses appearance will dissolve and disappear. Beloved gentlemen, will you try to understand that one point? Do you realize when you utter those words to any limiting appearance of any kind, you have no power, you are speaking the currents of light and energy directly into that thing, I mean the cause of it that is holding you within your financial limitations. Don't you see that? It is not just so many words said, but that is the current of energy going into the cause of that thing, whether it be in your feeling world or some condition that has accumulated outside. It does not make any difference which it is, that goes forth to dissolve, and does dissolve it then and there if you don't let that feeling revolve again. Then you are free. I want you to see how real and simple it is, but gentlemen, when you have made your application, don't let your intellect all of a sudden in some surprising moment say, my application has not yet produced results. Suppose it has not in the appearance. How shall you say what it is doing in the invisible? Oh, don't you see, gentlemen, that everything, every particle of your application begins to act in the invisible, in your feeling world first, and if it has found conditions there that have to be cleared out, remedied, before it comes into expression in your physical use, well, is there anything to be? Discourse 8:188 discouraged about. Now look, dear ones, the messengers in the beginning had to make days and weeks and sometimes months of application before the thing yielded to them, but did they ever accept for one moment that their application was not producing results? Not even once. That is where the victory lies. That is what I want you to feel, the victory today. Your application cannot fail, never did, and never will. If you quit, the fault is yours, isn't it? Remember, gentlemen, I know these laws. I have applied them to my freedom, and I am in a position to prompt you and tell you how and why you can have certain results. Could you blame the law? Could you blame your application if you quit? If you started a business and after a few months you turned your back on the business and walked out, do you suppose it would succeed? It would stop right then and there. Now, when you have applied the law and then there rushes in upon you a feeling of, well, I have not had results yet, that moment you just have turned your back upon the great presence of life. And unless the momentum has been gained enough to force itself through, the probability is that you will have to start all over in your application. I am prompting you. Don't yield one single instant that your application could fail or has failed in any. 220 The I am 99 Discourses way because, as we have said repeatedly and others of the great ones have said to you, we have observed among the students innumerable times where they were right up to the full release of the momentum that would bring the results, when they said, oh, I guess it is no use, my application has not worked. They annulled everything that had been gained up to that point, which was ready to press forth into use in their outer world. That is why I say, gentlemen, do not yield to such a thing as failure in your application. It never would fail, think of it. Do you think when once your attention has been called to the presence of all life, that life would ever fail you? Don't you see that everything of limitation or so-called failure that enters into your life, is your own doing? It is so wonderful, gentlemen, when you realize that you have come to the point of understanding now, where you understand what is acting and why these conditions are. It was because of the lack of determination and understanding upon your part. Still, life does not condemn you or lash you for having made these mistakes. It just waits. It does not make any difference to us what your mistakes have been, that is not our business. Our business is to help you produce perfection. We have never condemned a human being yet, nor ever will, for their Discourse 8:188 mistakes, nor even referred to them unless it was to instruct them in some way. Life does the same thing. It has waited throughout the centuries for you to give it your attention once again. Therefore, give it the opportunity to flood its greater volume and activity of perfection forth into your world. So I say to you, gentlemen, your victory is sure. Just think of it. Won't you feel the great joy and gratitude within my heart, when for several hundred years I have served and served and served, trying to draw enough children of earth together where I could gain a momentum of power and application that would break down every human quality and resistance there was. Gentlemen, we are almost there. I want to tell you, magnificent as all the other work is, there is something released from the feeling world of the individuals in the Minutemen and the Daughters of Light that is not released ordinarily. Just now I do not care to try to explain that to you, but it absolutely exists. Therefore, gentlemen, go on and on and on with greater determination and the full understanding that in your decrees and by them, you can remedy every condition that exists in America, in the world of industry, in your transportation. Keep up your mighty decrees for the annihilation of all agitation. 222 The I am 99 Discourses and Strikes. That is the whole thing that has put your America into the conditions it is in today. These agitators, gentlemen, have no care or thought for anything but destruction. When you see today the wholesale slaughter in Europe in places where there is no cause in the world, they fly over, and thousands of people, women and children destroyed, because they have gone beyond war. They have gone into wholesale murder and slaughter. That is the condition that exists there today. There is no longer any consideration of justice, just a released power of that whole destructive thing that has even forgotten the last vestige of war. The same condition would be in action in your America today if I had not brought this knowledge forth at the time I did. If I had not found too strong enough to carry it forth, that condition would be right with you today. Don't make any mistake about it, gentlemen, I know what I am talking about. You today, look how your mighty decrees have silenced all these strikes everywhere over America, and those that have recently been threatened, faded away. Gentlemen, these agitators no longer are able to influence those people, for the people that once were influenced are awakening by your mighty decree sent forth in the mental and feeling world, and they see the treachery and no longer yield to it. How my Discourse 8:188 heart has gone out to those blessed men because they believed in those individuals who so cunningly put before them a possibility, only to drag them into greater limitations and privation. Look today at the communistic activities. Those individuals have steadily drawn the money supply and have put it away for the day when the people would no longer accept them, then they would disappear and live in luxury the rest of their lives. That is what the agitators have done to the blessed people of America. They had but one desire in the beginning, and that was to suck the money out of the people. What do they care whether your families eat or not? Blessed mankind, feeling and seeing the need of a remedy, for the time being was drawn into this unfortunate thing that today is fast fading from the face of the earth. Now, gentlemen, whether you see an outer need for it or not, keep up your mighty, dynamic decrees to silence forever all strikes and to remove from America forever all agitators, then you will gain the momentum and power to go forth to prevent these things in your midst. To think that a human being can become so depraved as to seek only the destruction of his fellow man. Gentlemen, let me draw firmly to your attention another point today, because you are I am. 224 The I am 99 Discourses students, don't get any idea that you must lie down and be made a doormat. Now, please get that point. It does not mean that you are to just pour out love and kindness to a destructive force that wants to destroy you, but in the great power of your mighty decrees and the firmness and determination, send forth your mighty decree to annihilate that thing because it is a destructive quality. I know in the beginning of this work, many individuals thought that they must not oppose. You do not oppose, but you issue a decree in the power of life to dissolve the thing or condition. You must be firm against human, destructive qualities, don't forget that, but you do not have to be unkind. You don't have to be destructive about it, but in your firm determination and your call for the presence of life to dissolve, consume, and annihilate the quality that is acting, there is right and justice. I want you to feel that. Gentlemen, when in Washington and when in Paris I allowed Mr. Gaylord to be a decoy to draw together certain individuals who were focuses of a very great destructive force, do you think I felt unkind when in raising my hand I released the locks in those doors and walked in and, by the power of my own radiation, held them immobile and helpless? Do you think there was any destructive force? Discourse 8:188 acting there? No. I simply turned back upon them their own force which was acting that held them immobile. Every one of those claws of the sinister force took an oath when they began to serve that power of darkness, and they know what they must do if they fail. Now we have no authority or power to prevent them fulfilling their oath which they have taken. They do not have to fulfill that oath, but because they believe in the power of darkness that made them give that, almost without exception they do fulfill it. Only in a very few instances where we see the redemption by the power of light within those individuals, do we stay that activity and give them one more opportunity. That is why, gentlemen, I want you to feel that you must, if necessary, be terrifically positive against human, discordant conditions but never unkind or destructive. When you call the power of your presence, the power of light into action to dissolve, consume, or annihilate a quality, well, you know then positively that the power of the mighty I am presence will do it. I will just call your attention, gentlemen, the messengers have been so very patient in all these falsehoods that have been spread about their not returning to Chicago. Why, they lived and taught in 226 The I am 99 Discourses Chicago for 2 years, and yet those reports go forth till mankind are foolish enough to believe it, but now they are returning to disprove that lie to all who have uttered it. I want to say to you, gentlemen, this same falsehood has been spread to almost every businessman's activity throughout America. I need not tell you by whom, you already know that. Think of it, men representing the heart of the business activity of America who would accept that falsehood without investigating both sides of the question. Now that has been done in many places in America, and when those businessmen see that mistake, they will be more careful in the future. For mankind to accept a report without verifying it to see whether it is true or not, is certainly a mistake upon the part of anyone. So, I want to prompt you, wherever you have the opportunity, kill those silly reports and be firm and sure of yourself when you do it. Therefore, as we go forth in this mighty expansion, gentlemen, I could say some things to you today that I am sure, regardless of the appearance of age, you could readily turn a handspring. But I will say just this much, that the achievement, the expansion of the light within the last 60 days has been beyond our fondest hope or expectation. The response from within the feeling world of the students everywhere has been so much firmer, so much. Discourse 8:188 greater than seemed possible 90 days ago, because as I have said to you repeatedly, until the human has gained self-control, you cannot depend upon what it is going to do, I mean in its feeling. With so much of it, it is unruly. But today, and since the beginning of the shrine class, the most gigantic change has come within all the students of America. It is the most joyful, encouraging, magnificent thing. I say to you, have all the courage in the world and do not yield, gentlemen, for I know so many in America today, because of this strike condition and agitators and the failure of employment, who do yield, but you as I am students need not. Here is another thing, gentlemen. Because you in your application come into your own right avenue of service, do not ever think you are depriving someone else. Everyone has the right of application, and if they do not make it, if they do not know how to make it, the fault is not yours. You in your application can have your right avenue of service, can have your employment. Gentlemen, there never was such a mercy in the world as having something to keep your attention occupied. It is the greatest blessing that ever came to mankind in the world in the present state. Do you know, gentlemen, as the greater perfection comes in, you will have the trinity of action, which the 228 the I am 99 Discourses threefold flame represents, in the most glorious action that the world of mankind has known in hundreds of thousands of years. You will find your balance of action, 8 hours of service, 8 hours of recreation, and 8 hours of rest. You don't want just 2 or 3 hours of service. Don't ever think that, gentlemen. In all life there is that threefold action, and when it is balanced it produces perfection. I want you to understand that, and as you come into this greater perfection, you will find that you have those 3 activities. Then as you come to understand that your great presence of life can make you a rounded out individual, there is not only one thing you can do, but you will be able to do whatever your attention is fixed upon because the intelligence of the presence will enable you to do it. Think of it, the great presence of life, of this good messenger, in England, did what the best lawyers in England and America failed to do, and he was only a lad. Therefore, dear ones, I want you to realize today that in the call to your presence, not only is one avenue open to you for your success and achievement, but all avenues, and you will not be confined to just one. Suppose you have been trained in one particular activity, your presence of life, like a flash of Discourse 8:188 lightning, can prepare you and make you equal to whatever is required in your service that you desire. I want you to hold that unlimited action of your presence through your own brain and body, because it is true. In all the glorious things that are before you in your call to the presence, gentlemen, be firm, be determined, and stand unyielding in your call for the perfection and limitless supply and all that you wish to have come forth into your use and action. Through your body and into your world of action, and you will have that eternal blessing, freedom, and perfection of life. I thank you, gentlemen, with all my heart for this opportunity again today, and know that I stand with you in your determination for freedom, for supply, for the victory of life. If you will stand with me, I will stand with you, and no person ever failed under my assistance. Gentlemen, you perhaps do not conceive what the power of divine love is in its fullness, but were you my children in a physical embodiment, I could not possibly love you 1/10 of what I love you today when I see your willingness to make the necessary application to be free. Knowing that we have by the identical, same application attained our freedom, then do you understand why that love is so great? 230 The I am 99 Discourses there is no human element in it, but a great power, of love that wants you to have your freedom because you are so near it. While you are standing, gentlemen, just let this great power flow in and through, and as the violet consuming flame extends from the floor in, through, and about each one of you, meeting the unfed flame from above, feel yourself held within its eternal radiance, free of every limiting thing. Free of every condition that has disturbed your physical body. Feel that mighty fire of life flood through your veins to cleanse and purify your blood stream of every impurity that is there. Feel that great activity take place within the energy, the blood stream of your physical body, within the streams of energy within your feeling and emotional world. As we charge and expand that into the fullness of health, perfection, and freedom, hold that firm within your feeling. Qualify it now in and by the power of your higher mental body to sustain it, that you may hold all this that has been drawn and gathered about you today, to ever expand in its great freedom and perfection for you. A great presence has recently come forth again from within the great silence. That presence is giving you that assistance today, so I want you to realize that everything that the outer man is capable. Discourse 8:188 of receiving is being brought forth into action for your freedom, sustaining power of protection, and supply. We are determined that not one student in America or the world shall be without the comfortable supply necessary for their service, and if you will go on with your decrees for that objective, you will find that coming into action daily. There is no question about it. Therefore, as these currents of energy are charging forth today, anchoring within your feeling world the strength, the courage, the happiness for all that you require, accept it in its fullness and let it do its perfect work. I thank you, gentlemen, and in the fullness of that great host of light, those great cosmic beings, the legions of light, the great cosmic light which is focused here, accept the fullness of its invincible power, its invincible protection, its directing intelligence. And your freedom and victory in the light now and forever sustained. I thank you. Discoursevi 188. October 9, 1938 CHICAGO, Illinois. Gentlemen and friends of America, my joy is very great today, once again, for the opportunity of speaking directly to the men of America. In prefacing that which I shall say to you, I wish you to understand that while the vibratory action of your physical sight does not observe me, I stand here but a few feet from the messenger, flashing these words to him. The only reason you do not see me is because of the greater intensity of the vibratory action of my body. In the wintertime in your city when you see the electric lights, you see a radiance around them, do you not? Just so with beings who have set themselves free from the human limitations which are in the human form. And why are the limitations there in the human body, the human form? Because you have caused the light pattern in your human form to be clothed by discord in your feelings. The greatest power before humanity today is in understanding first that simplicity, that it is only discord acting within the feelings of mankind which has deprived them of every good thing that life 232. Discourse 8 188 holds for them. If you will understand this, you will set yourself free, absolutely free, if you care to accept, understand, and apply this great law. Gentlemen, there is not all mankind put together that can deprive any one of you of applying this law to so harmonize yourself and your world, that the powers of life will bring to you every good thing that exists in your stream of life. It is time now that mankind come to understand that there is no power of human creation that can limit or harm mankind. Because mankind have given power and attention to outside persons, places, and conditions to limit or harm them by their own stream of life, they have conveyed that feeling into other persons, places, and conditions to harm them. But that time is passing very rapidly. That is why I want you to understand that we as ascended beings are even more real than you are, but because the vibratory action of our bodies is so much more rapid by the freedom and purity of it, we are not visible to the ordinary physical sight. Yet every one of you has within your brain the all-seeing eye of God, so that as your attention is given to the beloved mighty I Am Presence, which is your source of life, God individualized, you will find that both the all-seeing eye and the all-hearing ear within you will become attuned to your source. 234 The I Am 99 Discourses of Life, the Mighty I Am, and you will receive directly that directing wisdom, that strength and energy which the messenger before you is able to receive. These two messengers, as many of you know, have limitless energy and do release it. That is more than human, and they are able to release whatever they require at any time. This is the need of the business world and the men in the business world today. I want you to realize, if you will, how important it is to bring this mighty perfection and understanding of life into the world of industry, into the government, in order that mankind may no longer be deceived. The intrigue and treachery which exists in all capitals of the world is the most tragic thing on the face of this earth. Gentlemen, you who might have been in some of your capitals know the subtlety, the treachery that is used to inveigle mankind into a condition where they are unable to govern themselves. There are thousands of conditions today. I sound this warning to you, for many of you have experienced it. People pretend friendship, and you know the prevailing idea that mankind must drink intoxicating things to be sociable, a subtle scheme to get your own will off guard so that you subject yourself to their will. You will notice, gentlemen, that wherever that has been. Discourses 251-88 Those who insist upon your taking intoxicating liquors will seldom take but a touch themselves. That is why so much destruction has gone into the world. Gentlemen, be strong enough to resist that treacherous thing that unfits you to cope with the conditions about you. Another condition that exists in the world and is so subtle and so cunning, is the activity of dope throughout America and the world, which is used in forms you would not imagine, dozens of which have not yet been discovered, but I assure you they will be before another year is over your head. Then, gentlemen, if you cannot be reached in any other way, they will bring to you a beautiful woman to try to get you under their clutches. In Washington, in all the capitals of the world, that vile thing is done constantly, and unsuspecting young men and older men succumb to it because of that pretense of friendship. These are the things that mankind are bound to awaken to and be free from. That is why I say, gentlemen, just the same as exists today in the 100% groups all over America, spies of vicious individuals have been sent into those groups pretending to be 100% students, when they care nothing about anything but whispering destructive, vicious gossip among the students to try to get them to pit. 236 The I am 99 discourses themselves against each other, but this is fast being revealed and understood, and mankind will no longer subject themselves to these conditions. Now, gentlemen, I have seen it, for my experience has been very great. Remember, I have been a businessman in the world for 400 years, never losing outer consciousness for a second. Even before my ascension, I was able to retain my body in health, strength, and perfection for hundreds of years. Therefore, I know what is in mankind. I know all the intrigue of the nations of the earth, for I have been in all of them. In Europe in centuries past, because I was able to do these things, I was accused of everything on the face of the earth but the truth, but that, gentlemen, is not my part of the work. Those who accuse me, and did, will one day meet that accusation. That is what I want you to understand today, that every condition that goes out from your feeling world is compelled to return to you because you are its creator. If you want success in your business, if you want success in your home, love, happiness, and perfection, then you must pour out love and kindness. It does not make any difference what somebody else does. It is a matter of keeping your own feeling world harmonious enough until the power of light can flow through in greater intensification. Keep yourself. Discourse X 237 harmonious so the wisdom of life can act and inspire and impel you not to follow the mistakes mankind has been subject to in the past. That is how mankind, in the application of the law of life, take this great chart before you, and understand what it means. It shows you what these great truths are and how you can apply them in your business. I have seen the great majority of mankind in the business world, and in more recent years, perhaps the last 30 years, as the greater intensity of discord increased, mankind was ashamed to outwardly acknowledge God in their business. My dear friends, without God you would not be here. Without your source of life, the mighty I Am, as indicated there on that chart, you would not be here. You could not lift your hand, you could not think a thought. That source of life is all you are. If you have made mistakes in wrongly qualifying or clothing life by that feeling of discord, then you are responsible, you are to blame, but not life. Don't ever blame life for anything. Life is perfection. Life is wisdom. Life is power. If allowed to flow forth through your mind and body by harmonized action in your feelings, it will produce perfection for you, and nothing in the world can prevent it. I tell you, gentlemen, the day has come when businessmen are going to take God, the mighty. 238 The I Am 99 discourses I Am, into business, and are going to stand on their own 2 feet and look their associates square in the eye and say, I am student. I acknowledge my source, God, the mighty I Am, as my directing intelligence, my power of activity, my freedom from human mistakes. Then mankind will find an activity of business in America that will spread its radiance everywhere. Divine order, divine justice, and harmony will reign in all industry, and the communistic, vicious, devilish thing will be wiped out of America forever. Gentlemen, while you are on your feet, let this mighty current flow through you while I speak these next few words. If you could understand as I do, I have spent much time in Europe recently, to prevent the vicious destruction from entering America that has been planned there for 12 or 15 years, in fact, ever since the beginning of the recent World War. I know what they are doing, you do not. But I think the power of the cosmic law, which has recently given me the permission and the power to use my wisdom and judgment in the protecting of America, by that infinite power of light it shall be used. This time my effort of centuries shall not fail. I told these beloved messengers shortly after they Discourse X 239 started forth, when I asked them to go forth and give out this great light, that every vicious thing that had ever been said about them would be proved wrong. It is being done today. Therefore, gentlemen, I want you to realize that you have beating your heart the power of the universe, the power of light, and when you are willing to acknowledge that, your source, God, the mighty I Am, as the only acting presence and intelligence in you, you will be able to pour it out before you in its mighty harmonizing power. All individuals you contact will feel that harmony, respond to it, and give obedience to your stream of life because it holds only divine order and justice within it. Won't you be seated? No longer will mankind be able to go on destroying each other, blaming persons, places, and conditions for a thing that exists alone in their own feeling world. When mankind humanly cannot have their own way, in most cases they turn very vicious. For instance, as an illustration, this unfortunate creature in Los Angeles has spread such vicious falsehoods all over the world concerning the messengers. The messenger has his letter of such gratitude to them in the first few classes that he attended. Then he conceived the idea of driving into the staff to become one of them, and because the 240 the I Am 99 Discourses messengers saw within him that which was impossible, he was refused. From that time he turned vicious for no reason at all. That is how mankind, thwarted in the human desire, become vicious, not only from that angle but various angles in life. That is unfortunate for them, for I shall say to the whole world how vicious and untruthful he has been, and all others who have tried to slander these beloved messengers. Dear ones, let us come back now to all that this understanding means to you in your success, whether you be an artist, a musician, a man in the world of industry or in official capacity, a lawyer, judge, or governmental official. Everywhere, the demand of life today is in the acknowledgement, acceptance, and the calling forth of that greater power of life to take command in you and go before you in your activity. Now this is not anyone's human opinion, but this is the demand of life which mankind have pushed aside century after century. It is quite true you have lived hundreds and thousands of embodiments. Many of mankind do not accept it, but that does not alter the truth. Therefore, when you realize that you have been given opportunity after opportunity, gentlemen, and now today that the great number who have enough expansion of the light within themselves to understand Discourse X 241 through their feeling, when they touch this great truth, that it is what they have sought all their lives, that is the exact comment of thousands and thousands of people who have come in touch with this great light. How do they know it? By their own light within their hearts. Gentlemen, your physical heart is the knower within your physical body, and when you respond to your heart, you will soon come to do the right and perfect thing always. I say to you, gentlemen, if you wish to be successful, go into your office. If you have a staff of boys under you, you don't wish to do it before them, and pour out your love and blessings of life upon your employees. And you will find them pouring back their love and blessings to you in your business. I say to the employees, the money you are accepting for your service, that is only a fragmentary part of it. You are giving your life to that service, and since it is the source of your opportunity of service, you should bless your employer with all the power of divine love and blessing you can call forth from your presence of life. That will stand forever in its ever-expanding activity. Then divine order and divine justice will reign in your midst. But I tell you, gentlemen, as long as you allow these agitators to come into your 242 the I Am 99 Discourses midst and stir up your employees, you will never know peace and neither will they. We honor Henry Ford more than we can ever tell you. He has had the backbone and stamina to stand up and defy those agitators. His divine order and justice, in spite of all the stories that are started to the contrary, have made him a power of light. I tell you, gentlemen, everyone who will come to know and understand the power that beats his heart, that it is infinite, that it can spread its mighty radiance into his office and out into his business activity and make it a glorious success of divine order and justice to all concerned, will have entered into the real business of life. And not until then. All outside of that is a temporary thing, mankind fluctuating one way and then another, the pendulum swinging from one extreme to the other. But when you stand in the fulcrum of the glory of that mighty balance of life, then you will feel the full power of this mighty power and activity rush forward into your life stream of activity, hold its dominion, and produce its perfection there. This is the requirement of the day. Gentlemen, there cannot longer be going on in your beloved America these destructive qualities. I could tell you some things today that would almost make your hair stand up and, on the other hand, Discourse X 243 things that would rejoice you beyond words to express, because I am in a position to know the intent of every human being. Therefore I say to you, join me, if you will, in issuing these mighty decrees. I know, gentlemen, when you come for the first time into some of these classes and you hear these mighty decrees issued, it sounds silly and foolish to you at first. It is not. Let me tell you, it is the mightiest thing on the face of this earth. You don't realize, gentlemen, that you are a mental and feeling being. You think sometimes that all you are is in the outer manifestation in your physical form, but don't you see? I ask you to observe just a moment while we digress and show you why this is so. When a so-called dead body lies before you, having been fully and all-powerfully active a few moments before, then something withdrew from that physical structure, did it not? That which was animating that physical body and giving it strength, intelligence, and power to act, came through that stream of life. It was life acting within the physical form. Then life withdrew and the body was perfectly helpless. There isn't a human being on the face of this earth who can deny that. Then, if the power of life was animating and acting within that human 244 the I am 99 discourses form, then you are life in action. You are a mental and feeling being. Instead of your previous understanding which thought that your mental capacity was all there was, that your thoughts were the thing to be controlled and governed if you wish to be harmonious and successful, you found that idea was a mistake also, because your feeling world is your powerhouse. Until your feeling is governed, all the thought and correction in the world will not help you. When you have changed your feeling, you have changed the whole structure of your body and your world of activity. When you understand the necessity of holding your feeling world harmonious, then the full power of life will naturally flood forth in a greater volume of action, and you will find your world harmonious, and success is yours. Think of the difference between the natural flow of life which would in time produce the same effect, and your acceptance, your acknowledgement, your call to your presence of life, the mighty I am. Releasing a greater spontaneous activity and release of life into your world at your call, 10 times, 20 times greater than perhaps years of the natural outpouring of life through harmony in your feeling would produce. That is why the messengers have been able to Discourse X 245 produce such astonishing effects in their life, and the perfection of this work and the activity, because they have come to know that their call to the presence of life is all-powerful. And why, gentlemen? Now, notice this, it is as practical as your mechanics is practical as your automobile. You see about that figure on the chart, the upper figure, the rays of light going forth. When you call to the presence of life, to go into that activity and produce its perfection and harmony there, your higher mental body projects one of those light rays into the requirement of it and holds it there until harmony is established. The powers of light flow in there and establish harmony and produce harmony to all. That is an infallible, dependable activity. When mankind learn to use that, they will produce such perfection in the world, in all governmental positions, in all city activities, and your deceitful politicians will cease to be. Gentlemen, do you quite understand what has produced perhaps the greatest havoc in your world of industry today? Your middleman, so to speak, that sees an opportunity of clawing the greater amount of money from both the producer and the consumer. When the people of America arise and choose a man to put in as a distributor and pay him a certain right and livable salary, your troubles will 246 the I am 99 discourses cease from the earth, from your world of industry. That will remove the opportunity to deprive the producer of that which belongs to him and cause the consumer to pay 10 times what the thing is worth. Balance of life is what is required, and this will produce the balance of life in the world of industry. Therefore, I say to you, gentlemen, that the time has arrived now, let us come into the greater activity for the moment. You have understood by outer scientific explanation that the cosmic light was a universal, established thing. That is true in one sense, but that which we speak of and the messengers speak of as the cosmic light is a wholly different thing, not too much in quality, but in direction. The cosmic light we refer to is released from the central focus which the messengers have come to know as the great central sun, the central focus of all life, consciousness, and directing intelligence to this system of the planets. Then, when that great cosmic light is projected, it is projected consciously by the ascended beings who have charge of it. That is consciously directed rays of light and energy which we refer to, that are bringing about this great change on the earth. You have not seen so much change yet, but with your cooperation you will see plenty. Abundant. Discourse X 247 change already has taken place if mankind care to observe it, but the pressure of human, destructive activities keeps holding the attention until mankind see that, rather than the perfection which is coming in. Still, with the acceptance that we have today in America, shall that power of light increase in its intensity. Now, gentlemen, let me advise you of one thing. I think that there are but few in America who have not felt and held a certain respect for the Statue of Liberty in your harbor in New York. I mean by that, the involuntary feeling within individuals. There has been a reason for that. That represents one of the greatest cosmic beings, the Goddess of Liberty, whom I know personally and who has been the greatest assistance to America of any being in existence. But for her, I would never have been able to accomplish what has been done thus far. The Goddess of Liberty is a real and mighty, cosmic being and is the one who gave to Washington that magnificent vision, the third episode of which you are facing today. Therefore, gentlemen, she, having seen that more than 200 years ago, also saw a hope for the possibility of preventing that last episode which is rapidly on its way today. That is what mankind should understand, and on bended knee, give praise and thanks. 248 The I am 99 Discourses to Life and to that great cosmic presence for having stood the protecting angel over America. When I sought for greater authority, greater power to give this assistance to mankind today, authority to annihilate the destructive forces, then she went to that mighty central focus of light and power to this system of planets and, by her intercession, called forth at regular intervals these mighty, cosmic impulses. On Wednesday before the opening of the class here, the greatest of all was released to the earth. Therefore, gentlemen, you do not realize it even though you believe my words. Still you cannot comprehend fully all that means, because it is an invincible activity. The pressure of the outer world has caused mankind to believe all that is real is what they see out here. How foolish! My dear ones, all the power you use in your electric plant is invisible. You have your generators creating the currents, generating them, but you don't see the currents unless you have 2 points of the arc contacting and you see the flash between. That is a power, and in all things in this universe the great power is invisible. As mankind expand the light within themselves at their call, then the vibratory action will be raised until they will see these things perfectly naturally. Discourse X 249 Everything in life is a lower or higher rate of vibratory action, which is according to the attention that is given to life. Therefore, gentlemen, if you care to, read, understand and apply this great law. No one can apply it for you, only give you a certain amount of assistance. But if you do not care to do that yourself, you cannot have the blessing of it. I don't care how big you are or how little you are in business, don't be foolish. That power of life can withdraw from those bodies this instant, and you will be as helpless as the poorest creature on earth. Don't let pride and vanity make you, because you have accomplished and acquired a certain amount of money, don't let it make you egotistical and foolish. That power of light which is beating your heart is the power and intelligence that did that, not that human form through which it is acting. If that human form gave obedience or held an intense desire, then that gave life the opportunity in its concentrated action to accumulate that money for you, but the physical never did it in the world, and don't you forget it. Therefore, gentlemen, you are dealing with life, the greatest, mightiest thing in the universe when you understand how, where, and what that life is and give your attention and adoration to it. Gentlemen, does it sound feminine to ask you to give your 250 The I am 99 Discourses Adoration to Life? We who have become free beings, one day saw the necessity of that. And when we gave that adoration to life, we had the full power of life flowing through our bodies and producing its perfection there. Gentlemen, I have the wealth of the world at my command, but do you think that amounts to anything? What amounts to the greatest thing in my life is my ability to control my feeling world and hold it harmonized, which gives it a mighty, real activity for life to flow through in its perfection. Do you understand that this stream of life, before it touches the top of the head of the individual, is wholly pure, perfect, and all-powerful, and would produce your perfect, beautiful, handsome body, filled with health if left alone and not charged with the discord in your feeling? That is why, gentlemen, at last the understanding of life has come forth. We do not try to compel anybody, we just wait, and all who are really willing to accept our assistance, our wisdom which has come forth in the Saint Germain series of books and the mighty instruction which these beloved messengers give, it is there for you if you care to accept it. We welcome you with all our hearts. If you don't, we bless you just the same. But mankind, every one of them, mark what I tell you and watch it, in the Discourse X 251 next few years, mankind, if they are going to succeed, if they are going to have health, if they are going to have happiness, they are going to have to understand this presence of life. The reason for that is this: it is the culmination of the ages, gentlemen, and there are two tremendous powers acting, the powers of darkness and the powers of light. If you join the powers of darkness, you will soon cease to be. If you join the powers of light, you have the infinite power of the universe at your command. I am practical. You never saw an individual in your life more practical than I am, for I know the fullness of life, of all in the universe and what it is manifesting. Therefore, I want you to understand that there is nothing fantastic about this. There is nothing psychic nor spiritualistic. There is nothing but the pure action of life, and if understood, everything dissolves before it. That is why, gentlemen, I offer you today this opportunity in my hand in assistance in your business, in anything to which you direct your attention that is constructive. We have many times in the past 2 years helped various gentlemen who were going to abject failure in their business, by telling them and showing them how the thing that was destroying them was the inharmony that had crept into their 252 the I am 99 discourses midst, and when they understood and set about to reverse it and pour out love and blessings upon their employees, they came back into a greater success than ever. That is what everyone can do. Therefore divine order, gentlemen, is coming into America. If you will join the great body of students of the mighty I am, stand by it, and issue these mighty decrees, you will find everything dissolving and disappearing, all discord in your America. Now we are speaking about individuals. Individuals comprise your nation, and if the majority of individuals come to understand this presence of life, and how to call its mighty light rays into action, do you not see how you will govern everything concerning your America, its protection, its divine order and justice to mankind, the only means on earth of making it permanent? You can go into war and destroy millions of people, and your position stands there just the same as before. People have gone to war and become exhausted, and have for the time being manifested a certain sense of peace, but good heavens, if you saw what was going on in the feeling world, the hatred released by that activity, you would know it is only a short time until it will repeat itself again. That is what has occurred in all wars on the earth from the Discourse X 253 beginning. War is never the solution of anything, neither is quarreling between individuals any solution of anything that exists. When mankind put their human pride in their pocket, or better still, in the violet consuming flame, they will know that their problems have ceased. Because some individual says some nasty, vicious thing to you, is it any reason why you should allow yourself to get all out of harmony, just because they have been foolish? Gentlemen, you see, any expression of that kind shows how foolish the other individual is. Therefore, you should be strong enough and say, that is your opinion, you cannot disturb me, and see how magnificent your power would be. Look, gentlemen, this humble messenger before you. All the vicious things that have been said about him would fill volumes, but he doesn't mind what is said, it cannot harm him. It can only harm the individual who says it and sends it forth. Every conceivable attempt on the face of T3 Earth has been made to try to stir up his feelings and get him off guard, but they have not been able to do it. Gentlemen, you may thank me if you like, but don't forget to thank him for being strong enough to hold his harmony, so that the powers of light can. 254 The I am 99 discourses flow through to give this assistance to mankind. Won't you be seated, please? Therefore you are dealing with a reality, gentlemen, you are not dealing with anybody's human opinions. The words which we give you are wisdom of long centuries of experience and achievement. If you care to use them, you will have the identical, same experience that we have. We set ourselves free. Once we stood in limited bodies just like yours. Gentlemen, I want to call your attention to that series of books. Now, it does not make any difference to me how great you are in business. If you will take Unveiled Mysteries and the Magic Presence first, take them in the quiet of your own office and spend 1 hour a day and read those books and feel the truth that is there, you will be a transformed being. And don't you forget it, every word in those books is true, his own experience with me. A gentleman came to him last evening, or the night before I believe it was, and said, "How about that statement that you made in the beginning of Unveiled Mysteries where you said you went to Mount Shasta on government business?" The messenger said to him, "That is quite true, but your interpretation and jumping to the conclusion that that was outer employment of the government was your Discourse X 255 mistake. He was there with me on government business of the most vital importance to mankind, but it was the inner activity of life, not outer connection with the government. It is those things that vicious individuals have seized upon to try to find discrepancies, which exist alone in their own vicious minds. The messenger could explain everything that is there with a clearness that anybody could understand, but he does not choose to do it. When individuals get vicious, he just lets them go on until their viciousness one day destroys them, because they do it willfully. Dear, beloved friends of America, fellow students, and gentlemen, there is not one thing that can harm you or the messengers as long as you remain harmonious and call the presence of life into action. Therefore, I want you to understand in your business, if it is not what you wish it to be, you do not have to spread it to your employees. But if you feel a little timid in acknowledging it, go into the secrecy of your office and call the powers of the mighty I Am into action, and do not say God. Let me show you the difference between the expression God and the words I am. God, as understood by the mass of mankind throughout the centuries, is an omnipresence somewhere. The 256 The I Am 99 Discourses words, I am, are the announcement of the individualized presence of God at your point in the universe, the authority, power, and wisdom acting when you issue those calls. There is not anyone, even the helpless individual lying on his back in bed, that cannot speak those words, and if he speaks them with firm enough determination, he would arise and walk. You today in your business, if you can put away foolish human pride, stand on your 2 feet, and raise your hands if it gives you a greater feeling of the presence, and say, one mighty I Am presence, silence this thing forever. You take command of my mind and being. Produce your perfection. Hold your dominion and pour your mighty radiance into my world and activity, and over my business. You take command and make it your success. You will see how quickly your business will flourish, harmony reign, and the happiness of all about you will bless you forever. That is how the business of the future is bound to be conducted, gentlemen. Why have mankind been made to believe that they had to fight for everything? Because it was a sinister force of human destructive creation that was impelling that idea and feeling into mankind, so that they might pit themselves against each other and finally destroy each other. That is why. But today, Discourse X 257, thanks to the great presence of life, this is rapidly being dissolved. I say to you, gentlemen, that today, or if not today, in a few days, a mathematical statement will be made to you of that which has been thus far accomplished in your city since the return of the messengers. We deal with reality, gentlemen, in everything. We are not the slightest concerned with human opinion or the amount of money you have. The reality of life is the thing we are concerned with, and what we call into greater activity through mankind. Everyone who will give the presence their attention first, then if they care to direct their attention to us, back from one of us, or many, will come those mighty light rays to enfold you and hold you in the great balance of life. Until your call will produce such perfection as you could not imagine. I refer to the messengers, because it is an outstanding thing in life. When I asked them to go forth and carry this work, I did not offer them a dime. They owed 5 months' rent, but they had learned to give me that joyous obedience. They did not ask me how it was coming about. They never said a word, but they went forward, and see the results all I could have released to them. 258 The I Am 99 Discourses $10 million in actual physical cash, but that would not have been any benefit to them. It would have let them go forth, but their application in the seeming necessities was what has given them their freedom. And your application is the only thing that will ever give you your freedom. You may have $10 billion, but if that is your God instead of life, you will never know what happiness, peace, and freedom are. I say to you, gentlemen, I can take the seemingly most lowly among you with the least finances, and if they will give me exact obedience as the messengers have, I can make them the greatest success in 5 years that you ever saw. That is the application of life, but that is only a fragmentary part, gentlemen. The success of physical life is beautiful, most worthy, but the perfection of yourself is 1,000 times more valuable than all the wealth you can accumulate about you. You can have it in the harmonizing of yourself, the very natural activity. The law of life will produce success for you in spite of anything you can do, if you are harmonious enough and remain so. The very law of life will direct you into the perfect activity that your stream of life wants you to have, if you are harmonious enough. That is how the great law of life is so simple. Won't you sit down? Discourse X 259 I thank you, gentlemen, for your attention and your receptivity today. While the messenger has voiced these words, I have been able to do for you that which was beyond my expectation. Now, the reason for that is this: please, will you feel that everything you are, ever hope to be, or have, must come through your feeling world? There is northwest other place it can come. Therefore, it is imperative for your feeling world to be harmonious long enough for life to have washed out, as it were, of your physical body and feeling world all discord and all imperfection. When enough of that has been done, then the power of life will flow forth. It will seem to be a perfectly natural thing, but with a power you cannot conceive of today. Only by actual experience can you prove this great law, and only by application will it find its outpicturing for you. Therefore the messengers are giving this forth, leaving every human being free to accept or reject if they like. The only thing they ask is for people to come into the room and be harmonious. If you don't like the work, please do not come. Therefore, gentlemen, I want you to feel today that I am just as interested in you, I am just as interested in the success of your business, of your illumination and perfection, perhaps far more than you are just at the present, yourselves, even among 260 the I am 99 Discourses the former, or earlier students I should say. Do you know, gentlemen, that in the higher ideals of life because of the human, discordant pressure about you, you can listen to a thing a dozen or 15 times and still not comprehend it? That is why the messengers have asked if people come into the classes, if they will come in 2 or 3 times and get the fundamentals, then they will understand more readily what follows. You come into a 10-day class just once and try to form judgment, it would be incredible, impossible. Therefore, you see how practical the messengers are in everything they do. Remember, you never saw, and neither did anyone else in this world, 2 people go forth and never ask a human being for a dime, and have released by their call to the presence the limitless supply of money they require to carry on this work, as has been done at their call. The whole world knows that, and they never will do otherwise. They instruct every group leader in America never to call to their groups individually for financial supply. Stand them upon their feet and issue the decree to the presence for the supply they require, and the powers of light will see it comes about in divine order. They have proven this to the entire world, and there is no honest individual who can deny it. Therefore they are dealing with Discourse X 261, a power and activity of life called forth at their command. Gentlemen, it ought to be interesting to every human being on the face of this earth. They have their freedom which nothing in creation can take away. Everyone can do the same thing if they give obedience and make the dynamic application. You cannot imagine the dynamic application these 2 humble beings made in a day the first year I asked them to go forth, because they knew to some slight degree what they were up against. I said to them before they started forth, "Do you realize what you are going to meet?" They said, "Perhaps, somewhat." But I knew they did not comprehend but slightly what they were going to face. I was there to stand back of them, and blessed ones, they are the proof to the entire world of the mighty power and activity of this great law of life. Therefore, I wish you today to carry this, my great love and kindness, in your heart. Think of me sometimes if you will, if you are here for the first time, then see whether or not your feeling world does not change and you feel a peace and rest you never knew were there. Make your call whether you quite believe that presence is there above you or not. Make the call a few times, then give your attention to me and see whether you do not come to realize it is quite true. 262 the I am 99 Discourses. Gentlemen, I am not ashamed to say that I love you. I want to see you happy and successful. I want to see you a part of the freedom of America, the only spot left on earth where there is a possibility of bringing this forward. Therefore, we have chosen it. We love the whole world, but in the chaos that exists, there are only a few individuals who can even feel the great love and harmony we try to pour forth to them. Therefore, in America we are winning steadily and surely that mighty victory for blessed mankind, and the protection and freedom of America. Remember, this expansion of the light is educational, it is powerful, and while you are dealing with the presence, the power of life, some of the world have considered it as religious. Yet it is a law, not a religion. It is the mightiest activity of life, therefore it is the only thing that will cause the religions of the world to survive, as they come to understand the presence of life individualized. The great cosmic light projected by these great beings from the central focus for this system of planets is taking its command. And the people who give obedience to that, will find first will come the freedom of America, then let us see what will happen to the rest of the world. If you saw the seething vortex that exists in Europe. Discourse X 263 in the Orient, in most of Europe and the Orient today, you would think that there was not a hope for Europe, all because of the vile, vicious agitators that are there, the dictators. They shall cease to be. I thank you, gentlemen, for your attention, and trust that I have been somewhat instrumental in clearing in your feeling world and understanding what is required of you. If you care to give obedience to that life, then I will give you every assistance possible, for remember, as an ascended being, I am not limited in my capacity, neither are any of the other ascended beings, and there are many hundreds of them. Therefore, as mankind give attention to the presence of life first, then to these great beings of life, there will pour forth to them these mighty light rays that will hold them in the perfect balance of life. As they give obedience by harmony in their feelings, everything will come into divine order in their stream of life and the activity that is required there. For remember, in that stream of life flowing into you is love, wisdom, and power in balanced form. When you call your mighty I Am Presence into action, that same love, wisdom, and power is acting in balanced form, then you will understand why it can produce such gigantic results. 264 The I Am 99 Discourses for you. If you care to apply it, you will have that great blessing that will set everyone free. May the powers of eternal light bless you and enfold you in its mighty presence, its directing intelligence, its invincible protection, and hold you sustained in the purity and perfection of life forever.